Chapter 251, Top-Level Devouring, Soldiers Approaching the Nest. PUG territory was not weak, ranking in the upper echelon of the new territories. Under normal circumstances, the Lord of PUG territory could gradually build up his territory to a level 4 town. He might stop there, but that would still be impressive. He would be capable of assembling a powerful army to exterminate one monster tribe after another. But now, he has, oh, no, he hasn't. Before the destruction of his territory, he took some of his elites and used cross-boundary escape to return to Langxing. Since he had already become a lord, his real body was present before, and after returning to Langxing, he would not leave behind a mediator body and would not perish along with his territory. He has only fallen to the status of a ranger player, which is a stroke of luck in his misfortune, compared to many players who have died in battle. However, some players who are out hunting monsters may unfortunately encounter the monster wave that comes out of the nest of filth. They may not be able to escape. The cruelty of the eternal world has just begun to surface. At Red Leaf territory, Lord Zhou Ye was looking at the latest news officially released by Shilling Town on the forum, unable to speak as he clenched his lips. Just a few days ago, he was full of ambition, contacting all sides, preparing to rise to prominence during this period of crisis and opportunity presented by the Red Fog disaster moon. But before he could start to rise, one of his partners was already gone. My territory is still quite far from the nest of filth, but if the officials of Shilling Town can't eliminate this nest, I should pack up and run tomorrow. Even if doing so would mean losing everything he had built over time, or even accumulating a large amount of debt, it would still be better than losing his life. If he prepared in advance for evacuation, he could take more resources with him. Meanwhile, less powerful lords in the surrounding area have begun to pack up, preparing a strategic retreat. Making such a decision is hard, but the disaster has not yet peaked. Their territories will inevitably fall. They figured it would be better to sell their resources in a timely manner and become rich among the ranger players. At the same moment, in Shilling Town, the War Council convened at the fastest speed, and several powerful veteran lords stepped forward to assemble teams for the expedition. The old fishing man continued to hold down the fort in Shilling Town to stabilize the people's minds, but he sent his strongest general, Demonic Flame Wang Qi, leading several 4-order leader-level powerhouses, to join the expeditionary team. The old fishing man has always been low-key, mainly active several decades ago, and his reputation is not stand out outside of the fishing circle. But at this moment, 7 leading realm powerhouses stepped forward. This reassuring force. Is Shilling Town's defense okay? No problem, I still have several 4th-order generals here. The old fishing man declared boldly, besides, I have already asked Panchi City for assistance. Although they can't send legendary realm reinforcements, there will still be a group of strong people coming to help. With the remaining guards in Shilling Town, we can hold on until the reinforcements arrive. After the strongest group of veteran lords of Shilling Town led their armies on the expedition, the overall defense capability of the town was somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, the most terrifying phase of the disaster moon hasn't come yet. In case of an accident, it should always be possible to hold on for half a day. The lords participating in the War Council understood and looked at the old fishing man with respect in their eyes. With such a big shot there, they could definitely take the nest of filth. Go for it. One by one, the armies quickly set off. At Tianyuan territory, the army is assembling. Due to its close proximity to the land of filth, it has been noticeably affected by the nest of filth. From just now till now, there have been several batches of large monster waves attacking the eastern wall. The number of corpses piled up is so vast that the sacrificial black coffin can hardly devour it. I can't swallow any more. I really can't. Bang! Yuan bursted the black smoke and shadows that emerged from the black coffin with a punch and continued to order the removal of the corpses. They need to clear up the corpses before the next monster tide arrives, and at the same time, pick up all the remnant souls, soul sands, and slightly valuable spoils of war. The byproducts produced by the nest of filth were actually quite valuable. Unfortunately, the existence of the nest of filth is too dangerous, it can't be allowed to continue to expand. Just like Lord Kui Long, Mr. Mu also deeply understands the dangers of the nest of filth. When he first started browsing forums to build up his knowledge, one of the most researched categories of data were disaster-related data. He could list innumerable cases of territory destruction. Some lords tried to control the land of filth and ended up being corrupted and fell. Some lords were steadily building their territories when they were suddenly wiped out by a legendary creature passing by. Some lords died due to being assassinated by enemy nations. Some lords died during secret realm raids. Some lords died because they couldn't agree on how to split spoils with their teammates. 10,000 plus. Once the nest of filth expands to its full form, it can devour hundreds of kilometers of territory and turn it into the land of filth. Meanwhile, the monster tide that surges from it can turn hundreds to thousands of kilometers of territory into a dead zone. And they keep on attacking further cities. Actually, there must be a nest of filth deep in the wilderness that the Tai-Shen Alliance neither has time nor power to deal with. Fortunately, when these monsters leave the land of filth, they will also fight each other. But the impact of a nest of filth close to the alliance is very direct. 6 years ago, not far from the Tai-Shen frontier, a nest of filth appeared. The discovery was not timely. It wasn't until several peripheral territories were broken by the wave that alarm was raised, but it was too late, and the nest had already grown. Afterwards, the officials issued a call to arms and even deployed several legendary realm beings to eradicate this land of filth. This only goes to show the immense strength of the Tai-Shen Alliance. A weaker country would simply fall prey to its envelopment. So dangerous. It's really too perilous. Yuan turned his gaze to the expeditionary force. The backbone of the force was, of course, the undead legion. They couldn't delve deeply into the land of filth, but they could clear out the hordes of creatures around its periphery. They not only escorted the powerful ones to their destination, saving their strength for the upcoming battle, they also served as a cover when necessary, and could even fight fiercely if needed. Besides the undead legion, there were also the trump cards of this campaign. Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Xi Lu, Ilo, Bone 4. Lu Lu, Yuta, Lainey. Lainey's combat power was not particularly high, but her abilities could resist the corruption of red fog to a certain extent. Given the intense pressure on his territory, Yuan had no choice but to deploy just 8 or 9 epic strong beings and couldn't spare most of his officers. In fact, he had also sent non-combat personnel such as Lainey and Ilo. General Deadbone was on the outside. All the defensive pressure of the territory fell squarely on his, Lord Shepherd's, shoulders. Of course, apart from the above 8, there was one more who was of significant importance. The Legion had already assembled. The reason they had not yet departed was they were waiting. Waiting for the final person to arrive. From a distance, the sky above the realm was filled with purple mist spreading across the sky. A dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky, shattering the white and red fogs, but due to the obscuring effect of the domain interferer, most people could not witness this spectacle. Gradually, the pillar of light receded. Returned to the source. It coalesced into Duo Lai, who was in a training ground, transformed into her original state as a slime. Duo has grown stronger, it seems like she can eat more now. Duo Lai's devouring talent was actually the same as Yuta's reaping what you sow, it is an unlimited bug level talent. The latter improved by relentlessly working out. The former improved by devouring, 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 devouring. However, thus far, the amount of valuable natural resources that General Duo Lai had consumed wasn't much, not fully displaying her devouring talent. Despite this, this talent has exhibited terrifying abilities. It was strong in the early stages, and even stronger in the later stages. Yuan looked into the distance, as the alert sounds continuously rang in his ear. In a way, Duo Lai and Yuta were the same. They weren't particularly outstanding in comprehension. But the difference was that Duo Lai could acquire everything by devouring. Alert, your hero, Duo Lai is bathed in the evolutionary light, and promoted to Epic 2-star Life Devouring Slime, and Duo Lai's talent Devouring, Advanced, has been promoted to Devouring, Supreme. Alert, due to Duo Lai's talent being promoted, her potential was stimulated, and all her skills and talents have been improved. Complete mimicry has evolved into perfect imitation 1. Self-healing body, partial, has evolved into self-healing body, full. Fire control has evolved into talent fire element control, beginner. Alert, hero Duo Lai has awakened the skill split. Alert, hero Duo Lai has awakened the skill super devour 1. Split, Duo Lai can split her gelatinous body into countless sub-bodies. The more she splits, the weaker the individual entities become. As long as one sub-body exists, Duo Lai can fully recover. Super Devour, significantly enhances Duo Lai's devouring ability in a short period, devouring everything. When the evolution light withdrew, the slime in the middle of the ceremonial formation opened its big round eyes. Duo Lai didn't have moments of sudden insight, but she still needed to use and familiarize herself with her newly awakened abilities. She contemplated for a while. Her gelatinous body then began to stretch out, transforming into the familiar form of a blue-haired young girl that she had often used before. However, Duo Lai quickly perceived that this form couldn't fully utilize her power. The original slime form wasn't ideal either, it cast spells even slower. She pondered this and soon her forehead bulged with a giant light bulb. Her body continued to change, stretching and transforming within the light like a rubber band. In the blink of an eye, a brand new General Duo Lai took the stage. At first glance, she appeared as a young girl with chubby cheeks, her hair fluttering, rippling with faint purplish hues like stardust flowing in her blue strands. The difference was, beneath her, there was a chubby slime. The slime's size was somewhere between a big slime and a little slime. The young girl sat on top of the slime. I am riding myself. This form did not merely utilize mimicry but also incorporated the split skill. Duo Lai had effectively split into two. However, if she were to split in two, her energy would also be split in half, subsequently affecting her power limit. Using her perfect imitation ability, Duo Lai combined the two split bodies back into one. In this way, Miss Duo had become dual core from single core, with slight enhancements to her mental and energy limits. I'm such a genius. Truly worthy of being myself. Apart from the evolution of her skills, Duo Lai's fundamental qualities were rapidly metamorphosing. From Epic 1-star to Epic 2-star, metamorphosis once. The upgrade of the devouring talent, another metamorphosis. Especially the latter. Duo Lai was currently at the initial stage of the 4th order, just a tiny bit short of level 4 of 4th order. However, without a doubt, her basic qualities had already exceeded those at the 4th order peak. Even stronger than those at the 4th order peak who fulfilled the body beyond limits. There is a beauty in numbers. I'm invincible now. Ben Duo boasted. Perhaps I'm even stronger than Brother Dead Bone. Of course, this illusion only lingered in his mind for a moment. If Brother Dead Bone hadn't advanced to the 4th order, this thought might have some validity, but now. Duo Lai thinks it's better for him to remain as the second of Tian Yuan. Being second is also quite powerful. Duo Lai attacks in the form of a slime knight, joining the troop legion. Mu Yuan stands in front of the troops, sweeping his gaze over everyone. Best wishes, everyone, for a victorious return. Victorious return. Skeletons raise their bone swords and shout to the heavens. Ah! Meanwhile, elsewhere. Lords who understand that time is opportunity swiftly gather and head into battle. It only took them a few hours from when they first heard the news to jet to the verge of the filthy region. This is time seized by hordes of fully activated troop legions, initiating breakout assaults one after another. At the moment, these hordes are still shimmering with brilliance, carrying the embryonic forms of the army souls like heavy swords, iron armor, scythes, and logs over them. They are slaughtering one group after another of monsters bursting out from within the filthy region. The process is rather easy. A legion under the resonance of army souls grinds all the monsters crashing into it as if it were a meat grinder. Still, the lords present have solemn expressions on their faces. The real fight will commence once they enter the filthy region. 100 meters ahead, the red threads floating in the air suddenly become dense. The ground withers and dies, taking on an eerie brownish-red color. The border between the corroded region and the normal region seems like two separate worlds. This ominous red line is expanding outward at a noticeable speed. Wherever it goes, grass and trees quickly wilt before it, emitting ominous vibes. This is indeed the nest of filth. The expansion rate is frightening. Yet, the nest was formed not too long ago. If we allow it to grow and spread for tens of kilometers, we might as well wash our necks and await death. The red fog covering the nest's region is too dense, severely affecting visibility. Reports say it also confuses our senses. It won't be easy to find the root of corruption in the main nest. That's the challenge in this raid. We need to find and purify the roots of corruption within a short time. Only then can we purify the main nest. If we drag it out, new roots of corruption will develop, and we'll be unable to purify the main nest. A few lords discuss among themselves. The whole expeditionary team is led by the old fishing man's hero Demonic Flame King Riding and a few veteran lords, including Lord Kuang Dao. They are conducting reconnaissance and preparing outside the nest. Lord Kuang Dao asks, "How many lords do we have here?" An official lord replies, "We have a total of 32 lords, 16 heroes, and 69 veteran players. The marks of ordinary players are already fragmented, and their power of purification is limited. They'll hardly be useful within the region of the Nest of Filth. The main force responsible for purifying the roots of corruption still has to be the lords. Therefore, even the lords who are only at the elite level have joined the force. They swallow hard. This is not going to be a problem, right? No problem at all. Lord Kuang Dao states, we have gathered many strong beings, 13 of them being at the leader level. Raiding a nest of filth that isn't yet fully developed shouldn't be any problem. We should see the bright side. Once we purify the nest, we'll be hailed as heroes and receive a substantial reward in contribution points from the association. Besides, purifying the nest of filth also grants gifts from heaven and earth. We can take those treasures back and blind those cowards who didn't dare to set out. Yes. Another veteran lord licks his lips. Purifying a root of corruption brings decent rewards from heaven and earth. Just imagine what we could receive for purifying the main nest. I've never raided a nest of filth before, I dare not even imagine what tier of reward I would get. Let's get it done, guys. After we purify the main nest, the treasures will be distributed based on our contributions. For world peace, for the treasures and tomorrow, let's do this. Nest of Filth, General Duo Lai is here. The Yuan Corps charges head-on towards their destination. They climb over mountains and travel across rivers. In the sky, June soars with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. It isn't part of the army that will enter the filthy region. Instead, it leads a group of battle falcons searching for traces of the filthy region. They attack flying monsters from time to time. Their progress isn't fast. The Yuan Corps is like a battleship breaking through the waves. The battleship is large, but the waves are tumultuous, hitting one after another, forcing the battleship to reduce its speed while continuously slaying monsters. Duo Lai, Xi Lu, June as well as Bone 4, have to break out and clear a path intermittently. They fight and break through all the way. Finally, a strange and ominous land shrouded in red fog comes into view. Chapter 252, Giant Spirit God and One Punch Martial Madness. The Undead Legion also stopped outside the Land of Filth. Their formation changed from offensive to defensive, as they began eliminating the surrounding monsters and reducing consumption at the same time. As instructed by the Lord, Bone 4, you will remain outside as support. Ilo ordered. Bone 4 nodded. The strategy had been arranged long ago. Precisely because it needed to command and hold the line, the Lord chose it to lead the Legion. Bone 4 understood the intention. The focus was on defense and stability. The purpose of their Undead Legion was not to annihilate the emerging monsters. They needed to shrink their formation, avoid the brunt of the monster wave, and replenish the consumption from the previous battles. If the extermination squad was at a disadvantage, they might have to protect the division leaders and retreat. They carried great responsibility. As for Bone 4 Nigolasi, it would certainly carry out its mission orders thoroughly. Ilo took out several recently concocted ice-clear potions and distributed them among the group. The potion is not a panacea, she explained, it significantly reduces the erosion speed of the red fog on us. As long as we're not severely injured, after drinking the potion, we'd have about 4 to 6 hours of absolute safety. Due to the lack of detailed data, the exact duration cannot be predicted. Afterwards, we will inevitably be afflicted with debuffs such as mental weakness, dizziness, bloodshot eyes, and so on. Then, after a while, symptoms like auditory illusions, visual hallucinations and so on will appear. If by this stage we still can't eliminate the nest of filth, we can only tactically retreat. Duo Lai, oh. Wait, how many stages did she mention just now? That's not very important. Okay, let's move. Duo Lai swung his big hand. He raised his head and gulped down the potion. Immediately, it felt as if a cool stream was flowing through his body, finally rushing into his sea of consciousness. His mind became crystal clear, and then nothing else. No particular taste. The dagger group immediately gathered. Duo Lai, Ilo, Lu, Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Yuda, Laney, Xi Lu. In addition to the 8 division leaders, there were also 10 squad and platoon leaders from the defensive troops. They all possessed the rank of Excellence 3-star and had cultivated to the elite mid-high level. A total of 18 powerful individuals set foot in the Land of Filth. Immediately, the red fog engulfed them. From the outside, the Land of Filth was concealed under the drifting red mist, making it unclear, but only by stepping inside could one understand the terror within. The sky and the earth, everything in the field of vision was filled with ominous red. The visibility was extremely low. After a short walk in, they could no longer see the outside scenery. They seemed to be trapped in it, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Buzz! Around Ilo, one starlight law sphere after another flew out, scattering like floating machines. From the eye of the sphere, wave after wave of light rays shot out, and with loud bangs, the attacking monsters around them were blasted to pieces. This was both her ability and a special creation. The originally only skill-manifested magic sphere was modified into physical equipment. The advantage of this was that it could store spells, instantaneously cast spells, and store energy in the equipment in advance. To a certain extent, it made up for Ilo's lack of durability. It wasn't that she was not durable, it was just that she couldn't compare to someone unreasonable like Duolai. This red fog area not only blocks our vision but also confuses our senses and distorts space to some extent. Just like in the Chaos Forest, it will not be easy for us to find the root of corruption. Of course, it's not a problem for me, I just need a little time. Taking advantage of the others' cover while they were fighting the monsters, Ilo operated her floating magic sphere. The sphere emitted a series of beep 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 sounds, conducting an energy detection. Normally, the root of corruption and the nest of filth are bound to gather a large amount of energy. Even if these energies are hidden at the root's core, careful detection could reveal some unusual energy reactions. This way, they could more directly and accurately find the root of corruption instead of running around in the land of filth depending on luck. However, the interference from the red fog was too severe. She needed some time to detect the energy reaction. Is the red fog too thick? Duolai asked. Ilo nodded, and, this red fog is not energy, but an indescribable substance that cannot be dispelled. Just like at this moment, Xilu spewed raging flames, and Lu swept out a raging shock wave with a spear. These had no effect on the thick red fog around them. The mist seemed to exist in a different dimension. Yet it was directly affecting them. Ilo had thought about researching the red fog, but the project died before it started. She couldn't even find a method to collect the red fog, let alone study it. While her thoughts were still spinning and her words were not yet fully spoken, she saw Duolai. The mount beneath Duolai, suddenly opened its mouth and took a big gulp. Inhale. The surrounding flames, shock waves, air, everything was sucked into Slime's stomach. Along with them, several visible red mist strands were sucked in as well. The sky and the earth, at least, the red fog around them, had thinned out a lot. Was there such a solution? No, could the red fog even be sucked in? Ilo stepped forward, checked Duolai's eyelids and poked Slime's belly. It seems okay. They don't look like they're affected. Still, try not to inhale too much of the red fog. Don't worry, Duolai wouldn't really digest all this red fog. He's clever. Moreover, it's rather hard to eat. Perhaps Duolai is indeed a genius, Ilo thought, as she quickly took advantage of a lull in the red fog to survey the surroundings. Soon enough. I found them. If my detection is accurate, there are 3 remaining roots of corruption, and the final nest. This nest is located in this direction, and Ilo pointed to a certain spot. The energy over there is incredibly chaotic, suggesting an intense battle is in progress. It's very likely to be an expelling squad organized by other lords. She looked at Lu. Lu pondered for a moment and said, yes, to remain cautious, we need to combine all possible forces. The heavenly recompense from purifying the nest of filth is tempting, but if an accident causes the purification to fail, the entire Tianyuan territory might crumble. Therefore, all those heavenly rewards are secondary. Purifying the nest is our central goal. Ilo nodded. Under normal circumstances, there won't be only 3 segments of the root of corruption in an area. It should have been purified by this expelling team. However, their battle location hasn't changed for a while. It seems this team is not in a very good situation. Lu spoke, in that case, we should split up. I will go reinforce this expelling team, and Miss Ilo, you handle the roots of corruption. Ilo thought this over and agreed. This unseen team managed to eliminate some roots of corruption, so they're not very weak. Thus, preserving this team to take some pressure off them is absolutely worth it. Moreover, she looked at Lainey. She's well aware of Lainey's epic ability Absolute Shining Barrier. She tested it earlier and found that it could resist the corrosion of the red fog to some extent, eliminate negative statuses, and heal injuries. However, Lainey can't maintain it for long, and her ability only shows its value when it covers enough subjects. Exclusively using it on their group of over a dozen people could be seen as wasteful, and it doesn't synergize well with Rakshasa Hong Yi's abilities. It's clear that the Lord had foreseen this. Agreed, let's proceed in this manner. Lu Lu will lead Lainey and Yuta along with 10 junior captains to support the reinforcements. Ilo will lead Duo Lai, Rakshasa, and other strong warriors straight into the heart of the problem. Everyone, be careful. Be careful. Watch out. Within the land of filth, somewhere. A powerful expelling squad consisting of more than 100 people, most of whom are third order or higher, is currently embroiled in a massive monster tide. Fire shoots to the sky. The ground shatters. A massive earth rock dragon monster charges forth. A desperate lord scans their surroundings, while monstrous tides from all directions continue to break their defense line, sending the jittery lesser lords, who are merely purification tools, into a state of panic, fearing their imminent demise. Leaders, think of something quick. They shout. However, Kuang Dao and a few other veteran lords are corners of deep concern as they desperately battle the monsters. Yet they are unable to break through the encircling monster tide. Instead, more and more strong warriors are beginning to suffer injuries. The balance is slowly tipping. Their initial expelling purification operations went smoothly as they swiftly eliminated 4 roots of corruption, but soon enough, more and more monsters began to surge out from the depths of the land of filth, encircling them. There are at least 24 fourth order monsters. Even if most of them are still freshmen in the fourth order, they are still fourth order monsters. Their expelling squad is already vastly outnumbered by the monster group. The original plan was to break into the core of the land of filth with the help of top warriors, purify the roots of corruption, and leave without engaging the monsters. Now, they are struggling to break out of the monster tide due to the distraction of the fourth order monsters, let alone form a defensive formation. Without the demonic flame Wang Qi and other top-ranked Dragon Gate warriors fighting on the front lines and restraining the fourth order monsters, they would have retreated long ago. Yet, even so. Why are there so many high-order monsters? The veteran lord, known as Kang Lang, is also trembling. Kuang Dao released a blade light tens of meters long, injuring a fourth order monster and promptly performed a roll to re-enter the formation. He said, after all, our understanding of the nest of filth is limited, especially the data of a nest of filth in its early stages, so any unexpected situations are possible. Lord Kang Lang interrupted, Brother Dao, it's not the time to think about these things. Come up with a solution quickly. You are the temporary commander. He added, how about calling in the Army Soul Corps for one strong effort? Kuang Dao frowned deeply. Without the potion, an Army Soul Corps can only stay in the land of filth for at most half an hour. Yet we have at least 3 roots of corruption that are still not purified. We have to save the Army Soul Corps for critical moments. Otherwise, this mission will undoubtedly end in failure, and once it fails, there will be no second chance. The entire area of Shilling City will become a death region, with hundreds of territories falling and hundreds of thousands of people being swallowed by monsters. But Brother Dao, if we don't bring our army in soon, we won't be able to hold on any longer. If the expeditionary team suffers losses, we won't stand a chance, said one worried soldier. Lord Kuang Dao grasped the hilt of his sword tightly and replied, You're right, Brother Lang. Then he immediately contacted his army commanders in the field. Suddenly, at the front line, a black knight was bleeding profusely. A third-order Red Hat goblin trampled over the corpse of the fallen knight, breaking into their formation. The fragile and discordant formation quickly formed a gaping hole. More monsters poured into this breach. The lords, protected within the formation, stared with widened eyes as the gleaming tips of weapons drew larger in their pupils. Suddenly, starlit arrows pierced through the Red Hat goblin. One after another, glowing arrows flew from the deep red fog, like homing missiles, accurately piercing monsters in the eyes, hearts, necks, and behinds. Only at this point did the sonic boom of the arrows piercing the air reach them. This overlapped with the resounding explosions of the arrows hitting their targets, the sounds echoing heaven and earth. Are those exploding arrows? Someone said. Reinforcements, a lord exclaimed, his eyes wide. A golden streak of light appeared from the depths of the red mist, which extended to them, finally stopping at the center of the expeditionary team, forming a huge hemispherical enchantment. Inside the enchantment, a warm, holy light poured down. The warriors, rejuvenated, recovered quickly from their injuries. At this time, figures gradually emerged from the depths of the red mist. A woman in a white gold robe and a crescent-shaped pendant around her neck was releasing a gentile light. It was Lainey with her top-tier equipment, the tier of the Grand Mage serving as her hidden reserve of power. Around her were 10 small generals, guarding her. 6 of them were constellation leaders, while 4 were fearless generals. The fearless generals held heavy shields at 4 corners, their golden wings enveloping both the heavens and the earth without leaving any gaps. The 6 constellation leaders continued to shoot arrows, their graceful archery harvesting the lives of the monsters. These reinforcements were all strong, yet their numbers were too few. The arrival of reinforcement not only saved the expeditionary team's front line but also boosted the morale of the demoralized lords. Boom! 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 The earth trembled as a gigantic figure walked slowly out of the red mist. Its body, resembling a mountain of rocks, was entwined with vines. However, these vines were withered and bore eerie, red flowers. It was a mountain giant. A section of the root of corruption stuck out from the mountain giant's body, constantly spreading filth and ominous aura around it. Damn it! Lord Kuang Dao's heart hammered with warning. There was no one who could stop this terrifying mountain giant when it started to charge. If they defended their position, the giant would shatter their formation. If they retreated and relocated, the already discordant formation would be completely shattered. Unable to advance or retreat, the mountain giant was likely to charge towards them. A towering black armored warrior appeared within the wave of monsters, standing in a straight line between them and the mountain giant. The black armor he wore was covered with a soft golden light that flowed and flickered like a flame. The pile of monsters crashed into him, creating a small hill-like pile of beasts. The next moment, boom! The pile of monsters exploded in a rain of blood and flesh. Under the rain of blood, stood the black armored warrior, his shield held ready. He took 1 step, then 2 steps, then 3 steps forward. Not only did he not get bogged down in the monster swamp, he moved faster and faster. He swung his massive shield, causing the monsters around him to explode upon impact and fly dozens of meters away. He repeatedly countered and crushed the incoming waves of monsters. But the mountain giant had already started to charge, knocking aside any monster that stood in its way with its thunderous footsteps. It stood tens of meters high, at the same level, there was no one who could stop it. Even several strong warriors couldn't stop this giant. This was the gap in magnitude. The black-armored warrior seemed as small as an insect in front of the mountain giant. The small body shone brilliantly with golden light. Everyone seemed to see a giant golden figure reaching up to the heavens. No, it's not just an illusion. The golden giant appeared from the clouds, gradually becoming clearer. It was dressed in magnificent armor, the markings on the armor clearly visible. It carried the same weapon as the black-armored warrior, making the same swinging movements. Thump! Liu Lu swept his heavy mountain shield, mowing down the monsters in front of him like a train traveling at full speed. Their weapons were shattered, their claws were smashed, and their bodies were sent flying. But before they could even land, the monstrous power twisted, distorted, shattered, and exploded them. Blood and fragments scattered in all directions. The fearless giant mountain god ranking swept his giant golden shield, crossing Liu Lu and countless monsters and colliding with the charging mountain giant. It was like a meteorite falling, waves of sound emanated from the point of collision. Underneath the waves of sound, there came a clack 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 sound. The mountain giant's stone armor started to crack. Liu Lu made another sweep. The fearless giant mountain god ranking took a step forward. Boom! His god shield swept out, sending a creature tens of meters high toppling backward, landing with a thud and crushing countless monsters. The ground in front of the black-armored powerhouse was clear. He stood alone in the midst of the monster tide, as if he himself was the one surrounding the entire monster tide. Alone, he could withstand 1,000 armies, defend the gates of entire nations. This is too fierce. What was that just now? I felt like I saw a god. Lord Kuang Dao murmured, and his sword swipes are stronger. The crisis of the mountain forest giant was temporarily resolved, but in the surrounding monster tide, there were still more than 24th order monsters, along with even more monsters, coming from all directions. Some rushed towards the expelling squad, some towards Liu Lu. There were also quite a few aiming for Lainey's squad, who was preparing to regroup with the expelling squad, hindered by the dense monsters. In the squad, there was one unremarkable, non-standout officer. It was Yuta. It's my turn now. He inhaled deeply. At his wrists, 2 red chains appeared and slowly vanished. Similarly, at his ankles, 2 red chains appeared and faded away. With his normal state restored, he shouted. Unlock! Streams of red chains burst out from within him, fracturing and shattering before exploding. Yuda's body is surrounded by a rising storm of raging red flames. A 4th order obsidian golem dove towards Laney. Whiz! Yuda charged forward, appearing in the face of this obsidian golem in an instant with a speed 10 times faster than a cannonball. At this extreme speed, everything around him seemed to slow down. Yuda launched a punch. A common punch, but one that contained a complete understanding of boxing. Crack! The red-flamed fist, like punching through rotten wood, penetrated the head of the obsidian golem, then withdrew. Yuda turned and stomped forcefully, energy exploding at his soles. He landed, the ground splintering apart, the surrounding monsters turned into mincemeat. At this point, the obsidian golem in mid-air flapped its wings in shock. Its head exploded with only most of its body remaining dropping to the ground due to inertia. Boom! Yuda continued to hit. With each punch and kick, he was even more furious than Lu, with the monsters where his fists and feet passed all shattered on the spot. His gaze swept around him, like a crimson wild beast, pouncing on the 4th order monster in the tide. In the surrounding areas of the expelling squad, 9 o'clock area, Lord Kuangdao was swinging his sword, desperately slaughtering the monsters around him, and colliding with a leader of Tauren not far away. Suddenly, the leader of Tauren that had just retreated froze, readying itself for defense only to be too slow. Its entire face had been caved in, punched through with brain matter spurting out of the back of its head. The towering formidable figure fell to the ground with a thud. Lord Kuangdao, holding his sword, stood in place shocked for half a second. Was that just now? He saw a red figure in a flash. At the 2 o'clock area outside the expelling squad, demonic flame Wang Qi was single-handedly suppressing several 4th order monsters, while also continuously throwing punches to release others from dangerous situations. But he was also extremely anxious. He was restraining several powerful enemies, but was also pinned down by them. His attempts to kill any one of them were repeatedly thwarted, and he often found himself unable to make progress. Suddenly, bang! A powerful mutant red hat goblin, its entire body exploded, not even its bones remained intact. The silhouetted figure enveloped in red flames appeared behind the goblin. He emanated a wild and fierce aura, fiercer than any monster, more vicious than any beast. Dragon Power Tornado! This burly man let out a low roar, and his silhouette disappeared from demonic flame Wang Qi view in an instant. All he could vaguely catch was a straight line of red airflow sweeping to the side. Bang bang bang! Countless monsters exploded, including 2 4th order monsters. Kicked by Yuda directly and broken in 2. He continued to press his attack. His silhouette appeared above the 4th order Earth Rock Dragon in a flash. The surrounding flying flames and arrows hadn't even touched him yet before they were blown away by the violent energy around him. He launched a punch towards the head of the Earth Rock Dragon. Boom! The head of the Earth Rock Dragon fell to the ground, its scales cracking and a large depression was caved in. Yuda gasped for breath. Deliberate boom fist. Boom! The entire head of the Earth Rock Dragon sank into the ground, half of it shattered. Yuda propped himself up with his palm, the red flames around him were beginning to flicker unevenly. After all, he hadn't had much time to adapt to the physical shackles awakening, and the shackles hadn't been practiced for long, his body's tolerance was still somewhat limited. Having instantly killed several 4th order monsters was already a glorious achievement. But he's not satisfied yet. When the blood is boiling like this, how can I just stop here? The human will respond to one's most sincere desires. At this moment, Yuda's light of will ignited. He returned to the peak state and remained at this state. Dragon Power Tornado. Deliberate Boom Fist. Bang! Bang! 2 formidable 4th order monsters, one after the other, exploded, their whole bodies had a huge blood hole blasted into them. Demonic flame Wang Qi could only stare at the scene before him in a daze, almost forgetting what he was doing. But Yuda didn't forget. East side, west side, north side, the lords and officers entangled with an opponent, suddenly a red streak flashed by their eyes, and the great enemy they had been fighting for a long time had its head or body explode. Some powerful monsters reacted to defend, but their 2 arms were also broken, the entire chest cavity collapsed, followed by their death. In front of this scarlet figure, no monster could stand up to his punches and kicks. In the blink of an eye, the fourth-order monsters that had been slain by Yuta had stumbled into the 16th and 18th. The crisis was resolved. At this time, he had returned to his own squad under Lu Liu's call. His breaths began to come heavy. His smile was still as bright as ever. It was a truly exhilarating battle. Chapter 253. Purification. Inside the land of filth, waves of monsters were still surging, ceaselessly gushing out and attacking the formation of the expeditionary team. The sound of roaring and colliding were endless. These sounds seemed to have been stripped away, leaving only a dead-like silence. The senior lords of the expeditionary team maintained their instinctive bombardment of the surrounding monsters, and it took several seconds before someone recovered. Looking at the figure not far away, his throat bobbed for a moment, and all the words he wanted to say at this moment converged into two words. Holy fuck! Slaughtering a fourth-order boss like they are mere chickens and dogs. Where did this supreme powerhouse come from? Aren't the top ranked on the Dragon Gate list, and the superpowers who are only a little away from being legends, just like this? The useless lords being protected in the center of the army had just been terrified, but at this moment, they found that the senior lords' faces had relaxed, but with indescribable shock. What happened? But nobody answered. Lord Kanglang looked at Lord Kuang Dao. Brother Dao, the Scarlet Knight had just killed 12 or 13 fourth-order bosses, right? Even more. Lord Kuang Dao counted, there must be 14 or 15. He couldn't see clearly, he could only roughly estimate. The brawny man in black armor seemed to be the leader, and his killing record didn't seem as exaggerated as the Scarlet Knight, but recalling carefully, there were 2 or 3 bosses that were severely wounded by him. He was able to exterminate countless monsters single-handedly. With the mortal's power, he managed to defeat the mountain giant in a direct confrontation. This record is also quite exaggerated. In fact, it was not something a nonchalant powerhouse could accomplish. He must have killed at least 1,000 monsters. And, it seemed he still had energy left over. As a representative of the lords and acting commander, Lord Kuang Dao immediately co-operated and tore through the wave of monsters, integrating the reinforcement troops into their ranks. Thank you for your support. It's all under the direction of the Lord. Lord Kuang Dao really wanted to ask, who was this brawny man's lord? He also wanted to foster good relations, but it was not the time for chatting at the moment. They didn't stop swinging their swords and shields during their conversation. There was no environment for sitting down and chatting. Monsters were still gushing out continuously, and a new fourth order monster even appeared. They had to seize the moment. Move the formation forward 600 meters to purify the root of corruption on the mountain giant first. He tore several monsters apart with another swing of his sword and came to Lu Liu's side. Sir, has your lord dispatched any other reinforcements? There are still 2 or 3 segments of the root of corruption left, and looking at the current situation, there might be at least 20 to 30 fourth-order bosses left in the main nest. We have exhausted a lot, and it is a bit dangerous. While explaining the situation, Lord Kuang Dao felt a bit hopeful. Since the brawny man Lu Lu was not a lord, might the lord he hadn't met be leading another team to clear the root of corruption? They might even be more than one lord. Lu Lu, the Scarlet Knight, and the nun priest might each belong to 3 different lords, just temporarily acting in alliance, just like their expeditionary team. However, he hadn't heard about any reinforcements yet. Even the demonic Flame Wang Qi declared they were unsure. Yes. Lu Lu affirmed. There indeed was. Lord Kuang Dao was invigorated. He couldn't wait for the strong reinforcements to arrive, and he didn't care about the rewards for purifying the nest of filth. After all, if there were no strong reinforcements, they might not be able to purify the nest of filth, and even if they could, the losses would be immeasurable. Just now, part of the expeditionary team was killed in action. Compared to the rewards from heaven and earth, the lives of his subordinates were more important. Even if the association has compensation for those who are killed in action, they do not want to exchange their subordinates' lives. On the other hand, as long as they can purify the nest of filth, they can receive the contribution points rewards from the association. At that time, they can exchange for a lot of treasures. The number of reinforcements and how do we need to cooperate? He asked. Lu Lu said, there are 5 of us. I believe my comrades can clean up the nest of filth. We just need to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Lu Lu sounded sincere. However, the smile on Lord Kuang Dao's face gradually faded. Only 5 people? Did you think all 5 of you are Dragon Gate strong men? Even Dragon Gate strong men cannot do it. He suddenly felt that the road ahead had become dangerous once again. In any case, first purify the root of corruption on the mountain giant and then take it one step at a time. Elsewhere in the territory of the nest of filth, the palms of 3 people were pressing on the root of corruption that was several meters tall. They had the mark of a hero appearing on their foreheads, and a pure white light came out of their palms, covering the root of corruption. This root, covered with russet lines, was actually shedding its bark, then the entire root was annihilated in the light. Outside the 3 of them, Hong Yi materialized the underworld ghost market, using the enemy trap skill as a deterrent, blocking the continuously flying monsters outside. Rakshasa materialized into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Both of them were erupting to buy time for Ilo and others. This was also the difficulty of purifying the nest of filth. Normally, purifying land of filth was to first kill the groups of monsters in the region, then gently and comfortably purify the root of corruption. In the nest of filth region, there are so many monsters that are ceaselessly populating, making it impossible to exterminate them completely. They could only race against time. This was the method the expeditionary team was using. They had many lords there. All the lords used their power of purification at the same time, and it only had to take a few breaths before the root could be purified. There was no need to worry about being interrupted. Yet, the purification speed of Ilo and her 2 companions was not slow. The power of their mark originated from the same source. With their resonance, it seemed to yield a far greater effect than 1 + 1 + 1. In just a few dozen seconds, the fragment of the root of corruption had been reduced to ashes. From the heavens and earth, radiant light fell, within which floated several green light balls. With a wave of Duola's hand, she gathered them all up into her dimensional space, without giving them a second glance. She understood the bigger picture. Ilo cast her gaze in a certain direction as a magic sphere spun around her with a steady hum. If my calculations are correct, the final piece of the root of corruption should also have been purified by now. Let's go and head directly for the nest of filth. Great, let's go. Duolai patted the slime that she was sitting on, and in an instant, it leaped to the forefront. Hong Yi packed away the underworld ghost market. Rakshasa returned to their normal state, reducing energy consumption. At this moment, Duolai unfolded her domain, which was an intricate amalgamation of black and white. Under the blanket of her domain, the surrounding monster tide seemed to part ways on their own accord. Without exerting any effort, they made their way through the center of the monster tide, heading straight for the core of the land of filth. Soon, the nest of filth appeared in their field of vision. This was a bigger root, looking like a small mountain formed by countless intertwined stems and tendrils. It was over 20 meters tall. At the base of the root mountain, a large opening yawned wide. The dark entrance resembled a black hole, out of which one monster after another poured out, incorporating themselves into the surrounding horde, and forming an extremely dense monster tide defensive line around the nest of filth. A serious expression crept onto Ilo's face. She manipulated the 6 magic spheres to rotate rapidly, swiftly conducting surveillance. Now, she consciously shifted her abilities towards exploration and assistance, understanding that while there were many capable fighters in the domain, there weren't many who could provide assistance. Of course, she was still a powerhouse in the magic world, possessing a heart that yearned to wipe out the entire battlefield. However, at this moment, her heart sank slightly. At least 37 fourth-order bosses. Though she didn't think much of a single boss of such a caliber and could slay them effortlessly. This many 4th-rank bosses, coupled with the countless surrounding monster hordes, made Ilo consider that she might only be able to slay a few before her energy was depleted. Activating her domain would also be a stretch. The domain wasn't all-powerful. The more targets it influenced, the more energy it consumed. Opening the way with the domain was rather easy, but if she was to actively suppress the surrounding monsters, the energy consumption would increase by several, or even a dozen-fold. Even Duolai couldn't stand up to that. Duolai's energy reserves were, after all, only about 10 times that of hers, right? Steal time, purify the nest of filth. Thanks to the advantage provided by the domain, they would not be stuck in a quagmire like the expeditionary team was. They would head straight for the nest of filth. They reached out their hands to touch it. A pure, beautiful radiance immediately enveloped the enormous main part of the nest of filth. The giant reddish-brown roots made sizzling noises. The purification speed wasn't fast. It would at least take 6 minutes, Ilo estimated. At this moment, the surrounding monsters went crazy and kept rushing at them. She and Xilu needed to purify the roots and couldn't spare too much energy. They couldn't evade the monsters' killer moves and could only withstand them. A red blade light tens of meters long came slashing at them from the distance. A gigantic earth rock dragon upturned and flipped the ground, the rising earth crashed down like a tidal wave. Dozens of goblin elders chanted in unison. Blood-colored flame dragons roared in the air, causing the entire world to tremble. The underworld ghost market covering the outermost layer was already pockmarked with holes. Numerous little ghosts met with tragic ends. Tears brimmed in Hong Yi's eyes. It's too pitiful, too pitiful. I must apply for injury compensation from the Lord. Rakshasa, darting left and right, used its formidable explosive power to instantaneously slay several fourth-order bosses, but they were also covered in wounds. But don't worry, leave it to Bento. Duo Lai withdrew her palm, moving to the forefront with a determined expression on her face. With General Duo Lai, there won't be any enemies we can't slay. She remembered. This was what the Lord had said. Duo Lai would live up to the name of General. Underneath Duo Lai, the slime opened its eyes wide as an invisible black and white domain spread out. Creating spatial repulsion with the domain, pushing away the monsters, blade light and flame dragon that was surging towards them. Energy was being consumed like flowing water. But the problem was not significant. On the back of the slime, the ever-changing badge transformed into a staff and was held in Duo Lai's hands. Ilo understood immediately. While maintaining her stance, she manifested a vast river of stars. The river of stars formed a wall around them like a city wall. It also cast down rays of starlight, which enveloped Duo Lai. Quick chanting. Energy rotation. One after another, buffs were applied. 2 seconds later, a blazing sun rose slowly, obliterating everything in front of it. Even though the rate of expansion of the blazing sun was not fast enough and many fourth-order bosses instinctively retreated, even though the blazing sun didn't deal enough damage to kill individually, and the earth rock dragon in the distance was still alive. The monster tide had been cleared out in a large area. With one strike, at least several thousand monsters were obliterated, and several fourth-order monsters were also slain. The achievements were remarkable. However, after all, this was the nest of filth. The surrounding monsters were endless, and within just a dozen seconds, countless new monsters surged forward again. Duo Lai once again unleashed a second blazing sunday. This time, due to the thinning monster tide, only 1,000 or so were killed. But if they weren't slain, these 1,000 or so high-level monsters would exert great pressure on the domain. Therefore, the optimal extermination timing must be selected, balancing energy consumption and domain pressure. A fleeting light seemed to glimmer in Ilo's eyes, and she quickly calculated the outcome. If Duo Lai can unleash his potential 6 times, then there should be a 49-second interval in between. If Duo Lai can unleash his potential 10 times, then there should be a 37-second interval. If Duo Lai, how many times can you still unleash your potential? Ilo asked. Duo Lai stuttered for a moment and then stretched out 10 fingers, maybe, it's, about 20 to 40 times. It was difficult for him to say for sure. While raising his staff, the energy within his body sprung forth, and the fire elemental particles scattered in the atmospheric began assembling in his location. More so, roiling fire dragons in the not too far distance began to dissipate and converted into nourishing fire elements that flowed towards Duo Lai. They joined the rapidly expanding giant fireball before him. This was the result of fire element control and top-level devouring. The impact on Earth's force. This is an authority only available in the legendary realm, but some epics can also marginally impact the world with their special abilities. Duo Lai was doing just that. His abilities fell short of those in the legendary realm, but he still greatly reduced his own consumption. He devoured all surrounding flames, strengthening himself. Blazing Sun exploded once more. Blazing Sun erupted again. Blazing Sun released its eruption for the 7th time. Duo Lai had lost count of how many monsters he had eradicated. Underneath him, giant slimes opened their mouths wide, drawing in countless flames, thunderbolts, and elemental particles from the surrounding environment. These impure energies were devoured and converted, restoring a fraction of his recently depleted energy pool. Exactly how many blazing suns Duo Lai could summon was uncertain. However, despite having eliminated numerous monsters, none of the last few blazing suns managed to kill any 4-order bosses. These thugs were too shrewd, every time Blazing Sun erupted, they would either run far away or muster energy for defense. This enraged Duolai so much, he stomped his feet in frustration. On the contrary, under the assistance of Hong Yi's illusion techniques, Rakshasa managed to forcefully eliminate about 7 or 8. As for General Duolai, through the spatial devour skill, he forcefully eliminated 3 4-order bosses instantaneously. The cost-performance ratio was a bit low. It would cost him an epic level trick just to eliminate 3 bosses. Although Duolai was obsessed with kill score, he cared more about the overall situation. He didn't use the massively consuming space devouring anymore. He only had the slime extend one tentacle onto the nest of filth as he sends out a blazing sun every 10 to 20 seconds to eliminate and repel the surrounding monsters. Time ticked away. Thunderous booms and shocks, one after another, echoed in every direction. The shell of the nest of filth started to shatter and peel away. The blazing sun, colored a bright orange, illuminated the filthy area over and over again, blasting away the ground for hundreds of meters and forming an enormous pit. Within the pit, numerous brownish-red roots spread like spider webs under the nest of filth. The underground portion was much larger than the above-ground portion. A strange red glow flowed from the ends of these brownish-red roots, continuously concentrating towards the main nest. These tiny roots withstood the successive onslaught of the red-hot sun without sustaining any damage. Neither fire, thunderbolt, nor even spatial devouring could destroy them in the slightest. They were covered with rules. Only the Lord and the hero's mark, with the borrowed power of the world, could purify them. Several minutes later, a brilliant white light blossomed. The entire nest of filth seemed to be a crumbling building, bursting with countless cracks. Chunks broke off and disintegrated into dust in the white light. The countless tiny roots under the main root also broke like shattered crystal rods, consisting and dissipating. The hero's mark withdrew. And the radiant, dazzling gift from the heaven descended. It was eye-catching and heartwarming. Chapter 254, Harvest and Follow-Up. A gentle white light was cast upon Ilo and her companions, filling them with warmth. To their surprise, they found that their energy within was slowly reviving, and even their level experience had slightly increased. Ilo has reached the 3rd order peak complete fulfillment and could break through to the 4th order when she returns. Duolai advanced to the mid-4th order. Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and Xilu each ranked up 1 or 2 levels. Could there be such benefits from purifying the nest of filth? And in front of them, stunning light balls gradually formed within the dazzling white light. 4 blue and 2 green, totaling 6 light clusters. Although the nest of filth was just born and far from complete, it was still a nest-level filth and gave a big explosion. As the nest of filth was purified, the red fog enveloping the area quickly dissipated. The barren ground began to sprout hints of green. Even though it was just a tiny bit. The monsters around them partly continued to attack while some scattered in all directions. The battle is not yet over. Ilo said, it's our turn to take action now. We cannot let nearby monsters escape, especially those 4th order bosses, or else they will bring more trouble when they attack our territory with the next wave. As she spoke, the river of stars quickly flew out, instantly transforming into a starry river of hundreds of meters long. This star river, like a net, filtered out the majority of normal monsters, trapping 4th order bosses within it. Ilo successfully captured more than 10 4th orders. She won't bother slaying, as she had no extraordinary killing moves. By combining several techniques with the art of gathering stars, she could deliver a one-shot kill to a 4th order boss. However, it's cumbersome, tiresome, and highly exhausting. Ilo isn't obsessed with her kill count, so she'd rather use all her strength to restrain. With a downward press from her hand, the star river trembled and temporarily trapped the 4th order bosses. At this time, Rakshasa and Xilu made their moves. Xilu activated dragon mode, breathing out dragon flames and producing sharp claws from his hand. Rakshasa, with his 3 heads and 6 arms, activated unparalleled harvest mode. In combination with others, Rakshasa's killing efficiency was even higher than Yuda's under opening the shackles. He was originally a high-damage, high-speed warrior. Hong Yi, just pitched in a little, for her ghost market had been severely damaged. Duolai directly flew up to the sky, laughing as he hurled down balls of red fire, and the slime underneath his mouth was wide open, pushed to its limits. Crack! Earth Rock Dragon, War Golem, Fear Demon. Several 4th order bosses that rushed towards Duolai froze in their tracks, as rifts of shattered space spread from both sides towards the center. Eventually, the whole area collapsed and fell, as if bitten and swallowed by a giant mouth. General Duo Lai once again achieved the highest kill count. Current kills by Duo Lai, 712. Current kills by Rakshasa, 815. Duo Lai. At the same time, in different areas, the punishment army was still struggling to break through the waves and march. All of a sudden, the red fog seems to be thinning. Am I imagining things? Lord Kang Lang looked around, muttering to himself. Lord Kuang Dao chugged an advanced potion and gazed around. It does seem like the red fog is dissipating. In just a few tenths of seconds, the red fog had faded from dense to thin. Although the red mists floating in the air were still abundant compared to the outside world, visibility had significantly improved. The eerie and ominous feelings that had been hovering in their hearts were gradually fading away. The ground was still dry and broken, but the strange dark red patterns on it were disappearing. Lord Kuang Dao even saw a tender green sprout growing out of a crack in a rock. All these changes confirmed one thing. The nest of filth has been purified. The nest has been eliminated. He looked at Liu Lu. It couldn't be that such a handful of people actually managed to purify the main nest, could it? If several powerful lords combined their efforts, it might be plausible. As the filth waned, the pressure on the expeditionary team greatly reduced. After all, this team only had a little over 100 members and weren't very noticeable in the monsters' eyes, at least not attractive enough to draw thousands of monsters to continuously attack. It was the existence of the land of filth that attracted all the monsters. But now, the monsters began to scatter and rush towards more attractive areas. The nest of filth has been eliminated. Now, it's our turn to fight back. Kill all these monsters, we can't let them escape. Charge! Roar, charge! After a moment of shock, the lords were invigorated. No matter how the nest was purified, at least their mission was completed, and the crisis in Shilling Town was resolved. They didn't need to worry about whether to desert or not anymore. They are the heroes. Now, they just needed to do a little bit of cleaning up and exterminate these high-order monsters to prevent them from harming the territories around. Otherwise, once these monsters dispersed, even a few third orders leading a group could threaten a newly developed territory. As strong individuals, they should come to the rescue of their juniors whenever possible. Slaughtering high-order monsters could also yield rare remnant souls and materials, so it's a win-win situation. With the command given, each army soul corps rushed in like a giant blade slicing through the vast tide of monsters, tearing them apart fiercely. The territory of Shilling Town. Many newly appointed territories had fallen. During the previous Red Fog Disaster Moon stage, wave after wave of monster attacks had exerted a lot of pressure on many new territories. The emergence of the nest of filth was just the final straw that broke the territories. Some territories were ravaged by the monster tide. Yet more saw their lords hastily retreating as they sensed the worsening situation. But where could they retreat to at this point? Shilling Town couldn't save them either, so they had no choice but to abandon their base and return to Langxing. In some unnamed territory, the earth walls collapsed, watchtowers and arrow towers were blown apart, and thousands of monsters flooded in, devouring everything within. In the sky, several azure birds and Tai Ching birds circled, warding off the attacking monsters with cyclones of turquoise winds, their eyes scanning measure by measure below. There are no survivors left in this territory. Yuan sighed, shifting his view to another territory. Meanwhile, a forest was moving in the vast wilderness. In the forest, green cocoons hung from the robust trunks of tall trees, encasing survivors. Most of them were unconscious, but they were still breathing. Carrying those people, the moving forest rushed non-stop to another location. At the foot of a mountain, tens of kilometers away from the nest of filth region, Duo Lai and his party, after killing most of the fourth order monsters, took a brief rest here and waited for Liu Lu and others to join them. Now, can we finally enjoy opening the loot? Duo Lai rubbed his hands together, pulling out the treasures they had gathered earlier. There was a lot of loot. High-order monsters produced rare-level remnant souls and materials after death. Duo Lai grabbed a lot of them, including high-tier food ingredients like the Earth Rock Dragon, thanks to his dimensional space, a space that increases in size as his level goes up. After all, not even the best storage equipment could fit the head of an Earth Rock Dragon. But Duo Lai had managed to cram in dozens of high-tier food ingredients. He was so excited that tears rolled down his beak. It seems that these ingredients are quite tainted. Everyone else can't eat them, so I'll gladly take them. However, what upset Duo Lai was that there was too much soul sand scattered all over the ground. He simply didn't have the capacity to pick all of it up. In the grand scheme of things, General Duolai had taken a huge loss. He could only console himself by eating one earth rock dragon at a time. I've got 36 pieces of rare material, more than 20 rare level remnant souls, and countless common level remnant souls. The most precious remnant soul is a rare 3-star poisonous spider queen. What an ugly remnant soul. Following that, Duolai brought out all the loot boxes and light orbs. In addition to 4 blue orbs, there were 7 green orbs and 4 white orbs. Duolai eagerly opened up the white and green orbs. Alert, you have obtained Soul Crystal X3. Alert, you have obtained Burning Staff, rare. Alert, you have obtained Miracle Blueprint Fountain of Life, rare. All sorts of items were obtained, with the blueprint of the Fountain of Life being the most precious. After all, it could be used to construct a miracle building, and the vitality spring water it produced was a raw material needed by Lord Yuan to produce potions. After opening these white and green orbs, Duolai's expression turned serious. He killed some nearby monsters to calm his nerves, then used water flow to wash his hands and face before recalling Laney's usual demeanor when using the miracle blueprints. This is how Lord typically opens boxes. It's time. Behold the power of Bentuo. Open. Pointing and clicking, Duolai swiftly opened all 4 orbs. Alert, you have obtained Hero's Proof, Special. Alert, you have obtained Manufacturing Blueprint Thunder Flame Cannon, Excellent. Alert, you have obtained Miracle Blueprint Warrior Arena, Excellent. Alert, you have obtained Building Upgrading Stone, Excellent. Duolai, gurgle. He looked at Ilo. So, do these treasures seem precious to you? Ilo, you don't know? Duolai, I know a bit actually. I'm definitely certain that the miracle blueprints are valuable. As Duolai was opening loot boxes as a hero, all the way in Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan was also receiving notifications in real time. The system alerts one after another popped up on his panel, and alert sounds incessantly ringing in his ear. Looking at these treasures and carefully checking each one, a smile appeared on his face. The rarity of the hero's proof is beyond doubt, even the top lords wouldn't think it's too much. The Taishan Covenant platform also had the hero's proof available for exchange, but the required contribution points were too high. When Mu Yuan had viewed it before, he didn't dare exchange it. Now that he had obtained one, he certainly wouldn't sell it. Within the Tianyuan territory, there were many suitable candidates for the promotion to hero. Any of them selected had a 99% chance of passing the trial with a perfect rank. After all, the situation now was different from before. When Deadbone and Duolai took the trial in the past, their powers were too weak. Even with the rules balanced in the trial space, they were still greatly disadvantaged from the start. But now, if one of the top dozen generals within Tianyuan were to enter, they would have a significant advantage right from the start. As long as they weren't incompetent, achieving a perfect score wouldn't be difficult. Mu Yuan contemplated who to select for the trial. Liu Lu seems to be a good fit. Whether in terms of qualifications, contributions, strength, or position, Liu Lu was undoubtedly one of the top choices amongst the generals. With him being a hero, Liu Lu would also be able to play a bigger role in the city defense battle. Other treasures. Blueprint Thunder Flame Cannon, excellent. Note: 1. The Thunder Flame Cannon is a standard city defense weapon of the ancient Shenghuang Empire, which uses the fusion of thunder and fire to make the cannonball explode, producing a decent range of damage. At the same time, the Thunder Flame Cannon has been improved over generations, making its manufacturing process relatively simple and cost-effective. Note: 2. This manufacturing blueprint contains all the workmanship of the city defense weapon Thunder Flame Cannon, rare. Moreover, by integrating this blueprint into the miracle building of forging, the manufacturing time of this weapon can be drastically shortened through miracle forging. The shortening rate depends on the forger and the forging building. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. City defense weapons and defense buildings are somewhat similar. The difference is that the Thunder Flame Cannon is not a miracle building. It cannot be built quickly, repaired immediately, or controlled on a macro level. Nor can it increase its power through level up. But the Thunder Flame Cannon can be mass-produced. With a core blueprint, the manufacturing time should not be too long. This weapon would be perfect for Tianyuan territory in its current state. After all, the number of capable soldiers in Tianyuan territory is still too few. It's quite a strain to hold such a long line of city walls. If we could set up enough Thunder Flame Cannons, it could change this predicament. This is for crowd control, unlike the arrow tower which can target individual monsters. If tens of thousands of monsters in a tight attack, the role that the arrow tower can play is minimal. With monsters lined up in rows for the arrow tower to shoot at, it is uncertain how long it would take to exterminate them. The killing power of the Thunder Flame Cannon is probably much stronger than the existing level 3 arrow tower. In that case, the building upgrading stone that was just produced should be used on the blacksmith's shop. Upgrading the blacksmith's shop does not mean that it can forge excellent grade equipment. The main purpose of upgrading is to speed up forging and expand production. However, the main factor limiting the output of the blacksmith's shop is the shortage of formal forging masters. There is only Master Li. Master Li is highly skilled among forging masters, and he has a chance to forge excellent grade equipment as long as he has suitable materials. But the rest are all apprentices, most of whom have been learning for less than 2.5 months and are currently only able to make a few relatively simple standard equipment. But now with the manufacturing blueprint, the apprentices can participate in the manufacturing of the Thunder Flame Cannon. At this time, upgrading the blacksmith's shop is worth it. The next warrior arena is a higher level version of the training field. But it is not just a training and combat facility. The warrior arena has 3 main abilities. Incorporates immense space. Provides buffs such as advanced concentration, reduced consumption, bravery, etc. Within the hero arena, no matter how lethal the attack, the combatant's life force will be locked at the last resort. This lock can be activated up to 30 times, with 3 activations guaranteed. A competition ground of excellent grade is enough for the officers in the territory to toss around without any worries. Arranging the evolution ritual in this competition ground is also a good idea. Yuan pondered. Half a day later, Duo Lai, Ilo, Lu Lu and others returned triumphantly with their spoils of war. Tianyuan territory had also exterminated a large number of invading monsters and was taking inventory of the harvest, the entire territory enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Duo Lai was already preparing for a banquet, ready to start the feast. The ingredients were of course harvested just now, and some healthy goods could be picked out from them. At the same time, deep in the wilderness far to the north of the territory, General Deadbone was walking alone, blending in with the ubiquitous swarm of monsters, unnoticed. Chapter 255, The Legendary Battle and the Dragon Gate List Update. In the depths of the wilderness, red mist swirled. Deadbone used the power of artistic conception to wrap himself, reducing his own sense of existence to the absolute minimum. Even if he entered the land of filth, he could avoid attracting the attention of the surrounding lower-level monsters. Until it truly took action. It spread the realm of the dead around, eliminating the additional effects of this realm, and only retained the most basic and pure realm power. The invisible realm power affected the surroundings. Deadbone, using the realm as a medium, secretly sprinkled the power of life ebbing away. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, as if the plague was gradually accumulating. When the high-order monsters in the realm sensed that something was wrong, Deadbone detonated this hidden power. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands of monsters within the land of filth, had their life forces collapse like a breaking dam and fell to the ground in just 2 or 3 seconds. Their skin and flesh rotted away, only their white bones remained. Until this moment, the entire land of filth remained peaceful. Deadbone withdrew his power, laying his hand on the root of corruption. After several dozen seconds, it took away the reward granted by heaven and earth and walked out nonchalantly. Along the way, this was the 3rd root of corruption it managed to purify. Its main purpose of this trip was exploration, but if it discovered a root of corruption that it could purify during its journey, it would take action. It also found some treasure lands rich in resources. As soon as the Red Fog disaster moon ended, it could lead its troops here, occupying these treasure lands. There are several areas where powerful monsters are suspected to exist. Deadbone, after all, was not a god. When probing deeper into the wilderness, it maintained prudence and carefulness, as if walking on thin ice. It knew it was still too weak and could not afford to be careless. It slowly explored the map, circled the suspected dangerous areas, and sent them to its domain. That way, by arranging battle falcons to act as scouts on a few necessary routes, it could receive information in advance when any accident happens and wouldn't be caught off guard. It thought. Suddenly, the surrounding monsters seemed to have received some kind of command and swarmed in a certain direction. A strong roar resonated from the distance. The earth trembled, and cracks spread out. Deadbone noticed that the energy between heaven and earth was becoming chaotic, rising like a tsunami, converging toward a certain area. It cast a glance, its eyes flickering with soul flame. In the remote sky, there were two tiny black dots. They were not flying creatures but two figures standing tall in the sky, like people standing on the ground. The figure on the left seemed to be a swordsman. He held a sword in one hand and stood proudly amidst everything. The figure on the right was much taller. He wore radiant treasure armor and wielded a massive flail. Through the uncovered parts of his skin, one could vaguely make out his green skin. When Deadbone was staring, some information popped up. Goblin Prince, ... Level, ... This was a monster, hence it could see its basic information, which was a rule from the eternal world. Deadbone did not meet its gaze directly, instead, it stealthily observed from the corner of its eyes. It completely concealed its own breath, silent as a pile of dead bones. Meanwhile, far away, about a dozen kilometers from there, summoned by a creature from the legendary realm, monsters swarmed toward the human swordsman like a tide. Their eyes grew increasingly red, and they roared in anger. The quickest to rush were a group of flying monsters. There were many types: harpies, gargoyles, lightning dragons, fearful evil bats, and so on. Despite their diverse types, they gathered in a threatening manner, dark and dense like a cloud. The monsters on the ground also made brave charges despite the danger. These unorganized underlings, no matter how many they are, make no difference. The human swordsman simply extended a hand and made a sword gesture. The next moment, a humming sound echoed throughout the world. Suddenly, everything became incredibly moist. As the human swordsman lunged with his sword, the azure sword light enveloped the elements of heaven and earth and grew tenfold, 100-fold, and 1,000-fold within mere moments. It transformed into several magnificent rivers hanging in the sky. The river roared and meandered. Several surging celestial rivers scoured the surroundings, engulfing every monster in its path, sweeping them into the celestial river. Even third-order and fourth-order powerful monsters struggled in the celestial river, unable to extricate themselves and gradually sinking in. At this time, the Goblin Prince made his move. His weapon was a flail, already grotesque and huge. The golden hammer flung out in the air suddenly enlarged 100 times, like a golden meteor, crashing down with a boom. However, the descending speed of the meteor flail gradually slowed down and was covered with a thin mist. The mist in the air exploded with a bang, and several dull and roaring explosions were heard in the hazy area. Half a moment. Bang! One of the celestial rivers of water collapsed, half of it turned into water mist, the mist then condensed into water droplets, the droplets then aggregated into several hanging water swords, like soldiers arrayed on both sides of the human legend. The remaining half fell like rain, forming ponds and streams on the ground in an instant. And the flail of the goblin legend flew out. Behind him, several 100-meter-high peaks cracked with a creak, one of them almost completely split off. It was then that Deadbone got a clear look. The mountains weren't real mountains but mountains of domain. The Goblin Prince relied on the mountains, and the rolling mountains around him were his domain. The human legend trod on the celestial river, turning the land around him into his water domain. In this skirmish, it seemed that both the celestial river and mountain suffered, however, even as the mountain cracked, and the celestial river collapsed, it reformed into water swords and ground rivers. The river remains the same. With Deadbone's vision and understanding of the realm, he could directly discern. The Tianhe domain is far larger than the Goblin Prince's domain. But even the rolling mountains of the Goblin Prince's domain radiate at least 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers around. Far stronger than its realm of the dead. The two are entirely not on the same level. Deadbone indeed considered constantly upgrading the realm of the dead, but as if it was restricted by heaven and earth, before it promoted to legend, no matter what, the realm could only expand a few hundred meters. However, using the spatial shift and flipping of the realm, its range influence was often much larger than just a few kilometers. Not only was the scope larger, the realm of the legendary goblin was more real, so real that Deadbone didn't identify at first glance that the two domains had already begun to collide. The legendary realm is too powerful, truly too powerful. If I became a legend, no matter how it plans, the chances of victory are extremely slim. It truly is still too weak. Compared to Sword Saint Tianhe, this king is still a little inferior. The Goblin Prince glared directly ahead. He advanced into the legendary realm far earlier than this human race Sword Saint. Years ago, when he first fought against Sword Saint Tianhe, he firmly suppressed him, even almost, had a chance to blast this subordinate of Lord Pan Shi to death. However, this human race sword saint seems to have obtained some kind of superior inheritance. The second time they crossed swords, the Goblin Prince discovered that the sword saint had entered the epic life tier and was honored as Tian He. By this time, he was slightly at a disadvantage. And now, endless Tian He rushed against the mountains, the sword light dazzling. The Goblin Prince saw no hope for victory. Despicable humans, despicable Taishan alliance. This king will return. The two domains thundered. The Tian He shook, mountains shattered, thousands of water swords hung in the sky, and meteors fell from the heavens. Deadbone couldn't see the later part of the battle, only energy tides rolled out, covering the sky and emitting continuous thunderous noises. Deadbone vaguely spotted a radiant blue sword light splitting the sky and slicing through the mountains. After a while, the rolling mountains disappeared. Sword Saint Tian He looked at the ravines on the ground and the floating red fog around him, continued to chase deeper without saying much. Deadbone exited the silent state like a dry bone half an hour later, letting out a deep sigh. Shilling Town. Returning from a day and night of war, after countless battles and monster killings, the triumphant Lord Kuangdao and the Punishment Army returned. All the players inside the town cheered and celebrated. They were quite aware of the dangers of the Nest of Filth, and those who didn't, had it explained by other players in vivid detail. If the Nest of Filth was allowed to grow, Shilling Town possibly couldn't be defended. By then, they would have had to become fleeing soldiers, strategically retreating, or in the worst case scenario, might even have been killed in battle. Now, there's no need to worry. Some seasoned lords regretted, if we had known it would be so straightforward to conquer it, we wouldn't have made excuses to stay in Shilling Town, damn it. It seemed that the casualties among the returning powerful, including Lord Kuangdao, were quite minimal, only a few third-order generals had fallen. This was practically a flawless victory. The old fishing man and the Lord of Shilling Town welcomed Lord Kuangdao and his companions, and held a victory banquet. The entire town was filled with a festive and cheerful atmosphere. But Kuangdao, Kang Lang, and the others looked around and still couldn't see the figures of Liu Lu, Yuda and others. They looked at the Lord of Shilling Town, Kui Long, and asked, "Where are the other reinforcement big shots?" Kui Long. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Aren't the reinforcements for Shilling Town you guys? Kuangdao, Kang Lang, and the others were confused too. They became careless. They didn't ask Liu Lu for contact information, just assuming that they would definitely meet in Shilling Town to get to know the lords behind Liu Lu and Yuda. Who would have thought they wouldn't encounter them? In the areas hundreds of kilometers around, besides Shilling Town, there are no other military encampments. Even if the reinforcements happened to pass through the area and weren't stationed in Shilling Town, they should have returned to the town for rest and resupply, right? During the Red Fog disaster moon period, it was impossible to stay outside for a long time. Lord Kuangdao contemplated. He couldn't think of anything. The old fishing man also received first-hand news from demonic Flame Wang mysterious reinforcements. The reinforcements sent by Panchi City just arrived in Shilling Town. There aren't any super powerful fighters who can instantly kill fourth-order monsters, and during the Red Fog disaster moon, few lords would travel far. The old fishing man pondered. He suddenly thought of the recent competition in the Dragon Court. After all, he was a senior figure in the Taishan Alliance, even though he hadn't entered legend. He was a high-level member and knew quite a bit of inside information. If it's Tian Yuan, swear to take part, it's not impossible. However, to be able to slay more than 10 fourth-order bosses, the great constructor of his house has grown to such an extent, young people are amazing. No wonder Tian Yuan could wreak havoc in the Dragon Court competition. With such a fierce great constructor at hand, who could stop him? The ability to cultivate such a great construct, the old fishing man had a feeling of growing old. Oh, he was indeed old. Kuangdao and others, having failed to get any information from Lord Kui Long, couldn't help but ask for insights from this elder. The reinforcements might just be beckoned by this old man. Don't underestimate the old man's connections. The old fishing man chuckled, "You'll meet when the opportunity comes." So who exactly are the reinforcements? Please don't be an enigma man, senior. Even though the identity of the mysterious lord was a puzzle, the fighting prowess of two super strong characters, Liu Lu and Yuda, were vividly imprinted on the minds of the other lords. Probably unforgettable for a lifetime. These two were definitely big shots among the four-order ones, having cultivated an unrivaled killing technique that is unachievable for ordinary 4th order peak strongmen. They might never possess such combat power in their lifetime. The next day, Panchi City. Compared to the slightly tense atmosphere in major towns like Shilling Town, Panchi City remained as it always was, largely unaffected by the red fog disaster moon. Within the city, countless players with inadequate strength, unable to venture out, could only work odd jobs, stroll around the city, and chat with other players. The new Longmen list leaderboard is out. So soon? The last one was released barely half a month ago. The Longmen list leaderboard isn't updated at a fixed interval. The frequency of update depends on how much the list changes. If the list changes fast, the updates would come frequently, and vice versa. An old prophetic player was explaining this to a green hand, saying, "You rookies still have a lot to learn. You now have some free time, buy a copy of the Longmen Business Report." Not far away, a line had already formed in front of the one-handed Chamber of Commerce shop. Being a 4th order peak strongman was unattainable to most players, and they may not even understand how powerful a 4th order peak strongman is. But, that didn't stop them from standing around gossiping and watching the show. The 4th order peak might be far-fetched, but by glancing at the Longmen list, doesn't the distance seem closer? This is training the character of a strong person in advance. Some players placed the Longmen commercial report at their home, right in front of their forces who yet to awaken their spiritual wisdom. More looks, absorb some strong vibe. Some powerful players aim to make the Longmen list their life's goal, striving and pushing forward. They scrutinized the list even more closely and understood the military achievements described. The demonic flame Wang Qi ranking moved up by 6 places. He's been on the Longmen list for a few years now, right? Among those who have stayed the longest, a legend is expected. The new newcomer to the list is the Xian Dragon Descendant, ranked 93rd, under the BA Long territory. Wait a minute, the BA Long territory. Isn't that a rising star territory that's only been established for 2 or 3 years? Worthy of its rising star status. It is said that Lord Wuji is the strongest among the rising stars in the game. But he probably doesn't have any public records, so he hasn't made the list. Older players were discussing passionately, their eyes gradually moving upwards on the list. Suddenly, they saw 2 new titles in the top rankings of the list. Is it the first time on the list, and they're already in the top 50? N0.49, Giant Spirit God. Record, with the strength of a man, he directly defeated the onrushing 4th order mountain giant and swept through thousands of troops, annihilating thousands of elite monsters in a short time. Affiliated territory, unknown. This title is a bit wild. But after reading the record, the experienced players all fell silent. Of course, they knew how terrifying a mountain giant was. Even a giant dragon wouldn't dare to confront a charging mountain giant head-on. But not only did this giant spirit god dare to do so, he seemed to have also destroyed the mountain giant with one strike. How immense that power must be! But why not call him the giant power god? However, compared to giant spirit god, another new addition to the list made everyone shout holy shit, and that's impossible. Number 23, One Punch Martial Madness. Record, with his fist ruling the world, a single punch is enough to kill a 4th order boss, and he once killed 16 4th order bosses in 30 seconds, manifesting an invincible posture. Affiliated territory, unknown. Experienced players. Is this record actually reasonable? It's like they've never seen a 4th order boss. How could a 4th order boss possibly be killed like a chicken? But this Longmen list is authenticated by the one-handed Chamber of Commerce, there is no possibility of fraud. A 4th order peak strongman who isn't on the list isn't necessarily weak, some just lack public recognition. But strongmen on the list are incredibly powerful, have the potential to become legends. That's the credibility of the Longmen list. Somewhere, B.A. Long was reading the latest issue of the Longmen Business Report, nodding in satisfaction at the appearance of one of his generals. Although characters like Tian Yuan Guy's Frost Giant Dragon, Blue-Haired Girl, and Black Armor Epic should be able to make it onto the leaderboard with appropriate battle highlights, but they have not yet. Basically, it means my B.A. Long territory is ahead. But, when B.A. Long saw the military achievements of strong people like Giant Spirit God and One Punch Martial Madness, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Wo Taixuan really is full of talents. Chapter 256, 4th Level Territory, 9-4 Order. Outside the Tianyuan territory, the faint red mist swirled and rolled, showing no signs of thinning. However, around the edges of the territory, monsters were not yet densely packed. Hundreds of storm falcons and azure birds swooped and circled, with the main army striking out now and then, sweeping the land clean. Occasionally, in the area to the south of the territory, where the guiding landmark stood, a light white mist would arise, revealing the pale and terrified faces of countless people. The number of refugees guided here in the initial phase was sparse, with only a handful of people arriving each day. However, in the past 2 or 3 days, the number of incoming refugees had been surging. The daily influx of refugees had reached several dozen, even hundreds. While this was beneficial to Tianyuan territory, it was certainly not good news. More and more territories are either falling or being abandoned. When a territory fell, its citizens became refugees. Survivors who could live long enough to escape a certain distance were sometimes given guidance by the world rules. However, this was too unlikely. There was not much Yuan could do. He dispatched his treeman troops to the rescue, but this was only possible when his own forces were not depleted. Shilling Town also carried out some humanitarian rescue efforts, but their capabilities were limited. After all, the larger the flow of people, the more likely it is to attract monster attacks. Many lords were not willing to take such risks without any benefits. Inside Tianyuan territory, the construction was still in full swing. The Black Rock City wall of the rare level category had been completed. The intimidating, 13-meter-high wall stretched across the land, instilling a strong sense of security in the citizens. Upon opening his panel, Yuan could see the territory's safety index and the citizens' peace of mind index soaring. The newly led refugees, or those transported by the Treeman Forest, seeing such a wall, gradually started feeling secure. Even when faced with a violent monster tide, even if many new survivors had flooded in, the atmosphere in Tianyuan territory remained peaceful. Red Leaf Territory. Staring at the gradually plummeting peace of mind and stability indices, Lord Zhou Ye felt his heart sinking with worry. What he had done wrong, he could not comprehend. He had kept his defenses intact, the monsters not stepping beyond the city walls. However, when the roars of the monsters lurking outside the wall echoed one after another, when the incoming refugees spoke of the horrors they had endured, the citizens within the city could not help but spread a sense of tension, anxiety, and unease. And feelings were contagious. He was beginning to feel anxious himself. The peace of mind index is a minor issue. As long as the territory can be defended and we can survive the Red Fog disaster month, it will eventually rebound. What made him anxious was the abdication of one lord after another in the surrounding areas. Not long ago, he had contacted several lords to form a small alliance, but before the alliance could even begin its duties, it collapsed. With fewer neighboring territories, Red Leaf territory was shouldering an increasing pressure. Fortunately, Brother Yuan to the north seems to be quite powerful. I hope he also has a strong financial foundation and can hire a group of advanced players to assist in the defense. He had, through the channels of his investment group, hired 8 experienced players to assist in the defense. He had also purchased a lot of common and rare level defensive weapons from Panchi City. The goods had just arrived in Shilling Town, so he contacted his manpower in Shilling Town through real-world connections, asking them to publish commissions to hire powerful local teams to escort the goods to his territory. Now, Lord Zhou Ye was no longer aiming for a leap to the top. To him, surviving the Red Fog disaster month peacefully was a victory. For this, he hoped fervently that the lords in his vicinity could be stronger, much stronger. Having a powerful lord nearby would be the best. Brother Yuan, you must hold your ground. Yuan had already stepped into the expanded and upgraded blacksmith shop. Lava-like molten iron flowed from the high furnace, and colossal equipment clanged and clattered, forging some objects. Not far away, a giant half-bodied creature, like a puppet, was suspended in mid-air, its 2 massive mechanical arms humming vigorously, grinding and polishing weapons in front of it. The half-bodied giant was a new piece of equipment that came with the upgraded blacksmith shop. It was called the forging puppet. Manipulating this puppet to forge weapons could save a lot of time and effort. Now, several apprentice blacksmiths were controlling the puppet giants, participating in the production of the Thunder Flame Cannon. Master Li was responsible for forging the key components of the cannon, which significantly enhanced efficiency. Even so, Master Li was still swamped. Many orders for rare equipment had to be postponed. Looking at the situation, Yuan felt he had chosen the wrong legacy profession for Master Li. Instead of a weapon master, he should have chosen a profession with the ability to split into different entities. Just look at Ilo's Starlight avatar, wasn't its utility much more significant than an epic skill? A divide and conquer strategy was the true god technique. The first thunder flame cannon had been completed. A few elite soldiers, who had awakened their self-conscience, carried this defense weapon to the Black Rock City wall. The Black Rock City wall of the rare level was very sturdy, with wide and spacious corridors. They installed the thunder flame cannon on the wall. Master Li carried out simple adjustments as a proven standard defense weapon. The thunder flame cannon had many advantages, one of which was its foolproof operation. Any soldier with a bit of wisdom could learn to operate it after a few hours of practice. Whether they could aim or not, that would depend on the individual. Comparatively, classes like archers or skeleton generals having shooting skills or aiming skills, were naturally more accurate in their shooting. Yuan purposefully let the patrolling soldiers on the front lines let through a batch of monsters. God archers were operating the cannons, firing shot after shot. The shells burst out in dazzling sparks of thunder and flame upon impact. Dust billowed up in the distance. Impressive power. Lord Shepherd evaluated. Regardless of the lethality or the range of damage, they were far superior to arrow towers. Of course, the arrow tower doesn't require an operator, doesn't need to replace ammunition, and can be upgraded. The thunder flame cannon couldn't do any of these things. Their usage cost was also higher than that of the arrow towers, plus, they suffered from wear and tear. After all, they were not a miracle building and thus required at least some science or metaphysical input. Ilo glanced at the materials list. The cost of constructing a thunder flame cannon is about 10 to 12 soul crystals. The price fluctuates according to the principal materials. Much more expensive than an arrow tower. Of course, the cost for constructing a level 3 arrow tower is far from the original 500 grams soul sand and a batch of basic materials. Yuan thought for a while. Make a few dozen to start. Safety first. At present, the main combat corps of Tianyuan territory are not strong enough. If the monster tides are too many, they might be exhausted to death. Having a few dozen thunder flame cannons should be enough to alleviate the pressure. Even if they are not used, it will not be a loss. The greatest advantage of city defense weapons and defensive buildings is that they are just weapons. If they become outdated, they can be sold to other lords. Even a second-hand cannon, such rare grade weaponry would not lack a market. Just that, even with the blueprint in hand, Master Li's team could only manufacture a limited number in the next couple of days. They would make as much as they could. As for the materials, he would let Sophia and 17 purchase them. Yuan planned out the defense layout of his territory, conducting war simulations in his mind. If the worst scenarios happened, how should Tianyuan territory respond, and could it respond? He had to be prudent and could not afford to take any chances. Were something to go wrong, it would be an enormous loss. In the afternoon, General Deadbone returned, his journey long and weary. Duo Lai prepared a welcome feast for Boss Deadbone. Deadbone gazed at the dragon bone, giant bone, and monster bone on the table that seemed more like tribute and fell silent. The purpose for Deadbone's return was twofold. 1. To take a slight break. Continuous deep exploration into the red fog area would be hard even for a skeleton. The other, more important purpose was that Yuan planned to promote to a 4th level territory. The previous single unfulfilled condition, the amount of territory citizens, was met yesterday afternoon. The upgrade will increase Tianyuan territory's attraction to the monster tide, but this is both a challenge and an opportunity. Since I have fully prepared, it's time to face the challenge directly. Moreover, it's an appropriate stage to upgrade the territory and receive rewards from heaven and earth. It would allow Tianyuan territory's high-end combat power to surge a great deal. One is an increase in danger. Another is an increase in combat power. Taking both into account, Yuan felt that after upgrading, his territory might be even more stable and safer. Therefore, he summoned Deadbone, Sophia, and 17, who is far away in Shilling Town, to come back. However, coming back from Shilling Town is a long journey, and the town also needed someone to guard it, so for the time being, only 17 was summoned to come back. When everything was ready, Yuan thought to himself, upgrade. Ding! Tip, soul crystals have been deducted. Tianyuan territory, level 3 territory, is upgrading. Yuan's vision became elevated. The boundaries on the territory map were rapidly expanding. Under the Lord/Hero's vision, the white fog on the edge receded, revealing more areas in sight. But in reality, at the far end of the land, the red fog that floated between the heavens and the earth was also progressively receding. The locations where the red fog retreated corresponded to the expanding territory boundaries. Beyond the territory, red fog shrouded. Within the territory, there was a peaceful land. After a moment. Ding! Tip, Tianyuan territory has been promoted to a 4th level territory, advanced town. Prompt, you have received a level 4 territory boost. Prompt. Like level 3 territory, level 4 also maintains town level status, with not much difference and no unlocking of new construction blueprints. The main enhancements lie in territory gains and building level limits. Meanwhile, the territory radius has been expanded by 1.5 times, thus greatly stratifying the strategic depth under the aid of a god-elevated vision within their territory radius. Unaffected by the red fog, it's undoubtedly easier to fight compared to battles outside territory boundaries. Back at the level 3 territory, there wasn't much land outside the city walls. But now, with the upgrade to level 4, the external area is spacious enough to function as a battlefield. In this way, they can take advantage of the visibility, to remove high-order monsters and wisdom monsters from the monster tide. Yuan pondered this and soon, the brilliant descending rays from heaven graced their lands. Anywhere it fell within his territory, all inhabitants of the Tianyuan territory received the blessing. From Little Skeleton to the Lord of Death remains, weak or strong, everyone's level began to rise. They showed significant progression. At the very least, all of them have broken through one minor level. Duo Lai, as the level carry of Tianyuan territory, has moved from level 4 of 4th order to level 5 of 4th order. At the 4th order leadership stage, there are challenges to small level advancements, so breakthrough stagnation isn't complete, but spending several months stuck is typical. However, all bottlenecks before the legend cease to exist in the face of epic life. Following Duo Lai, General Deadbone and Ilo progressed from level 1 of 4th order to level 2 of 4th order, ranking 2nd and 3rd in Tianyuan territory respectively. Combat power levels of the trio, Duo Lai, Deadbone, and Ilo, have increased marginally, but just wait. Until now, Tianyuan territory has only had 3 people at the 4th order leader level. The next highest levels belong to individuals like Sophia, Rakshasa, Lulu. The level of the higher ranking individuals has just entered LV39, while the lower ranking individuals are at LV37, LV38. It seems that they are not far from the 3rd order peak complete fulfillment, but with normal soul sand cultivation, even Sophia, who has the highest level, would need at least half a month to reach this stage. That is too long. It is important to remember that it is the time of the red fog disaster moon, as the catastrophe is getting worse. Even a single day's advance into the 4th order will allow a much greater contribution. At this moment, with the falling brilliance light, battalion leaders like Sophia reach the stage of great perfection one after another. Meanwhile, within the distant breakthrough dojos, powerful auras rise. More and more elite soldiers of the Tianyuan territory began to step into the 2nd order realm. Without a doubt, when the number of 2nd order fighters in the Army Soul Corps increases from just a handful or dozens to hundreds or even 200, the overall combat power of the troop is multiplied several times over. Yuan also digests his own advancement. That night, Sophia and several other 3rd order peak generals began using perfect breakthrough stones, which they had prepared in advance, to break into the 4th order. The whole process was incredibly smooth, with no bumps in the road. Prompt, your troops Sophia have stepped into the 4th order leader level. Prompt, your troops Rakshasa have stepped into the 4th order leader level. Prompt. Prompt. Sophia, Rakshasa, Hongyi, Xilu, Lulu, and 17 a total of 6 Tianyuan division generals broke through in this round of leveling up. Before breaking through, the combat power of Lulu was at most comparable to the 4th order limit. While he had a dominating advantage over most 4th orders, taking out a 4th order opponent in a one-on-one battle was still tough and usually took 2 to 3 moves. But after the breakthrough, their physical, spirit, and energy levels have exploded. With greater power to drive the use of epic abilities, their combat power has soared multiple times. Now we have a total of 9 4th order epics. With this much power to fight against the monster tide, it should be pretty stable, right? After breaking through, the generals exchanged a few moves in the newly built warrior arena to familiarize themselves with their new powers. Afterwards, they all returned home and went back to their normal routines. Sophia went back to Langxing to continue accumulating remnant souls. During this period, affected by the red fog disaster moon, the price of remnant souls kept dropping. She wouldn't miss such an opportunity. 17 traveled alone across the now dangerous wilderness region and reached Shilling Town within half a day. He continued to preside over his trading post. Mu Yuan then took out the hero's proof. He wanted to use it on Liu Lu 2 days ago. However, after discussing it with Liu Lu, he decided to wait until Liu Lu progressed to the 4th order before conducting the hero trial. This is being prudent. Even if Liu Lu's trial had a 99.9% success rate, it would be worth making it even more secure. Chapter 257, Hero Trial, Matching Mode. Prompt: You have used the special object the hero's proof on the recipient fearless commander Liu Lu. Mu Yuan's consciousness continuously ascends, penetrating layer after layer of cloudy mysteries, finally entering a new world. His field of vision becomes incredibly broad, overlooking mountains and fields. There are towering fortresses standing majestically, with countless strong shooters, imperial guards, halberd guards, mages, and other elite warriors stationed on the walls, watching the distance attentively. However, when Mu Yuan's gaze moved higher, what he saw was threads of red mist floating between heaven and earth, and a pale blood moon hanging above the towering pass. Even in the daylight, it was still visible. Eerie and ominous. The entire field of vision seemed to be bathed in red. Liu Lu stood on top of the towering fortress. On both sides were the elite warriors in formation. With his experience and eyesight, he was able to discern that the majority of these soldiers had reached the elite level, making them bona fide veteran elites. The soldiers were mostly dressed in silver armor or robes, prominently featuring the emblem of the pure white sword. In front of the central tower, there were 3 strong figures in treasure armors. Apparently, they were commanding officers. Their treasure armors also bore the conspicuous emblem of the pure white sword. Apart from these individuals, there were a few formidable figures in the distance, whose aesthetics conflicted with those of the surrounding officers and soldiers. An elven ranger holding a bow with a handsome appearance. A tower-like brawny man wearing a door-bored greatsword and red treasure armor. A human mage holding a ruby staff, wearing a robe that tended to a light red palette. A warrior, the top half of his body bare, twisting muscles marked by crimson streaks and golden pupils. Without intuition, just by the style and appearance, as well as valuable equipment apparent at first glance, Liu Lu was able to identify that these 4 were all formidable individuals. His own aesthetic didn't fit in with his surroundings either. After all, he was clad in black armor and carrying a giant shield while standing amidst a group of soldiers in silver armor, naturally standing out from the crowd. Liu Lu did not speak, observing his surroundings. Ding! Prompt: Hero Trial Stone Mountain Fortress Defense has begun. Trialists will assume the role of reinforcements to assist the fortress defense. You must hold out for at least 10 days. Prompt: Killing enemy forces can earn gold. Trialists can use gold to supplement troops and supplies at the Stone Mountain Fortress. Prompt: During the trial period, the trialists will have temporary hero power. Prompt: In total, there are 5 trialists for this trial. Prompt: The hero's trial officially begins. Time, which had been stagnant, seemed to officially flow from this moment on. Liu Lu looked behind him. He now possessed hero power and understood that he had a close connection with these 100 soldiers behind him. He could command these soldiers as easily as moving his own limbs. He could also open up the panel to examine the information of the various types of soldiers. Liu Lu opened it to take a look. Inside were 50 imperial guards, 25 halberd guards and 25 strong shooters, all at the initial level of elite. As a lord himself, he was quite familiar with types of soldiers like imperial guards and halberd guards. The starting state was not bad. He then looked at the other trialists. Like himself, they also began with 100 soldiers of different types. There were wood elf shooters, griffins, nuns, mages, etc. Different armies were distinguished by different attire and emblems. Thank you for lending a hand to my pure white kingdom in this time of crisis. The NPC, who looked like the main general, was mechanically reciting the opening lines. Very mechanical. However, neither Liu Lu nor the other 4 trialists spoke up to interrupt, or said anything out of context with their personas. The soldiers and officers in the hero trials are mostly rigid, only executing orders mechanically, but it cannot be ruled out that NPC officers would respond differently based on the behavior of the trialists. Some foolish trialists might stumble on this. And here, probably due to Liu Lu's high level, the matched trialists are obviously not weaklings. Judging by Mu Yuan's experience, they were all above 3rd order. After the main general had finished detailing the situation, everyone was then free to act. This was presumably the preparation time given to the trialists in the early stage. Several trialists exchanged glances, descended from the fortress, and entered a nearby tea house. The tower-like brawny man carrying the door-board greatsword couldn't help but speak up. "You all are trialists, right? Are there teammates in the hero trials?" The mage picked up the conversation. "My lord mentioned that some trials allow troop reinforcements through hiring previous generation trialists, like the renowned Dragon Hunt, but the hires are merely the projections of previous trialists. You guys are clearly not projections." The Elven Ranger, Ababa. This kid obviously hadn't awakened his self-consciousness, wanted to speak but didn't know how. His face showed an aggrieved expression. Lu gave an ambiguous response. "I've also heard about the Dragon Hunt, it's said to be a difficult trial." At this time, the half-naked, golden-eyed young warrior, suspected of possessing dragon blood, chimed in. He held his head high, a faint smile of superiority at the corner of his mouth. "The Dragon Hunt is difficult, but that's in the past. Now, the Dragon Hunt is the easiest trial scenario to achieve perfect evaluation, without a doubt, because..." Noticing the curious looks from the other trialists, the dragon descendant stopped beating around the bush. "Because in the Dragon Hunt, there is a projection of a previous generation trialist with extremely terrifying combat power. As long as you find and hire her, defeating the final boss is a piece of cake." They knew about that? This dragon descendant has a rather significant background. The burly man, the mage, and the elf all expressed surprise. Liu's acting skills were limited, but he was wrapped in armor from head to toe, so he didn't need to act. A simple display of surprise would do. The dragon descendant's smile broadened. He continued, "We are not projections, but we've just encountered a very rare match pattern. Although this situation is rare, it has happened a few times in history. Sometimes there are 2, sometimes 3, and in the most extreme case, there were 11 trialists conducting the trial in the same space. Judging from the trial mission, we are collaborators rather than competitors. This is relatively lucky. Of course, for us, passing the trial has never been difficult. What I pursue is a perfect evaluation. Likewise, I believe you also want to strive for a high-level evaluation." He turned his gaze to the mage, the burly man, and Lu. As for the Elven Ranger who had yet to awaken their self-awareness, the weak one, he merely glanced over. He wanted to establish his own dominance. He was not wrong. The current trial was indeed in cooperation mode and not in the more brutal adversary or hunt mode. But even in cooperation mode, there's also competition. There were 5 trialists, but who could achieve perfect evaluation? Naturally, it would be the most outstanding one, the person who takes charge and commands. "And I am from the great territory of Yuan City." The dragon descendant was influential. Naturally, the burly man and the mage gravitated towards him. Lu also showed an agreement. There's still time and the intelligence is not clear. Like his lord, Lu simulated and made several contingency plans in his mind. As for which one to use, it would depend on the scale of the enemy and the upcoming intelligence. They had yet to meet the enemy. The dragon descendant proposed to explore Stone Mountain Fortress to gather intelligence. Everyone agreed. However, the moment they walked out of the tea house, urgent alarm bells rang out, reverberating across the sky above the fortress. The enemy approached. The trialists could no longer aimlessly wander and quickly went up the city tower. In the distance, a vast army appeared within sight under the red smoke, with tightly sealed ranks as far as the eye could see. On closer inspection, one could see that this army was extremely diverse, harboring all kinds of soldiers, or rather, it seemed to mimic the monster wave in reality, one that was overwhelmingly large. Compared to the monster waves, however, the army that appeared in sight had some form of discipline and wore various types of armor. It seemed like the army mainly consisted of goblin soldiers. Compared to the Stone Mountain Fortress's army, the attacking army looked more like a miscellaneous brand, but there were so many of them, countless in number. It was visually intimidating and oppressive. A burly general of the goblins stepped forward. He was hideous with fangs, terrifyingly grotesque, 3 to 4 meters tall, and held 2 large copper hammers filled with spikes. "I am General Goblin, weak humans, who dares to challenge me?" According to the expectations of the trialists, they would naturally rely on the magnificent city wall and various city defense weapons above it to resist the strong enemy. No matter how powerful this General Goblin, he would not dare to breach the gate alone. However, the commander of the fortress's army seemed to frown upon General Goblin's arrogance and spoke directly. Chen-san, you go and meet him. A officer standing next to the commander promptly accepted the order and leaped off the more than 20 meters high city wall. Tens of seconds later, this unremarkable third-order NPC officer was killed by General Goblin with 2 swings of his hammer. The trio lists. This officer was of third order, but he didn't show any strong aura, obviously not a match. Was he just sent to be killed? However, the commander didn't seem to think he was giving away a free kill but only frowned. Who can defeat this enemy? None of the NPC officers spoke up, but they did not show any fear either. The commander repeated, who can defeat this enemy? The triolists didn't want to respond. General Goblin was clearly not someone to mess with. Besides, they were obviously the defending party, they could just utilize the advantage of their territory for defense. Why should they single-handedly fight the enemy general? As soon as they had this thought, a prompting information floated up. Notice, due to no one stepping up to fight, the morale of Stone Mountain Fortress's army decreases by 10%. Notice, morale decline will affect combat power. The triolists? The soldiers around them were all carved out of one mold, expressionless. There's simply no such thing as morale. But if the trial rules said it exists, then it exists. The towering burly man raised his huge battle sword, which was as large as a door, and vigorously leaped off the city wall. I'll give it a go. The expression of the dragon descendant youth changed slightly, regretting that he was a step late. He was wrong. He wasn't the real fortress army, but a trialist. He was supposed to do things that could improve the trial evaluation. And proactively meeting the enemy's general in battle would naturally increase the trial evaluation. If he could defeat this general, his perfect evaluation would probably be a sure thing. Down by the city gate, the burly man charged in, turning into a streak of red afterimage. He swung his giant sword down. Charging slash. Heavy chopping. Sweeping the army. He used 3 skills consecutively, exerting his full combat power. However, the next moment his face drastically changed. The huge sword of the towering burly man was swept back, with his wrists cracked and his arms trembling. Next moment, the huge copper hammer enlarged in his view. Boom! He was smashed into the ground, with his armor caved in, blood seeping out, almost reduced to a mess. He was out. On the city wall, the trial officers fell silent. Especially the Dragon Keen youth, who regretted a moment ago, was now all sweat. It was close. He would have been the one to die. Chapter 257, Hero Trial, Matching Mode. To be crushed like this, forget about getting a perfect rating, they wouldn't even manage to get a passable one. They couldn't stand a chance, not a chance at all. Exactly when the Steel Tower warrior took action, he realized the gap. This General Goblin is definitely the final boss of this trial. It's reasonable for the final boss to be formidable, but this level of power is simply outrageous. Moreover, in this trial, they could only recruit and accumulate more types of soldiers, they couldn't temporarily power up their own combat abilities. Thinking about it, the final boss being this strong was even more unreasonable. Underneath the fortress, General Goblin was still blustering. Above the fortress, the commander and troops were absolutely terrified. As the second commander fell in battle, morale plummeted. But at this point, they had no choice but to endure and resist. The dragon descendant pondered. The man in black armor beside him stepped forward, "Let me try." Dragon descendant. Before he could even say anything, the man in black armor had already leapt from the high tower wall, reminiscent of the 2 heroic warriors before him. Confused, so utterly confused. Liu Lu slowly approached General Goblin. He couldn't see any information about the general, nor could he tell whether the battle just now had fully showcased the general's strength. He wasn't sure of his victory. But at least he could ensure his own survival. Liu Lu thought, if that's the case, then there was no choice but to fight. He didn't charge forward but instead advanced step by step, adopting the steadiest and most cautious posture with a shield in both hands. Seeing this, General Goblin approached. His stride was like that of a falling meteor, with every step, the ground shuddered, leaving behind distinct palm prints. He raised his copper hammer and struck with a torrential force. Liu Lu seemed to be facing a mountain. This was the power of a mountain, the artistic conception of General Goblin. He seemed to be smashing a mountain down. The face beneath Liu Lu's mask was extremely solemn. He didn't dare to hold back, mumbling by the name of Fearless in his heart, he activated his protection skill. Golden wings stretched out on his shield, manifesting the wings of protection. The very next moment, the copper hammer, which was glowing with earth-yellow energy, fell with a loud bang. Then came the second blow, the third blow, unto the nth blow. The loud clanging noise of the collision between metal echoed from the sturdy shield. Lu Liu's expression changed slightly. Lu Liu's expression looked strange. Lu Liu's expression turned calm. Why is this force? Under the relentless strikes of the massive hammer, the ground beneath Lu Liu gave way little by little, but his stance held steadfast. Is that it? Really, that's it? It was a little bit different from his prediction. Lu Liu muttered a sentence, suddenly exerted his strength. Boom! General Goblin was sent flying, ploughing a trench several tens of meters long in the ground. Lu Liu rushed forward, pulling out a black long spear from behind him. He held the spear single-handedly, channeling his entire strength into the spear shaft. The long spear was like a giant black dragon. He swung it down from several tens of meters away. A giant golden shadow appeared behind Lu Liu, swinging the long spear with the same rhythm but 10 times the size. It precisely hit General Goblin, who had been forced back, and didn't have time to evade. Boom! Dust rose like a wave. The ground shook violently, making a cracking sound. Lu Liu had already reached the enemy lines. Holding his spear, he swept across. The shadow of the fearless giant mountain god ranking appeared once again. A 200 meters long golden giant spear swept through the enemy camp. Just like flipping a chessboard or sweeping toy blocks, a circle of the enemy formation appeared to be crushed instantly in a burst of blood spatter. They react very slowly, somewhat wooden. I can take them down. Lu Liu judged and immediately gave instructions to his 100 subordinates. They executed his commands with absolute loyalty. They opened a side door of the small city and rushed out. Lu Liu was still sweeping through the enemies. He then cast the Venue skill unsettling battlefield, controlling his own troops. A moment later, the dragon descendant also led his own troops out. It was followed by the mage challenger and the elven ranger's troops. After a while, the commander of Stone Mountain Fortress's army also led the main force out of the city. They besieged the numerous enemies who seemed to be in a state of panic. After a while, the enemy army was defeated and fled. The sound gradually distorted, and the scene froze. Ding! Prompt, your soldier, Lu Liu, has passed the hero trial ahead of schedule. Even if you include the preparation chat time before, Lu Liu's entire trial process would not exceed an hour. In a word, fast. Trial summary: in this trial, the exploration degree of map by quasi-hero Lu Liu was 4.399%, the quasi-hero Lu Liu killed the enemy army commander and numerous enemy troops, omitted, due to the fact that in this trial, quasi-hero Lu Liu passed the trial ahead of time by 24,000%, therefore, the rating for this hero trial is perfect. Chapter 258, Mountain Rain is Coming. Yuan predicted that Lu Liu would have a relatively easy time passing the hero trial, but he didn't expect it to be this easy. There was no need for any strategies or upgrades. He was able to defeat the boss right at the start. Upon reflection, it made sense. The hero trial adjusted its difficulty according to the level of the trialist, but this adjustment wasn't necessarily on par with the trialist's level. Those with lower levels faced a considerable disadvantage. When Deadbone first took part in the hero trial, he was merely a greenhand at the apprentice level, and his trial opponents were filled with professional and elite level ones. Lu Liu, on the other hand, is now at the 4th order level, far surpassing the average level of the trialists, especially since this time, it was a multiplayer trial. In a multiplayer balance, Lu Liu's advantage is even greater. Notification: your soldier Lu Liu has been promoted to a hero unit. Notification: hero Lu Liu has received a perfect rating in the trial, which has activated the hero's aura and awakened strategic talent, the fearless and strategic skill will to break the enemy lines. Notification: hero Lu Liu has received the divine weapon, fearless spear and shield. Lu Liu might be a very typical hero, but being typical does not mean weak. He has maxed out all his qualities. The strategic talent, the fearless, is an imparting type of talent. Explanation 1: hero Lu Liu, when training his own soldiers, has a chance to awaken the talent, the fearless, in them. Once this talent is acquired, the soldiers' willpower is enhanced, and they are able to bring out 120% of their combat power at all times. Explanation 2: Whether the soldiers under Lu Liu's command can awaken the fearless talent depends on Lu Liu's training level, training duration, his own level, as well as the level, intelligence, and potential of the soldiers under his command. Moreover, the more soldiers who awaken the fearless talent, the more feedback Lu Liu will receive, which can enhance his own willpower. The strategic skill will to break the enemy lines is an advanced version of his Venue skill unsettling battlefield. Its effect is simple and direct. It allows soldiers under his command to ignite the light of will in a short period of time. Although it is not as strong as the constant self-status of the light of will, and severely injured soldiers will still fall, the duration of this skill is much longer than the light of will. Compared to Dead Bones' Legion of Death, Lu Liu's strategic skill is the most compatible with his own troops. Will to break the enemy lines and Army Soul Embryo. If Dead Bones and Lu Liu's power and the power of the Undead Legion and defensive troops under them are the same, the likely winner could be the defensive troops. The combat power of the defensive troops cannot compare with the Undead Legion naturally, but under Lu Liu's command, it can also definitely bring out a strong force. Tianyuan territory now has 5 heroes, able to share much of the workload. Although, Duo Lai and Xi Lu don't really act like heroes at all. In the following days, peace seemed to have been restored. Tianyuan territory just kept building more watchtowers, arrow towers, and setting up thunder flame cannons one after another. It might be because the front line defense was more robust, or he got used to the pace of the monster tide attacks. Mu Yuan unusually found the environment quite peaceful. The pressure wasn't significant. The situation was easy to handle. He was accustomed to the routine. But Red Fog Disaster Moon still persisted. Whether in the Eternal World or Langxing, this tranquility felt more like the calm before a storm. Mu Yuan controlled Langxing's computer and logged onto the Taishan forum. Newly appointed lords from all areas, half-old lords who had held territories for 1 or 2 years, had basically now become stable. Those who couldn't have been eliminated and retired earlier. This Red Fog Disaster Moon seems to last a bit longer this time. Yet, it's been over a month now, but it still shows no sign of ending. More than half of the territories of the newest lords have been breached in this period. This is quite brutal, it's just bad luck. The ones who are even unluckier are the newest batch. That is, the Green Hands who have started to be selected and entered the Eternal World half a month ago, pure Green Hands, many of them are said to have died. As some old players said so, many people suddenly fell silent. The Eternal World followed a pattern in selecting new players, approximately every half a year. Now, more than 6 months have passed since Mu Yuan stepped into this world. It felt like a very long time ago. Thinking back to the time 6 months ago, on the Simple Selection Forum, Mu Yuan saw the tragic experiences of many Green Hands randomly killed by goblins, grey wolves, or walking corpses. The Green Hands cried out for help. With only 10 one-star soldiers at the start, they couldn't last long in the risky areas. The newest batch of pure Green Hands, compared to them, had a slight advantage, the advantage of information. But they also had a significant disadvantage, environmental disadvantage. The Red Fog Disaster Moon covered all 4 directions, there were no truly low-risk areas in the Eternal World anymore. Many new lords, even if they immediately contacted the local association for help, couldn't hold on until the reinforcement arrived. Most of them couldn't even hold on for 1 hour, or half an hour before they were invaded by monsters and torn to pieces. Mu Yuan had also previously ordered the Battle Falcons to scout around, but could not find any traces of new territories. Although there might be quite a few new players, distributed across the vast Eternal World, they were like droplets of water that could not even ripple when dropped in. The latest batch of Green Hands were the most miserable, they couldn't fight back. The half-year-old Green Hands from the previous batch were also quite tragic. New territories found it hard to withstand the surging monster tide. Lords could indeed request reinforcements, but the support could only help momentarily. If a territory wants to survive in the Eternal World, it has to rely on its own strength in the end. In comparison, we, the veteran players, are quite lucky. However, for the peripheral lords, this Red Fog Disaster Moon is both a crisis and an opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, the lords must have made a fortune after withstanding waves of monster tides. I wish my territory was on the periphery. Unfortunately, it isn't, and all I can do is to station troops in the frontier towns and make some small amount of money. Don't be complacent, this time the Red Fog Disaster Moon is different from the previous years. Moreover, do you really think the peripheral lords are making a lot of money? The prerequisite for making money is the ability to easily exterminate the monsters. Once their territories get damaged, troops die, the loss will be huge, exceeding their income. However, most players, especially veteran players from the mainland, regard this disaster moon as a hunting event. They could gain considerable rewards from both defeating high-order monsters and purifying the land of filth. This aroused the excitement of many players and they exclaimed that such opportunities were rare. Until the nest of filth has been found in the Lanhe town region, the military stronghold of Lanhe has been destroyed, countless players and lords killed. Suddenly, such news ranked top on the hot list of Taishan forum one day. Countless players were horrified. Yuan checked it out. Similar to their Shilling town region, the Lanhe town region also discovered the nest of filth one day. The difference was that an alliance of troops organized by Lanhe town for the expedition and purification of the nest of filth strategically retreated when they found it unfavorable during their first attempt. The second attempt also ended in failure, with heavier losses. On the third day after discovering the nest of filth in the Lanhe town region, this military stronghold was breached by a wave of high-order monsters. Many players and lords were killed, half of the others managed to break through and retreat. The news posted on the forum was very brief. Yuan could visualize heaps of corpses and sea of blood from those few sentences. Level 6 Lord Sandstorm City Lord killed. Level 4 Lord Lanhe killed. Level 4 Lord. The death list announced was already enough to illustrate the severity of the battle. Yuan had seen Shilling town, it had defense capabilities that could surpass Tianyuan territory by a few miles. However, this powerful military stronghold only survived a few hours under the monster tide before it was declared to be broken. It wasn't even able to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. That day, if the lords of their Shilling town region were unable to purify the nest of filth, would the entire Shilling town region follow in the footsteps of Lanhe town region and turn into a dead zone? Yuan suddenly felt a bit scared. He always knew about the disastrous nature of the nest of filth, but it was still not as shocking as directly facing the bloody impact. Not only in the Lanhe town region, in the past few days, nests of filth also appeared in 2 other places and were rooted out in time. But outside the Taishan alliance, in the more foggy wildlands, how many nests of filth were there? Yuan wasn't aware. During deep exploration, the dead bone did not find an area that could be categorized as the nest of filth. Of course, even if it found one, it would be helpless to do anything about it. The more the nest of filth is in the depths of the wild, the harder it is to eliminate and purify it. The ones that will appear will not be on the same scale as those that were previously purified. Not only that, but the density of the red fog in the sky these days is faintly increasing. Yuan's naked eye judgment was not accurate. Ilo performed a more meticulous observation and gave an affirmative answer. On the Taishan forum, the Astronomical Society also issued a warning. Attention! Attention! The intensity of the wave of monsters is rising, it is expected to peak in a few days. Something big was coming. At the same time, in a certain place deep in the twilight plains, inside the belly of a mountain, gears creaking and turning, the tracks on the ground are occasionally highlighted. Players dressed in varying outfits are busy in this secret base, but their expressions are somewhat tired. This is the base of the Shenyao Empire Intelligence Department Eye of Shiny, located in the Twilight Plain region. A thorn pinned on the outskirts of the Taishan Alliance. They were responsible for collecting information and infiltration. In the last few months, they were assigned the highest level task: find and assassinate the Lord Tianyuan. They were once highly regarded, and they even had quite a lot of funding. However, when the red fog disaster moon arrived, and it was unusually fierce, this branch of Eye of Shiny was like an abandoned child, no one paid any attention to them. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded from afar. Dust sprinkled from the ceiling of the Eye of Shiny base. In the office at the center of the base, a man wearing an orange V-face mask was sitting quietly in his office chair. Underneath his mask, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched slightly. Through a special instrument, he observed the outside world from afar. The red fog drifted, monsters surged. When the Eye of Shiny built this base, it invested plenty of resources and set up a high-level enchantment. Even during the red fog disaster moon period, their base wouldn't be eroded by the red fog nor discovered by monsters. They completely hid in the wilderness, going out and returning only through short-distance teleportation arrays. It is very well hidden. But the red fog disaster this year is particularly fierce, the external environment is very unsafe, and the elite scouts from his department have suffered heavy losses recently. An A-grade explorer has been lost again. What worries the branch commander most is that this disaster moon is extraordinary, and it seems that their base is no longer completely safe. They can be affected by battles among monsters. It cannot be ruled out that they could be discovered by high-order intelligent monsters, and at that time, countless scouts from their entire branch will be devoured by monsters. He hoped to be transferred back home and resume work after the red fog disaster moon passed. However, his application was like a stone lost in the sea. The V-Face commander could guess the main reasons. As the red fog disaster moon continues and Langxing is in the stage of imminent fusion, Eye of Shiny has already put its most efforts into these two aspects. No one cares about his small branch anymore. They have no reinforcements, and they can't go back. Unless they find and assassinate Tian Yuan, and return in the glory of a hero. Almost there, he murmured, almost there. The headquarters must have thought that our branch no longer has the ability to find Tian Yuan and has missed the best time to assassinate him, but they are wrong. We have already found traces of Tian Yuan. For discovering Tian Yuan so quickly, he had to thank the red fog disaster moon. It was the disaster moon and the tide of monsters that allowed them to capture more traces. He also had to thank the goddess of fortune. Fate fortuitously put the Tian Yuan territory at a location not too far from their branch. It seemed as if destiny was on their side. Almost there, he muttered again, we'll be able to lock on soon. Underneath his mask, the blood vessels in his eyes were even more prominent. The Tian Yuan territory. Lord Shepherd went to bed at 2 a.m. and woke up at 6 a.m., very healthy and energetic. As part of his routine, he patrolled his territory, walking on the high walls of the city. At the same time, he made some arrangements for the things to be done next. The red fog disaster moon is about to peak. Naturally, the first priority is to hold the territory and not let the tide of monsters cross the line. For this, he was almost ready. The defenses have been set up, only the thunder flame cannons were still in production. But what he wanted was not just defense. If the Tian Yuan territory still has extra energy to face the tide of monsters, I can ignite them as fortune charm flower. Not only can it attract more monsters for harvesting, but it can also alleviate the pressure on the surrounding territories. Next, there may be a situation where other territories need to be reinforced. Like Shilling Town. Shilling Town was under the greatest pressure in the region. Although Mu Yuan didn't think anything would happen there, he had 17 stationed there just in case. The second most important thing is still the collection of remnant souls. During the disaster moon period, when the remnant souls are cheap, I should buy as many as possible. This kind of purchase could attract unwanted attention. But he had to do it. Langxing was about to merge. After that, without Langxing as a transfer platform, it would not be easy to buy remnant souls of troop type in large quantities. The third thing is the Eye of Shiny's base. Mu Yuan looked beyond his territory. He did not forget that his territory had been infiltrated by the A-grade explorer Victor. He had also encountered players from the Eye of Shiny in the surrounding region of his territory. All these indicate that the Eye of Shiny is not far from him. Like a thorn in his side. He wanted to remove it. Chapter 259, Battles Everywhere. 2 days later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows or bone spears pierced the air, emitting a sharp hum as they flew, accurately hitting flying monsters trying to leap over the city wall. They fell like dumplings, crashing to the ground and into the monster tide pouring in from afar. Occasionally, a monster in flight would collide with a rushing monster, scrambling into a ball, either avoided by the approaching monsters or directly trampled underfoot, buried in the charge of the monster crowd. Explosions of fire were continuously detonated within a radius of 200 meters from the city wall. The explosions were relentless. The few flying monsters that could get past the defenses and reach the city wall were taken care of by Dead Bone, and Lu Liu's Arrow Tower and Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, precisely killed on the spot. The monsters in the tide usually weren't high level. Much like the steep decrease of 3rd order and 4th order players, most monsters were just apprentice level, ordinary level, or elite level. However, there were just too many of them. Even with territorial advantage, how many ordinary level monsters could an elite level skeleton war general kill? At most a few dozen. And this is given the assumption that they were lining up to be slaughtered. But more often than not, the ratio of monsters to human troops was far more than a few dozen to 1. Just like in Tian Yuan territory, there were currently only 1,234 professional soldiers and 269 elite-level soldiers facing tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of monsters. These monsters were not lambs to the slaughter. They were not like a wave of zombies all squeezed together, able to be wiped out by a single fire technique like scorching sun. They were running fast, able to avoid obstacles like trees and rocks, and even able to dodge arrows and fireballs shot from afar. They lacked intelligence, but their combat instincts were as strong as those of the human soldiers. From the moment of their birth, they were formidable. The higher the monster's tier, the stronger its combat instincts. In Tianyuan territory, there are several great generals in command. Any one of them could sweep through the enemy ranks and annihilate countless monsters. But Mu Yuan cannot rely solely on the power of his generals. He must use every advantage so that when the major enemies appear, his generals wouldn't be too exhausted to react. Besides, there were also wisdom monsters lurking in the tides. They weren't fools who would just charge at the city walls. They were capable of observing, waiting, and more importantly, launching surprise attacks and assassinations on the leaders of human territories. These were the strategies summarized by the predecessors. There had been newcomers who relied on their powerful generals to storm into the monster tide, smashing through and killing countless monsters. But these publicized information, generals who had been being observed by the monsters for a long time, could easily become the target of a wisdom monster's surprise attack. Therefore, the number of great generals and heroes who died in battle was not small. Mu Yuan thought to himself that even though his dead Bone, Duo Lai, Lu Lu, and other generals were far stronger than the generals of other new lords, they couldn't be too ostentatious. It wasn't that he didn't utilize the power of his generals. He surely wouldn't ignore sweepers like Duo Lai. He just needed to be careful sending them into battle, leaving a little energy to exterminate the monsters. Stability is the top priority. Boom! Clusters of dazzling flame exploded in the distance, illuminating the dim sky. That was Duo Lai, turned into a flame turret, steadily dealing damage. It wouldn't release a massive attack like scorching sun. When fighting against an endless number of monsters, sustained damage was more crucial. Duo Lai yawned and only launched 4 fireballs per second, pummeling his surroundings. But, when the remaining firelight dissipates, the sky darkened again. It was noon at the moment. There was no red mist floating in the sky above Tianyuan territory thanks to the protection of the territory. However, there was no light either. The whole sky was dark and oppressive, as if it were about to collapse, and elicited a feeling of depression. Adjacent to the magic furnace in the core of the territory was a building similar to a radar. This was the excellent tier miracle building, the magic celestial instrument. As one of the 3 parts of the epic structure, the celestial instrument's abilities aren't as prominent as the others, but it is quite formidable. It possesses the ability for detection and distant observation. At the moment, Mu Yuan was using the ultra-long-range observation ability of the magic celestial instrument, observing the situation outside of his territory as if looking through the Lord's vision. Using it wasn't as convenient as using the Lord's vision, but if deployed properly, he could extend his vision very far away. What about the Battle Falcon's vision? It wasn't very useful at the moment. In the boundless monster tide, even a mighty storm falcon like June could only withstand it for a while before being torn apart. Even it couldn't stay in the tide for long. A36 area, suspected wisdom monster spotted. D49 area, suspected wisdom monster spotted. L. Standing next to Mu Yuan was Ilo. She was also using the operation panel of the magic celestial instrument to manually screen the surroundings. In addition to this, Ilo undertook multiple observation tasks. For this, she had no choice but to utilize 2 of her avatars, who were busily assisting her. So far, they had identified 52 wisdom monsters. He hadn't ordered his generals to take action for targeted elimination. He was still preserving these wisdom monsters, but was using the magic celestial instrument's power to mark these monsters as high-priority targets. The birth of wisdom monsters was related to their level, but not entirely so. Only a few 4th-order bosses possessed wisdom. In recent days, most of the 4th-order bosses killed by Duo Lai and others did not have wisdom, probably due to their short span of existence. In contrast, professional-level or elite-level monsters may possess high intelligence. Just like the Snake Man leader and the Spider Woman chief he had encountered before. The majority of the intelligent monsters discovered by Mu Yuan were mostly of the elite level and war general level. This scale of monster tide, no matter how advanced they are, these elite and war general level monsters stand a chance at only being in the middle layer. They were just like small generals. Mu Yuan used the first few intelligent monsters he discovered to lure out more intelligent bosses. Otherwise, even with the help of the magic celestial instrument, it would be difficult to find dozens of distinctive cases among the vast monster tide. At this moment, it was the second day of the surging monster tide, and the defense line of Tianyuan territory was very stable. It's about time. We can start decapitating these intelligent monsters and move on to the second stage, the harvesting stage of the misfortune charm flower. Mu Yuan's mental intention spread, transmitting to the frontline generals like Deadbone and Lu Lu. The next task could be handed over to them. Mu Yuan felt quite at ease. He could go to rest and enjoy some tea and dessert for himself. Many newly established lords didn't feel as secure. Standing on his castle, Mr. Tan looked solemnly at the flying monsters invading his territory. He constantly controlled the arrow towers and other defense buildings to target and kill those monsters. He wiped his sweat off. He had not rested for 2 days and nights. For an elite-level peak strongman like him, several days without sleep was not a problem. However, he had been controlling defensive buildings for the past 2 days and the mental exhaustion was significant. Even after taking several recovery and energy potions, Mr. Tan was still feeling tired. But he dare not rest. He was afraid that something would happen to his territory when he woke up. He had hired quite a few veteran players, but commanding troops and controlling buildings could only rely on himself, or rather, his own direct lineage. Mr. Tan had a strong lineage. He had a hero, and 2 generals who had consumed precious items and awakened their self-consciousness in advance. These 3 generals were the 3 pillars of his territory. But 3 pillars were too few, especially when he only had 1 hero. The hero was commanding the troops on the front lines and coordinating with players. So, only he, Mr. Tan, was left to control the defense buildings. Besides, he also needed to handle territory affairs, contact with players, information processing, intelligence gathering, and more. These could not be delegated to others, at least not the most crucial ones. The situation is good for now. My territory can bear this round of red fog disaster moon, but it's going to wear me out. Compared to me, the situations of other newly promoted lords are even more worrisome. At least he had a hero who could help him out with many tasks. Most new lords didn't have a hero because the newcomers were in a disadvantageous position, with only a few gaining benefits from the festival grounds. Many lords couldn't afford to hire players to assist. No wonder many territories have been abandoned and left in ruins. I wonder how the others are doing. He glanced at his phone, which was connected to Langxing. The screen was on, but the group chat was silent. Obviously, everyone was too busy to spare any time. The situation of Liver Emperor was slightly better than Mr. Tan's. Because he was favored by a rich woman. At the moment, the players assisting in the defense of his territory were even more numerous than in Mr. Tan's territory. There were also many city defensive weapons firing away, killing the invading monsters. Liver Emperor's face also showed signs of fatigue, and the circles under his eyes were dark, but he still smiled when he looked at the person beside him. After this disaster month is over, we will go back to Langxing and get married. Red Leaf Territory. Lord Zhou Ye was now quite distressed. He didn't have a hero and only had a few unreliable small generals as his lineage. He had to manage everything by himself, and even share some authority with players whose loyalty was uncertain. There are too few defenders. Damn it! And the players aren't reliable. They're fine when the going is good, but when faced with adversity. Red Leaf Territory was originally a pioneer territory. Before the Red Fog Disaster Moon arrived, Zhou Ye had attracted many players. Unfortunately, when the Disaster Moon arrived and the red fog covered the sky, all the pioneer players were gone. Not a single person stayed to share the adversity. The remaining veteran players were all hired at a high price. He had spent money, land deeds, and altar usage agreements, and so on. Even so, once the situation turns dire, it is unlikely that any player would stay to live or die with him. Once the city falls, it will collapse like an avalanche. I pray it doesn't come to that, all my hard work, all my hard work. At the same time, Shilling Town. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening booms echoed continuously from all directions outside the city walls. The explosion sounds never ceased, the earth was constantly trembling. Compared to Tianyuan territory, the number of monsters facing Shilling Town exceeded dozens of times. Every frontline heavy town was facing a vicious tide of creatures. The railroads had long been cut off, the city was besieged by surging monster waves from all sides, the entire Shilling Town was like an island in the roaring sea. However, the defensive strength of Shilling Town far exceeded Tianyuan territory. The city wall of Tianyuan territory was sparsely populated, one wall could not be fully manned. Here in Shilling Town, countless types of troops were stationed on the towering city walls, and every section of the wall and each shooting point had troops stationed. There were also various teams and legions waiting under the wall, ready to rotate at any time. There were a lot of players stationed here. Among them, a veteran lord typically led a complete troop legion and a second-level legion and stationed them here. That's over 1,000 elite soldiers. They were on par with Yuan territory in terms of regular soldiers. And there were several such veteran lords in the whole Shilling Town, as well as a dozen or more old lords and an uncertain number of ranger players. This was the reliance of a military stronghold. Despite this, the battle was intense, even brutal. High-order monsters have already broken into the territory, wreaking havoc before being slain by powerful players. Also, numerous remains of flying monsters crashed into the city, raising clouds of dust. Shilling Town was large, several times the size of Yuan Town. The streets in it crisscrossed. Most ordinary citizens had hidden in the underground shelters or had locked their doors and windows to hide in their homes, but the city was still filled with an atmosphere of anxiety, unease, and depression. In front of the shops, private soldiers of various business establishments awaited in full battle attire. Players passing by were in a hurry. I participated in the Shilling Town defense war last year too. The battle was not nearly this fierce. There seemed to be a lot of high-order monsters hidden in the monster tide. They deceive and ambush. 2 of my soldiers died because of this, damn it. Yes, it's said the big shots judged that deep within the monster tide, there are wisdom monsters with very strong control power, they just haven't found them yet. A few kilometers away from Shilling Town. 1, 2, 3, 4 figures gathered here. Their figures were blurry as if shrouded in a misty black fog. But through it, one could faintly see that there were huge totem shadows behind them. It was as if powerful beings descended and squeezed into their small bodies. Our goal is the same. The figure with 4 black wings behind it spoke, his voice hoarse. Another powerful being, whose totem shadow was a black crow, also spoke. I agree wholeheartedly that devouring human power and weakening the purification power is our common aim. However, where is that foolish Orokai? Orokai has gone to another place. It seems to have an enemy around here. Orokai really is getting more and more stupid. The other 2 strong beings spoke up one after another. Finally, they reached a consensus. Since Orokai is not here, this fertile human town will be divided among the 4 of us and offered to the great God. Praise be to our God. At the same time, somewhere outside Yuan territory, a blurry figure stood silently in the dense forest, a large, terrifying shadow of a totem emerging from behind him. Upon it, a pair of snake-like vertical pupils gazed at the distance. It was faintly visible that these vertical pupils, one large and one small, emitted a glint of malice. Chapter 260. The Power of the Waiter. Yuan territory, the North City Wall. Deadbone, Elulu, Duolai, Sario, Rakshasa, Yuda. One by one, the generals gather here, waiting for the next orders. Even the water mirror dragon, Daifu, has left its dragon nest to join the battle. After all, this war concerns the grand scheme of things. If something were to happen to the Yuan territory, it won't be able to peacefully remain in its dragon nest. For the sake of a peaceful future, Daifu is ready to take action, not because it wants to leave a good impression on the Lord. It looks around, unable to spot the Lord, and turns its gaze towards the city outskirts. Red fog lingers, monsters continuously pour out from the depths of the wilderness, an onslaught without end. Daifu feels the pressure. It is a special kind of dragon that has fragments of memories from its past lives. Vaguely it remembers, this level of monster tide is terrifying. Especially for the Yuan territory, which is relatively small at the moment. Commander Deadbone proposed to kill the commanding monsters within the monster tide, to which Daifu very much agreed. The authority of wisdom monsters varies. Some have just developed consciousness and can't command other monsters, some can only order monsters of their same tribe or lineage, but some can easily command everything. Even other wisdom monsters must bow down to them. Daifu shares what it understood from the memory fragments. Deadbone nods in agreement. It takes out a projection device developed by ILO, the Yuan territory, with a drip it activates, projecting a 3D phantom map of several kilometers of the north-facing area in the open space in front of it. On it, red dots, large and small, starkly different, were displayed. Deadbone points to the largest few of them. According to the Lord's observations, these few red dots have a probability of more than 90% of being 4th order leader level boss. They are likely the commanders of the tide, but to be safe, we need to eliminate all the discovered wisdom monsters. To achieve this, we must strike simultaneously, with speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. After all, the biggest difference between wisdom monsters and ordinary monsters is that they run. Once they hide into the vast tide of monsters, more trouble will arise. Deadbone is currently assembling his team. It was not going to act personally. If it were to act now, wouldn't it be too reckless? It needs to keep an eye on all sides to prevent unforeseen events. Rakshasa and Hong Yi in one team. Serio, Bone 2, and Bone 3 in one team. Daifu and Xi Lu. Duo Lai on his own. However, the strike teams did not immediately launch their attacks. Before them, rumble, cannon fire roared, and heat waves rolled. Taking advantage of the time when the monsters around the North City Gate were blasted to smithereens, the heavy city gate creaked open, and a troops of more than 300 soldiers in grey armor rushed out from the gates that could accommodate several cars side by side. Like a sharp sword, they easily tore through the monsters rushing towards them, slashing through the monster tide like a paper sheet. The person leading the troops was none other than Liu Lu. He led the defensive troops, activated the army soul embryo, and directly charged into the vast monster horde. The grey troops fought back and forth. The royal guards lined up their shields to form a bulldozer on the battlefield. Big halberdiers simultaneously struck, creating a faint red spear light tens of meters long. No one could match the army soul core. At least, during the time when the army soul embryo is manifested, the defensive troops appeared invincible, killing at will. Time ticked away. More and more monsters rushed towards the entire troops. At almost the same time, Liu Lu, through his hero's vision, looked down and discovered that more than 10 wisdom monsters were quietly approaching him. The time has come. Liu Lu manifests the fearless giant mountain god ranking and disperses it all around him. The strike teams also burst into action in an instant. The several small teams maintained constant communication through the spiritual link. First team, targets 22 and 23 have been eliminated. Second team, targets 16, 17, and 19 have been eliminated. Third team. It was impossible to confront such a scale of monster tide with individual strength, but to open a hole in the tide and make 7 ins and outs was not difficult. In just a few minutes, several strike teams had eliminated 90% of their targets. In some low-altitude area, the water mirror dragon, Daifu, stood in front of a 4th order boss, Purple Lightning Wing Dragon. It dodged not and evaded not, letting the Purple Lightning Wing Dragon's purple thunder column bombard its body. The lightning, with a sizzling sound, circulated around its mirror-smooth scales from top to bottom, and was absorbed as Daifu's own power. Collecting the thunderbolt energy into a light sphere in front of its forehead, it smashed it back. Take that! The Purple Lightning Wing Dragon boss could control the power of Thunderbolt, but it couldn't completely resist it. It was tingling all over in the lightning, while Xi Lu, in his giant dragon form, ferociously pounced on it, its flaming jaws bit, and claws tore. Cooperating with the two dragons, in just a few tens of seconds, they destroyed this very powerful sub-dragon, which could easily break through the ranks of ordinary troops. Was it that easy? Daifu created several water mirrors to block the acid and fire coming from a distance. When it looked for the next target, there were no targets left. Their group had the lowest efficiency. There were 2 targets assigned, but both were killed by other groups passing by. Is it over? On the way back, Daifu was still somewhat confused. It had planned to use this opportunity to show off. As the saying goes, a crisis is when the protagonist appears and steals the show. But at the moment, where is the crisis in the Tianyuan territory? No, even if there was a crisis in Tianyuan, it couldn't play any protagonist role. Aside from Muda and Serio, Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Liu Lu, even Bone 2 and Bone 3 were strong. As for Xi Lu? Very ferocious, but this was expected. Setting aside his fear of being eaten, Xi Lu was still a reliable teammate. Upon returning to the back of the city wall, Daifu's energy had only depleted by a quarter, and suddenly she felt somewhat displeased that there weren't enough chances to fight. So, Deadbone gave her the opportunity. Acting as an intelligent interceptor, precisely intercepting some of the higher-order monsters or the long-chanted spells bombarded by them. Such opportunities were still rare. Most high-order monsters, or difficult spell-type monster groups, would be obliterated by the Tian Yuan division at the moment they appeared. It's time to ignite the misfortune charm flower. Mu Yuan pondered. Although this surprise attack managed to kill dozens of wisdom monsters, that wasn't all, as assuredly, even more cunning wisdom monsters were hiding or getting washed up by the tide. But he had already confirmed that his division possessed the power to behead enemies in the midst of 1,000 troops. The pressure of the monster tide on the Tian Yuan territory was far from reaching his predicted limit. Misfortune charm flower, rare. Description: a strange plant that only grows in the land of filth. When ignited, it releases a unique scent, attracting monsters to continuously rush over. Note: this misfortune charm flower can continue to burn for about 6 hours. This was a bizarre small flower, the size of a palm, with red patterns on its petals. Its effect was detrimental to itself but beneficial to the others. Years ago, the Shen Yao Empire's scouts used this misfortune charm flower to assassinate outside territories of Tai Xian's faction. When faced with the negative effects brought by the misfortune charm flower, however, there are some circumstances it can be turned into something positive. Just like at this moment. Lord Shepherd felt that the number of monsters outside his territory wasn't enough and the harvest was too little, so he lit the misfortune charm flower. The bud of the flower gradually started to burn, emanating a faint, indescribable fragrance. This odd aroma could only be detected within 10 meters, but Mu Yuan knew that a single rare misfortune charm flower could spread its fragrance over several kilometers, even tens of kilometers. In even more remote areas, it wasn't completely ineffective. In the depth of the wilderness, a monster running suddenly switched direction and rushed towards a specific location. Half an hour later, the number of monsters outside of the Tian Yuan territory had obviously increased, and the other defense lines were welcoming wave after wave of smaller tides. Mu Yuan gazed out towards the city wall. I have prepared a total of 36 common misfortune charm flowers and 22 rare ones, that's probably enough, right? In the next 2 days, Mu Yuan intermittently ignited the charm flowers according to actual conditions. Sometimes not igniting them and sometimes igniting several at a time. Red Leaf territory and the like, relatively closer to Tian Yuan, unconsciously felt much less pressure. Is it an illusion? Or is it that the red fog disaster moon is about to end? Indeed, the red fog disaster moon is about to end, but in these few days before it ends, the monster tide's charge is at its fiercest. It's the final outburst of the calamity. I Lo stated seriously. At this moment, she was also standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance, but she didn't come as a combatant. She was dressed in a white coat, with a pair of glasses she acquired from somewhere, which made her look intellectual. On the matter, I Lo was quite knowledgeable and elegant in both her demeanor and learning, if Mu Yuan hadn't seen her immersed in her research before. The final outburst was a bit of a strain for the Tian Yuan territory, but only a bit. To this day, the higher level monsters that have crossed the Black Rock City wall don't exceed the number of fingers on 2 hands, and the entire Black Rock City wall remained whole, which was the advantage of the miracle building. As long as it wasn't blasted open in a short period of time, the Lord or heroes could use soul sand to slowly recover the building. This slowly was 10 to 100 times faster than manual repairs. Even if the city wall collapsed, it could be restored within less than half a day. There are 21 misfortune charm flowers left. Mu Yuan had no plans to ignite more. He certainly needs to reserve some power, the safety of the territory was fundamental. Besides, he cast his gaze towards the southeast, in the direction of Shilling Town. The situation in Shilling Town seemed not very optimistic. According to 17's reports, quite a number of wisdom monsters had gathered there. Using the advantage of concealment, these wisdom monsters had already assassinated a dozen or 20-something commanders of the defenders. The monsters there were extremely good at assassinations. Even if the result of an assassination was the exchange of dozens of high-level intelligent monsters for a human defender commander, it was still a huge profit for the monsters. It also unsettled the players, making many of them afraid to leave the city wall to fight. This is indeed not very good. The true enemy in the monster tide probably gathered outside Shilling Town. In consideration of both emotions and the big picture, Shilling Town must be aided. Mu Yuan pondered this, then began to assign people. Deadbone, Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Yuda, you all proceed to Shilling Town, locate and kill the monster boss inside. Deadbone, handle the specific arrangements. Mu Yuan wanted to choose Duo Lai and Xi Lu to lead initially. However, Duo Lai and Xi Lu stood out too much here. Standout refers to being easily targeted by monsters. To use their group attack power was not enough in the face of hundreds of thousands or above monster tides. Xi Lu, no matter how much it could endure, could not withstand attacks as dense as raindrops. The absence of fatal weaknesses in Duo Lai did not mean it was invincible. The most important thing was that the Duo Lai squad was lacking in stealth. They could only fight their way through, and not to mention whether they could reach the outskirts of Shilling Town or not. If they did manage to get there, they would only scare away the high-level intelligent monsters. The objective of beheading and supporting did not match. Deadbone was different. Deadbone's artistic conception of XX could reduce his sense of existence, and Deadbone had a lot of experience in moving through the monster tide. Decapitating the high-order intelligent monsters will solve the crisis of Shilling Town. After all, Shilling Town has set up 100 times more city wall weapons and buildings than Tianyuan territory. The firepower is extremely sufficient. As long as the city is not broken, ordinary monsters can be wiped out sooner or later. From the city wall on the eastern side of the territory, the 4 ministers of Deadbone quietly left, disappearing into the vast red fog below. Liu Lu took over the overall command, succeeding the steady spirit of General Deadbone, and steadily killing the monsters. Thud! A high-order monster that crossed the line was killed by June in the air. Boom! A group of flying monsters were hit by a fire dragon in mid-air. They caught fire and fell to the ground. The entire front line was very solid, even the wisdom monster's sneak attacks couldn't succeed. This was the place he least feared sneak attacks. Logically, it should be like this, but suddenly, Yuan had an ominous premonition in his heart. What is coming? He elevated the Lord's vision, scanned around, but found nothing. Suddenly, swoosh! Inside the city wall, in the middle section of the northern district of the golden fertile soil area, the soil seethed like a water surface, and the next moment, a gigantic snake like a whale, leapt high from the seething water. It shredded the chunks of gold fertile soil, along with the rare plants like the snake scale fruit tree and snake blood fruit tree planted on them. The ice-clear fruit trees not far away were also affected. The splashing stones caused the trunks of the fruit trees to sway incessantly, and a few immature ice-clear fruits were directly smashed down, rotten and decaying. A guarding flower spirit, wood spirit, and a few flower fairies, their eyes turned red on the spot. With tears and anger mixing together, the flower bud on their heads pulsed like a tense fist. They wanted to rush up, but were quickly called away by Yuan. But the fruit trees. By value, the ice-clear fruit trees are much higher than the flower fairies, but the flower fairies are life. They are life with wisdom and consciousness. Life is priceless. The whale-like giant snake burst open, with hundreds of high-order monsters, like raindrops splashing around. Mainly Snake Man monsters. 4-armed Snake Man, 8-armed Snake Man, Snake Man Grand Mage. Within the territory, the effect of the Lord's Eye of Appraisal is much stronger. Yuan identified these monsters at a glance, all of them are above 3rd order. They are true general-level monsters. Their eyes were red, bloodshot, but they still retained wisdom, and knew what hunting was. About a dozen monsters rushed towards the nearest flower fairies. In the center of the snake-human group, he seemed to be a snake man. His figure was somewhat blurry, surrounded by black mist. His snake-like murky eyes scanned the surroundings, settled on the figure of Yuan standing on the black rock city wall. He licked his lips. A terrifying shadow emerged behind him. It was a giant snake that appeared to be hundreds of meters long, with 2 vertical pupils, one large and one small. It was a familiar figure. However, the terrifying coercion that emanated from him stirred up a black storm, which made the flower fairies nearby shake, unable to maintain their flight and fall to the ground one by one. With the shadow of the giant snake at the center, the invisible influence spread out. The leaves of several precious plants drooped down, quickly withering, and the fertile soil around them dried up at a visible speed. More strangely, red patterns were spreading around. It seemed that he was turning the place into the land of filth. This was the real power of the servant. Chapter 261. How do you have so many god-level commanders? There isn't much information about the servants of the fallen god. Most lords haven't even encountered a servant descending in their explorations. Yuan had encountered them a few times. However, the servant's power he experienced during those encounters was far less than 1% of the servant's full power. Yuan once asked the lord of Hanyu City about the nature of the servants. This is what she said. Servants are minions of the fallen god. Among monsters, only a few are favored by the fallen god and bestowed with power. Servants may seem weak. Most of them are of a very low level and don't have a territory of their own. They rely on the power bestowed by the fallen god to become strong. However, servants are not weak. They are extensions of the fallen god's power. Even though they do not have a territory or the light of will, they possess numerous legendary powers that are difficult to comprehend. They spread filth for their masters, reap believers, they can command monsters, and can descend on places thousands of miles away through a medium. However, servants' descents are usually limited, they can't stray far from the place of their descent, and the totem vessels can only absorb a limited amount of power, unless during the red fog disaster moon, the power of the servants could spread along with the red fog. Also, the servants can command all monsters and make instinct-driven monsters smarter. The reason why the situation in Chilling Town was so grim, was due to servants secretly issuing commands. Yuan initially thought there were none outside his own territory. The wave of monsters still charged rigidly, and intelligent monsters could only command a few amongst them. However, with the emergence of the giant serpent, the monster wave became even more violent, and a group of monsters of high levels, though not yet possessing intellect, surged from all corners, launching an assault on the city walls. In a blink, several third-order monsters had climbed onto the city walls. Some skeleton generals were beheaded. The situation in the northern district of the city was even more critical. The Orokai servant had been hiding and waiting until this moment to reveal its fierce fangs. What made matters worse was that not long ago, the formidable Deadbone and others had just left the territory. It was very secretive when Deadbone and the others left, so the Orokai servant probably didn't notice. Yet, coincidentally, it chose the perfect moment to attack. Humans. The Orokai servant looked around and didn't find the monster chief that needed to be eradicated as soon as possible. But he did find the lord of this territory. The Orokai didn't recognize this lord. But it's the servant of a god and possesses divine power. In its eyes, the human lord was as conspicuous as a torch in the night, it could spot it at a single glance. It stretched its forked tongue and licked its lips. This human lord might just be the ornament of that monster chief. In its lengthy existence, it had seen such combinations. Powerful chiefs and their worthless lords. But as long as the lord was slain, even the strongest of chiefs would become water without source, wood without root, and they would lose half their power on the spot. Its cold snake eyes were firmly locked on the figure in the distance. The violent power it displayed flared up uncontrollably, whipping up storms of black energy. This is the source of the serpent's confidence. Although its main body was unable to leave the red fog area, this incarnation had already inherited much of its power, possessing a might superior to the fourth order leader level. Even if it faced a territory, it could easily break it with the god's power. It also didn't have weaknesses like the totem base. It couldn't figure out how it could lose. The area where the fight broke out first was only around 200 meters to the left of the Orokai. The galloping eight-armed snake man had caught up with the petrified flower fairies that had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the chiefs from the Tianyuan territory were all on the city walls, still quite far from the central area of the northern district. The eight-armed snake man sneered menacingly. The tiny, adorable flower spirit, standing just over half a meter tall, spread its arms protectively in front of the flower fairies. It was somewhat scared, its lips trembling, yet it didn't back down. "Don't come any closer." The eight-armed snake man's blade dripped with a bloody glow, and he swung it down. Facing the slashing bloody light that seemed to bear a colossal murderous intent, the flower spirit instinctively closed its eyes. Even though it had been doing peaceful farming activities, it still retained some battle instincts. As it closed its eyes, an invisible regenerating force spread out. Young sprouts around it started growing wildly, entangling the eight-armed snake man's body. Verdant entanglement. This wasn't just the power of a growth skill, this was also the influence of its status as a guardian of plants. The flower spirit was a guardian to the plants, and the plants were its guardians. These plant soldiers were frantically absorbing the surrounding strength, entangling the snake man's body, continuously strangling it. A rippling, intoxicating fragrance spread from the flower spirit. The eight-armed snake man became a bit dizzy, and before it could react, its head was twisted off by the entangling plants. Its head rolled down to the flower spirit's feet. It opened its eyes, but with more and more snake men surrounding them, the flower spirit and wood spirit couldn't hold out any longer. At this moment, a deep blue light gate opened. The person who arrived at the battlefield at this moment was Tianyuan's chief executive officer, the dean of Tianyuan Academy, and the head of Tianyuan Research Group, Ilo. "Even though I'm a civil servant, at a time like this." She pointed her staff. Boom! Her hair flew backwards. A dazzling star blue light burst from the tip of her staff, pulverizing a snake man that had leaped into the air. In the meantime, 6 magical spheres rolled out. 3 flew to the 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 3 o'clock positions, propping up a hemisphere of light formed by countless crystals. The next instant. Boom! Bam! Bam! A blade of light fell, and 2 robust dragons of fire roared and flew in, but all were firmly blocked by the 3 light shields. Ilo predicted the time and position of the enemy's attacks, blocking these 3 lethal strikes with precise force. The next second, as the energy of the blade's light and the flame dragons was exhausted, and new lethal strikes had not yet had time to break out. The 3 light shields dimmed and disappeared, and the 3 magic spheres dropped slightly. At the same time, another 3 magic spheres rose up to take their place, and from the front of the spheres, which looked like pupils, 3 pre-accumulated blue starlight rays burst out. Like laser beams, they pierced through and obliterated the body of a nearby snake man, continuing unabated and smashing out 100 or 200 meters before scattering and disappearing. In just a few seconds, Ilo had completed 4 kills. She had killed not just any riff-raff, but high-order monsters who qualified for the positions of chiefs and elders in many large tribes. Were it not for the spread of the red fog, which had spawned many high-order monsters, it would not have been so easy for Lord Orokai to gather this group of high-ranking subordinates. This is a powerful being. Orokai's servant seemed a little surprised. But considering this territory, which had a monster chief who had comprehended the domain early, it was reasonable for the Lord to recruit such a formidable being. Orokai did not plan to retreat. His goal had always been only one, the lord of this place. The high-order monsters he brought could consume and distract the local chiefs, couldn't be better. At this moment, the lord of this place was rushing to the scene, accompanied by several chiefs, but the monster chief with the black cloak was not present. Even if that chief was present, Lord Orokai had 1000% confidence, not to mention he wasn't there. Foolish lord! But Orokai had seen many such foolish lords. He waited a bit, waiting for the lord to get closer before striking fiercely. The shadow of the giant serpent became solid, looking like a lifelike 100-meter-long giant serpent standing upright and overlooking the entire land. Under its influence, the black storm swelled. Threads of red mist also fell into the Yuan territory. The territory is being polluted. In Yuan's ear, there was also a far more urgent and loud warning sound than ever before. Beep 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 beep. Warning! Warning! He glanced at the panel. When Orokai appeared, the conspicuous red dots in the northern region representing the monsters also appeared. Among them, the red dot symbolizing the 4th order monster is significantly larger than the red dot symbolizing the 3rd order monster. It is more appropriate to say it is a red light ball. However, at this time, with the explosion of Orokai's power, the red dot representing Orokai's servant finally appeared. Scarlet. Bright red. Large areas of blood red tides covered the northern region of the territory. If regular monsters are small red dots and 4th order monsters are red light balls, the symbol of Orokai's servant is at least a red fog ring. It's not in the same league at all. Not only that, there is a pressure like a tsunami rolling open, turning over the earth and stones, making it difficult for the troops to breathe. This power is too huge. Ilo took a fleeting look and couldn't help but be horrified. She herself had a lot of energy. After the Lord's baptism and her own practice and development, even among the group of strongmen at the 4th order leader level, her energy was 6 or 7 times that of her peers. General Deadbone is almost 10 to 20 times that of his peers. General Duolai, about 30 to 40 times that of her peers? Or even more. However, in her eyes, the power of Orokai's servant is at least 100 times that of ordinary 4th order beings. The mere pressure could make 3-4 order strong men feel as if they were carrying mountains. Boom! Orokai's servant took a shot, an invisible force of gravity enveloped him. The ground cracked and shattered, continuously collapsing downward, forming a giant pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye, as if a deep abyss black hole wanted to swallow everything. The surrounding vegetation, crops, and buildings were directly crushed into powder by the terrifying gravity. This single strike brought great loss to the Yuan territory. Yuan had anticipated this, and battling against beings of Orokai's servant's level, loss was inevitable, but it still hurt to see the scene. Duolai's eyes turned red on the spot. The terrifying gravity deformed his entire body, but he opened his black and white domain directly. The domain seemed to prop up space, and the influence of gravity was swept away like flowing water. The domain is quite versatile, usually only a domain can resist a domain. Orikai's servant did not have a domain. But beneath him, the land of filth was spreading, even corroding the domain. In just a few seconds, Duola's domain became unstable and fell apart. You no longer have a domain. Next, it's my turn. He was actually a bit surprised. Another powerful being with a domain. However, compared to the monster chief who had a domain at the elite level, this domain-level strongman was already fourth order, not too exaggerated. Orikai was just amazed that there were so many strong soldiers in this territory. In human territories, it is definitely the most potential bracket. Must not be left. Must not be left. Mu Yuan stared intently at the distant black figure. The terrifying gravity enveloped him, squeezing his bones to creak, his body could hardly stand straight, feeling as uncomfortable as if he was suffocating. But compared to the physical discomfort, the mental torment was even harder to bear. He had to hurry and eliminate this Orikai as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if a battle of this scale truly broke out, the entire northern region would not be enough to bear the ruin. By that time, the losses would be immeasurable. The Orikai was the most formidable enemy he had encountered so far. The massive shade of the Orikai lunged downwards. To one side, Xi Lu roared loudly, concentrating all his power to form a red dragon claw. He slapped upwards, reveling in hitting the diving Orikai hard. On the Orikai's scales, there were claw marks left behind. Epic Life Red Dragon. The Orikai was surprised at the appearance of another powerful general. But he was merely surprised. Although the red dragon was strong, it still appeared insignificant in front of his colossal body. Roar! A more fierce and chilling frost giant dragon appeared from the side. It didn't lunge or bite, but the soul flames in its pupils burst out like an extremely cold wave, engulfing the Orikai inch by inch. The Orikai twisted its body, emitting a dull yellow glow. The frost shattered and fell, yet it also solidified inch by inch. This is another epic life. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Duolai, struggling to stay suspended mid-air due to the gravity, fiercely stretched its mouth to its earlobes. It was aware that the dreadful size of the Orikai could not be devoured by spatial devour. It could not be devoured all at once. So, Duolai tilted its skill focus to biting. Targeting the Orikai's tail, the tooth-shaped spatial cracks spread out. Buzz! The Orikai dared not maintain the gravity envelopment any longer. With a massive burst of earth-yellow light all over its body and a black storm swirling around, it managed to struggle free from the spatial confinement. The ice crystals covering its body also shattered. But the next moment, Slime Duolai, under the girl Duolai, also opened its huge mouth. The tooth-shaped spatial cracks spread once again. This time. Crack! Boom! 1/3 of the Orikai's body shattered into dense black fog and was presumably devoured by the collapsing void. The remaining 2/3 of its body became wilted and blurry. The Orikai was right in front of Mu Yuan, not more than 50 meters away in a straight line. In its saucer-like eyes, there was a mix of shock and confusion. Facing these eyes, Mu Yuan, who had already raised his hands, pulled them apart like unzipping a huge mouth. Crack, crack! A massive, jagged bite mark, even longer than Duolai's spatial devour, suddenly appeared, encompassing the rest of the Orikai's body. Space froze. The pair of cold snake eyes struggled, and the next moment, they shattered completely. Space was like a broken mirror. Some shards reflected half of a vertical pupil, while others reflected black fogs and scales, but they all crumbled and were swallowed by the collapsing black hole. The black fog dissipated. The red fog disappeared. The spread of the land of filth paused, and signs of life slowly returned. Notification: you have killed the transmogrified body of Servant Python, inflicting great harm to the Orikai. At the place where the Orikai's body vanished, a radiant crystal embedded in ominous red slowly fell. Contaminated transmogrification crystal remnant. Category: Material. Quality: Special. Explanation: the transmogrification crystal is a peculiar item that can carry its own power and refine it into a permanent body. The entity refined through the transmogrification crystal shares its consciousness with the main body and can use all its power perfectly. However, it cannot reach the limit of a legend in terms of power. Note: this transmogrification crystal is already broken and has been corrupted. It can be purified with the power of the universe. Mu Yuan moved forward and gently touched it. The light of the purification of the universe and the earth did not burst forth immediately, but a prompt sound rang out. Notification: do you want to purify the contaminated transmogrification crystal remnant? This purification will consume 16,960 grams of soul sand. Yuan. They even charge for it. What could he have done? Of course, he paid. Thread-like lights of purification burst forth, not as brilliant as when purifying the root of corruption. After a moment, the ominous red light surrounding the crystal had completely disappeared. Transmogrification crystal remnant. Explanation: if you collect enough fragments, you can assemble a complete transmogrification crystal. The current completeness is 23.56%. Even though he had obtained a precious material, but under the terrifying gravity influence of the Orokai, and the aftermath of the battle, the area within several hundred meters was in complete ruin. Patches of gold fertile soil were totally destroyed, and rare level crops and medicinal herbs planted on them were naturally ruined too. The losses were huge. The only precious tree left in this area was the ice-clear fruit tree, which was protected under the light shield erected by Ilo. Even so, this precious tree looked as if it had been ravaged by a level 10 hurricane, with countless leaves and branches fallen, and its life force dimmed. Duo Lai, Ilo, and others were killing the remaining high-order monsters ruthlessly. The battle within the city ended completely after 67.4 seconds. Orokai, we will remember this grudge. Meanwhile, the situation in Shilling Town was rather bleak. Several high-order monsters hidden in the waves suddenly charged out. They stepped on the monsters beneath them, leaped onto the city wall that was more than 10 meters high, and lunged at the third-order big halberdier clad in silver armor inside. PFT. 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 Two high-order monsters were pierced by the thunder pillar fired from the thunder magnetic coil tower, and one was split apart at the shoulder blade by the big halberdier. Still, even the big halberdier perished on the spot under the tactic of fighting to the death together with the high-order monster. Switching the life of a fourth-class high-rank monster and countless low-rank monsters for a third-order general. For the monster side, it was a bloody profit. It also hit the morale of the human defenses. After all, the defense force of Shilling Town was made up of various lord teams and player teams. The lords knew that they had to hold the line, but they still couldn't be selfless and sacrifice their lives. It was merely human nature. Everyone was afraid of death. No one wanted their right-hand men, those who had received countless resources and emotional investment, to die here. As a result, the already disadvantaged situation became even more difficult. Found it. The location of the highest-ranking wisdom monster hiding behind the monster wave. Chapter 262, Arrow God 17, You're the servant, right? The atmosphere in the command center of Shilling Town was heavy. Finding the ultimate boss controlling the monsters didn't mean things would get easier. Wisdom monsters weren't that easy to kill. The entity controlling the entire wave of monsters, even making wisdom monsters charge suicidally into combat, could possibly be more than just a wisdom monster. It might be a fallen god's servant emerging from the deep red fog. Whatever the case, we must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, if we continue to deplete our resources, our disadvantage will only increase, someone said. We still have a chance. We have two top powerhouses with Dragon Gate leaderboards combat power in addition to demonic flame Wang Qi. Not only that, but we also have a batch of valuable items. We have space transfer scrolls, a sealed boundary, the Great Holy Light Sword, and other one-time killer moves. Our advantage is not small. A group of lords echoed in agreement. The tactics were soon implemented. Strong warriors, like the demonic flame Wang Qi, who had been conserving their strength and were still at their peak, immediately set off. Shilling Town was far from peaceful with plumes of smoke rising in various areas. Monsters dived from the sky, and some high-order monsters burrowed up from the ground, preparing to launch surprise attacks. In front of Yuan Business Association's shops, Vampire Jabai held a long sword bathed in bloody light and fiercely plunged it into a furious werewolf at the elite peak in front of him. He traded blows with the werewolf, and both bodies were gushing blood. After a while, the werewolf collapsed with a thud. Its once sturdy and muscular body became dry and stick-like, while the horrendous wounds on Vampire Earl Jabai were healing at a rapid pace and fully recovered in a blink of an eye. Humph, you little runt! He stabbed his sword into the stone slab in front of him and stood in front of his own shop like a guardian deity. This main street was arguably the safest area in Shilling Town at that moment. Behind the shops here were medium and large-sized companies. Even in wartime, they would retain many troops to guard their shops. It was only natural. Many shops housed rare items, with even outstanding treasures like superior equipment in shops backed by large corporate companies in the central area. Riches attracted trouble. Even when everyone was united against external threats, some players couldn't resist the lure of making a profit and would risk everything. Not everyone showed enough rationality. Aside from that, they also had to prevent destruction caused by the monsters. Thus, many shops chose to leave some elites in the guard, which also served a defensive role within the town. Bang! In the distance, the ground crumbled and split open as several high-order monsters emerged. It was hard to guard against. The ground in a 4th level territory was more solid. Many areas had firm, thick floors installed, and some were reinforced with techniques, tools, or enchantments. They could only block most of the monsters, but not all. Furthermore, some high-order monsters possessed abilities such as shadow travel, space-time teleportation, or invisibility to penetrate walls. They were hard to defend against. Unless one could use an epic-level enchantment to envelop the entire city as in Panchi City, it would be impossible to completely prevent high-order monsters from invading the city. Plagued by sudden attacks from the Orokai, Yuan initially intended to assess the situation in Chilling Town to learn from it. However, after observing through the Battle Falcon's vision, he discovered that Chilling Town has more flaws. Fortunately, the monsters which emerged were quickly slain by the town's warriors. 17 was currently on top of her rented base, a warehouse building several meters high. She took a look around using the Battle Falcon's aerial vision but couldn't see much. She slowly pulled back the string on the whispering bow, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 arrows glowing faintly with stellar light materialized. As she released the bowstring, the arrows formed from star power shot out. They flew in different directions like guided missiles as soon as they left the bow. 2 shot up into the sky. Moments later, 2 obsidian golems with their pupils pierced fell from the sky. The remaining arrows flew in all directions, passing precisely through the left eye of each monster and exiting through the back of their skulls. A shot for each kill. Amid the chaotic battlefield, 17's attacks were not very noticeable and were far less conspicuous than the dazzling thunderbolts and flames erupting everywhere. But some warriors noticed that a lot of high-order monsters were killed by just 1 arrow. Not to mention, all their fatal spots were located at the left pupil. Killer of the left eye. It's not that 17 had a bizarre hobby. For her, it didn't matter where she aimed, she'd naturally choose the eyes, the weakest spot that could also result in a fatal blow. There were millions of different monsters, some wearing armor, some wrapped in scales, but more than 99.99% of monsters all shared the same weak spot, the eyeball. Aiming at the eyeball wasn't any different to aiming at the body for 17, who had reached the pinnacle of developing her mind arrow talent and mental power. Actually, aiming at the body, penetrating armor or scales, then puncturing the heart wasn't a difficult task for her. But she wanted to save energy, reserve the high-level arrows in the 10,000 arrows treasure. Hence, the killer of the left eye was born. 17 drank a self-produced vitality potion, which had no side effects, and slowly recovered her energy. She looked around again. Her brows knitted into a frown. She could easily kill the third-order monsters in an instant. Her efficiency in killing enemies in this environment was high, but, in this vast battlefield, her individual strength still seemed like a drop in the bucket. To instant-kill third-order monsters, she must first be able to find them. She also had to guard against surprise attacks from high-order monsters. Without powerful teammates by her side, 17 didn't dare to be careless, adhering strictly to the spirit of caution. Suddenly, her gaze focused, gliding past monster after monster to a higher hill outside Chilling Town. A dazzling light burst there. A cube-like enchantment could faintly be seen standing there, but it dimmed soon enough. Within the enchantment, a sacred glow dimmed down, and with it, the faces of many formidable beings. Among them was the Lord Kuang Dao. He was a member of Dagger Team. The Dagger Team only had 10 elites, far less than the expeditionary team from several days ago, but each of them was outstanding. Though the Lord Kuang Dao's sword intent was highly advanced, he was still ranked towards the end within this small team. The strongest among them were Demonic Flame Wang Qi, Fierce Gun Ranger, and Black Dragon Iron Guard. The latter two weren't on the Dragon Gate list, but that's only because they hadn't made a move in any public event since achieving great power. Moreover, the Dagger Team also carried a variety of secret weapons. Initially, things proceeded exactly as they had anticipated. They reached their destination through spatial travel, used an enchantment to seal off the surrounding space, cutting off the retreat of the monster leader, and then, without hesitation, they tore open precious scrolls of magic and one-time used tools. With their whale-like power, they swiftly took down more than a dozen fourth-order wisdom monsters. However, there's something wrong with this fallen god servant. The occasional servant avatars that appeared during the Red Fog disaster moon periods in the past were never this strong. Is this servant exceptionally powerful, or is it that something's off about this year's Red Fog disaster moon, and the servants have also become stronger? Not just that, as the enchantment darkened, one fourth-order monster after another began to emerge. It seemed like a trap. Roar! The servant in front of them roared. This was a blood wolf servant, and behind him loomed a massive, terrifying shadow of a blood wolf, dozens of meters tall. As the servant's real body slashed with its claws, the giant blood wolf also swung, landing a heavy blow on the already dim enchantment. In an instant, the enchantment, which had already been hit dozens of times, could not hold any longer, and it cracked apart. The blood wolf was full of scars. On its body were holy light wounds inflicted by the Great Holy Light Sword, an excellent tier tool. These wounds could not heal. Yet even so, the might of the blood wolf was still terrifying. He reached out, and a tide of blood surged, causing the bullets fired by the fierce gun ranger to pause in mid-air, swallowed up by the blood tide. He even caused a blood wave dozens of meters high. With its unreasonably vast energy, it crushed everything. Inside Stone Ridge Town, the old fishing man at the headquarters had a grave expression. Continuing like this won't do. The chances of winning are low, at most we can only end up defeated alongside the blood wolf servant. However, the old fishing man strongly suspected that there were more than one fallen god servant outside Stone Ridge Town. It was likely that there was a second fallen god servant lurking in the dark. He had this inkling not only because of a dire premonition but also because he had just received news that a frontline bastion in a particular territory of the Scenic Highlands had been broken through the monster tide. This was the second frontline stronghold to be attacked in the past 3 years. The reason this stronghold was defeated was because it was attacked by 2 fallen god servants. Some strongholds haven't encountered a fallen god servant. Some have encountered 1. And some, 2. The monster tide facing the area of Stone Ridge Town is clearly above the normal level, and there's a high possibility that a servant is hiding. Fortunately, there was a response from Panxi City. Someone powerful from Taishianlianji is in a nearby territory. They are rushing here now. Everyone, hold on. Strong reinforcements are on their way, we just need to hold off this servant and never lose sight of him. Demonic Flame Wang Qi spoke, tossing out an item that could briefly repel non-wisdom monsters, easing the pressure on everyone. The top of the mountain became much more open. Yet even so, under the onslaught of the servant Bloodwolf and around a dozen fourth-order wisdom monsters, they continued to retreat. The main issue was the Blood Wolf. Demonic Flame Wang Qi, Fierce Gun Ranger, Black Dragon Iron Guard, and 3 others were barely able to cope with the Blood Wolf servant. The remaining 4 led by Lord Kuangdao were dealing with the fourth-order monsters. They were under greater pressure. And once they couldn't hold on any longer and the Demonic Flame Wang Qi team, sandwiched between the fourth-order monsters and fallen god servant, it would certainly result in a swift defeat. They had to hold on. The Lord Kuangdao raged, and for a moment, his sword intent seemed ready to break through that barrier and reach the realm of great perfection. With the swipe of his sword, it was indeed more smooth, slick, and unparalleled sharpness. He directly sliced down the bloodthirsty jackal in front of him. Am I this powerful? The Lord Kuangdao was stunned. Even if his sword intent had broken through, it hadn't reached the point where he could kill a bloodthirsty jackal with one blow. Even Demonic Flame Wang Qi, who was on the verge of entering the imagery level, couldn't instant kill a fourth-order being. Only one punch martial lunatic Yuta could treat a fourth-order boss as a common foe and kill them with one punch. In the midst of his racing thoughts, Lord Kuangdao finally saw a stardust shining arrow lodged in the left eye of the bloodthirsty jackal. Half of the arrow was embedded in it. That was the true attack that dealt the fatal blow to the bloodthirsty jackal. But where did the arrow come from? As his thoughts scattered, the war blade in his hands never ceased. The edge of the blade twisted and slashed towards the side, carving out a glacial flash. The goblin Dashamon in the distance, twisted its body frantically backwards. It swung its staff that was like a withered piece of wood, creating a raging flame shield around it that wrapped it up tightly, leaving no gaps. However, this flame shield was not for fending off his Kuangdao, but An arrow interlaced with starlight came from afar. Quick as lightning, it boomed on the flame shield, creating a small gap. The gap quickly closed, but a second arrow shot through, precisely piercing the goblin-Amon who was twisting his body. The next moment, the arrow exploded in the left eye socket, and Amon fell stiffly to the ground. It got killed instantly. Lord Kuangdao was stunned for half a second again. Looking back at the distance, a leading Tauren swung his battle axe in front of him to block the arrows glowing with starlight. However, as nimble as a fish, the arrow swerved around the blocking axe. As the leader of Tauren looked on in surprise, the arrow pierced through his eye socket. Another fourth order being was killed. This one died even more abruptly, without any semblance of the threat posed by a fourth order boss. Thunk! Thunk! In the blink of an eye, merely in a span of 10 seconds, 3 more fourth order bosses had fallen. Without exception, all of them had an arrow through their left eyes. At this point, the surrounding fourth order wisdom monsters also reacted and realized that the deadly hidden arrows could easily swerve around. So, instead of trying to block or dodge, they tried their best to destroy the arrows. This was indeed 17's weakness. A weak point that wasn't exactly weak. 17's ability was suitable for first attack kills, appropriate for dealing with individuals without heavy armor, and was also very suitable for cooperation with teammates. While Lord Kuangdao and others were not her well-coordinated teammates, but Kuangdao and others were not mindless either. It's likely that reinforcements have arrived. They were invigorated and engaged in battle with the remaining 9 fourth order bosses. These fourth order bosses must constantly be on their guard against the hidden arrows. They scanned the surroundings with their eyes, but no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the hidden archer. Of course. 17 was still in Shilling Town at the moment. She was at the base in the northern suburbs, about 3 to 4 kilometers away from the battlefield. She drew bow and fired arrow after arrow filled with the power of the stars, relying on her exceptional vision and the high-altitude view provided by the Taiching birds. 6th kill. 7th kill. 8th kill. At times, in their bid to destroy 17's arrow, the fourth order bosses inadvertently exposed a gap and were killed by the likes of Kuangdao and other powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, the fourth order bosses were almost completely annihilated. 17 then turned her gaze towards the blood wolf servant who was engaged in a battle with the demonic flame Wang Qi and others. Behind her, ripples continuously emerged in the space, and meticulously polished precious arrows manifested one after another on her battle bow. She took a deep breath. She fired the 9-star chain. Without hesitation, she drew the bowstring again and began to charge. Soon, 9 more arrows filled with tremendous force, the arrow of Polar Star, cut across the sky. Several kilometers away, the blood wolf servant's hair stood on end. In its cold yet ferocious eyes, reflected the arrow of Polar Star that were flying towards it from far in the sky. The blood-colored tides began to rhythmically dance. The arrow darted through the tides, with starlight and bloodlight competing against each other in a race. Blood-colored claws tore apart the starlight, the devil flame slammed on the body of the blood wolf. Gigantic waves of blood as high as the sky shattered the streaks of starlight, causing the blood wolf to stumble as it was rammed by the black dragon iron guard. A huge shadow let out a sky-shaking roar. Visible waves of sound spread out in circles, causing the starlight of the arrows to dim and vibrate constantly. The fierce gun ranger seized the opportunity to launch an attack, aiming straight at the blood wolf servant's face. And this arrow will pierce through the stars. The 9 arrows flew out in succession, their forces stacking upon each other, piercing the sky and exploding into a brilliant beam of starlight. The blood wolf's giant shadow froze. At the same time, in the southern area of Shilling Town, where the monster tide was relatively sparse, 3 figures hid within. These were the 3 servants, Crow, Four-Wing, and Evil Dragon. At this time, the blood wolf is already battling against the human camp's powerhouses. Shouldn't we provide assistance to the blood wolf? Why assist that muscle brain? We have already left him with most of the fourth order pieces, which is more than enough. If that blood wolf were to be killed by the human powerhouses, we would have one less person to share the spoils with. Isn't that just wonderful? He. Don't waste time anymore. While the blood wolf is attracting the attention of the human powerhouses, let's gather our strength and seize this delicious town. Agree. 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 The crow servant suddenly became startled. There were clearly only 3 servants here, so where did the 4th voice come from? The voice was charming, tingling and numbing, as if one could sink into it. Black fog began to rise around them, out of nowhere. Below the black fog was the bustling ghost market. Above the black fog was the towering holy mountain. Just as the crow servant managed to free himself from the influence of the illusion technique and was about to warn the others, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A huge, chilling shadow of a crow emerged. A pair of eyes from the underworld stared straight ahead. The true and unreal of the ghost market seemed to intersect in his pupils, but in front of these imaginary lines, close to the crow servant's pupils, stood a human powerhouse wreathed in thick, faint red flames. Yuta unleashed a punch filled with power. A serious punch. Dragon God Fist. In the state of completely unsealed physical shackles, the majestic and divine phantom image of a dragon emerged behind him. The dragon danced and entangled over the punch. The punch of the dragon god that was delivered with all his might broke through the space in front of him and shattered the shadow of the crow that had just manifested, disintegrating it into pieces. The entire body of the crow servant also disintegrated along with it, falling apart like pulverized flesh. However, Yuta, who had been reminded by Commander Deadbone, didn't stop the assault at this. He stepped in the air and approached the stride, stood before the possibly dead or possibly alive crow servant, and slammed his fists out one after another. His fists were like illusions, shaking the earth and sky. Aura, 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 aura. Circles of white waves radiated, and space crackled and shattered. The body of the crow servant, which was like pulp, was progressively destroyed under Yuta's ordinary continuous fist. After a while, Yuta turned around and looked at the other two servants. A wild and destructive aura emanated from his eyes. The four-wing and evil dragon servants, who had just woken up, stared wide-eyed. In the end, are you a servant, or are we the servants? Chapter 263, The Avatar of the Great Lord Shepherd. An hour and a half ago, Deadbone and his team had already arrived on the outskirts of Shilling Town. They did not join the defense army of Shilling Town. After all, they were only 4 people and not 4 legends. Facing millions of monsters in the monster tide, they would exhaust themselves without killing many. A newly promoted Great Lord like Yuta, he could easily kill a 4th order boss, but even at full combat power, he could only kill a dozen or so, and it would have to be when all the 4th order bosses were gathered together. In this city defense battle scenario, Yuta's role is far less than 17s. A single 17 could kill countless 4th order bosses throughout the day, reaching her shooting range across the entire Shilling Town. Whether it's decapitation, support, or auxiliary, she performs excellently. However, Deadbone's target was not ordinary monsters, but the commanders in the monster tide. Upon arriving near Shilling Town, Deadbone had a short communication with 17 through a spiritual link, but 17 didn't have any information on the monster leaders either. So, Deadbone had to continue the search relying on his own strength. His search method was simple, brutal, effective, and hard for others to replicate. That is territory. Territory is almighty. Deadbone diffused his territory and maintained the territory's lowest consumption, not using the suppressing power and various abilities of the territory, but merely using it as an eye. Within the territory scope, all things are visible. Deadbone walked with the Rakshasas like invisible ghosts among the monster tide, with the radar of his territory alternating between opening and closing. This kind of operation was not easy. The territories of most strong men were used for suppression and served to finalize kills. But for Deadbone, the territory was not so simple. He had established his territory when he had reached the level of an elite. It was normal that he had developed more methods of use over the years. Shortly after, as expected, Deadbone found 3 evil god servants to the south of Shilling Town. Even when they were hiding, the vast energy within them was still as dazzling as the blazing sun under the observation of the territory. General Deadbone approached them. Deadbone and Hong Yi were the first to attack. Ghost City enemy trapping, illusion interference, and the suppression from both Wraith Sacred Mountain and territory. Under these 4 powers, even the foremost crow servant that broke free from the illusion was killed on the spot by Yuta before it had a chance to exert its full strength. Now, the 4-winged servant and the evil dragon servant have awakened. They had not yet fully broken free from the influence of the illusion, but they were already able to fight. After all, they possessed enormous energy in their bodies, being hundreds of times more powerful than regular 4th order leader level strong men. With such huge reserves of power, the effects of any interference would be minimized. The 4-winged servant was a humanoid creature with tattered wings on its back. The evil dragon servant was one Deadbone was familiar with. It was an evil IWIRM with an excellence 3-star stage rank. An eerie glow flickered in its third eye on its forehead. However, it was not as sinister as Hong Yi's. At this moment, hundreds of ghosts in the ghost market were murmuring together. Their eerie whispers echoed through the area. The two servants somehow managed to resist it. The few fourth-order bosses and the other minor monsters trapped in the ghost market all fell into the illusion. Monsters were all around. Naturally, Deadbone was not afraid of the evil dragon servant's corruption and illusion technique. Neither was Hong Yi. Yuta was now fully unsealed. His body was filled with energy 10 times his normal level, and wildly turbulent. The interference from the evil dragon servant was swept away immediately. Rakshasa was affected. He seemed to have fallen, but the next moment, he extended 2 heads from his neck on the left and right. He had 3 minds, and with their mutual aid, he got rid of 90% of the interference effects in an instant. He teleported in front of a 4th-order boss, the Fenai evil spear piercing through its neck. He didn't even look, transforming into an evil spirit and rushing onto another. He continued killing the 4th-order bosses who were still indulged in the illusions. Yuta darted towards the 4-winged servant. He dragged a few red after-images behind him, continuously striking against the 4-winged servant. Ordinary continuous fist. Deliberate boom fist. Dragon power tornado. The energy of the 4-winged servant was too vast. Yuta couldn't kill him quickly by confronting him head-on. After all, he had not yet stepped into the 4th order. He could only suppress. His energy surged like a fountain, making him fight even fiercer than the 4-winged servant. Under the influence of his frenzied power, bulging veins appeared all over Yuta's body like pythons, and his skin was flushed red, looking as ferocious as a demon. Compared to this guy, we are a disgrace to the servants of God. The 4-winged servant was repeatedly forced back. However, Deadbone knew well that Yuta had a very short burst duration. He could only maintain his strength for about 10 seconds. He had to hurry. Wielding the Wailing Death, Deadbone stepped towards the evil dragon servant. The evil dragon servant glared with its 3 eyes, igniting the raging tide of darkness. This was a flood gathered from infinite energy. In terms of scale, it was more magnificent than the Stygian River, the biggest move in the previous 2 versions of Deadbone. The energy contained within this flood was so overwhelming that in just 2 or 3 hits, it could break through the blockade of the ghost market. The energy possessed by the servant form is far beyond me. Deadbone murmured. But the servant form only excels in the area of energy reserves. Apart from that, their use of energy was fairly crude. The skills to leverage energy were rudimentary and basic. They had hardly any skill in using those skills. These servants seemed like muscular oafs with nothing but strength. Moreover, the evil dragon servant mainly uses shadow energy. Deadbone has expertise in this. Energy, submit to me. It muttered in its heart, spreading an invisible king's might. Starting a black fog storm. It is a walking king among people, the lord of the dead who dominates and controls everything. The evil dragon servant is not an undead creature, but at this moment, the figure of Deadbone in his eyes still becomes infinitely tall and stalwart. It's as if he sees a god. The resistance in his heart is gradually fading. No, no. This is a general of the human camp, a mortal enemy of God. But how can there be such a special existence? Is there really a life, born to be a king? He is clearly a mundane life. Must not stay. The chaotic thoughts collide in his mind. Eventually, relying on its own strong will, the evil dragon servant gradually raises a killing intent. The killing intent is intense. But before he could kill, he discovered that the shadow tide he had just started, which was like a tsunami, was frozen in mid-air without knowing when. As if the wave was halfway down and stopped. It seemed as if time stood still. But it knew that what had stopped was only the shadow energy between heaven and earth. Countless energy particles seemed to have also submitted to that figure, enshrouded by a cloak and wielding a sword. This seems to be the legendary realm, controlling the might of heaven and earth. Deadbone is powerful, but it can't cross the rules of heaven and earth. It is not legendary, naturally it cannot control the power of heaven and earth, it only makes the elemental particles submit to it, and let these particles serve it. By gathering this energy, Deadbone seems to have gathered the power of the entire army. It wielded its sword, and tens of thousands of warrior figures faintly appeared behind it. With each swing of its sword, it started a storm of blade waves. Slash! The raging energy like the Stygian River smashed the underworld ghost market, annihilated countless monsters, and left a semicircular, smooth and clean gully on the ground. At the forefront of the trench, the giant shadow behind the evil dragon servant was ragged. After all, it is the same source of energy, his resistance to it is a little higher. He managed to lock in a little bit of his last blood. Then, Deadbone took 2 steps forward and slashed with his sword, completely annihilating the evil dragon servant. This operation took 4.5 seconds. He turned around and headed towards another servant. 2.5 seconds later, the 4-winged servant also collapsed, leaving only a broken crystal of external transformation falling slowly. Deadbone gathered 3 external transformation crystals and summoned a high-order vampire to pick up Yuta, whose life was on the line but still vibrant. The group quickly left the site. Afterward, Deadbone circled near Shilling Town, killed a bunch of high-ranking intelligent monsters, and casually left with a wave of his hand, without taking away a single cloud. The only one left behind was Hong Yi, who quietly entered the city and went to 17. To assist and protect her. Shilling Town should be safe, we should go back. Deadbone looked in the direction of the territory. There was an attack by an Orokai servant not long ago, and he wasn't at his territory, so he was worried. About 15 minutes later, 2 figures in white combat suits came from the east. They each carried a lantern that emanated a faint yellow glow, and walked on a deserted wilderness full of monsters, but did not attract any monster to attack. We've arrived near Shilling Town. There will be more intelligent monsters here, so be careful. Don't worry, Brother Wang. We've experienced scenes like this before. However, Shilling Town seems to be perfectly safe, where is the sense of urgency? Shilling Town is hardly safe, with countless monsters still attacking the city walls. High-ranking monsters occasionally leap onto the city walls, causing a bloody storm. But Wang Dong and White Order were high-ranking officials of Taishan Lianji. They have carried out many firefighting tasks. Compared with those territories that were almost broken or have already been broken, the current Shilling Town is too stable. Superior Officer Wang Dong immediately contacted the Shilling Town side. The old fishing man and Mayor Kui Long were both somewhat taken aback. Didn't the 2 of you just come over? Wang Dong, White Order. Town Mayor Kui Long said, if not for the 2 of you, who else could have hurriedly arrived to eliminate a large group of high-order monsters? Just now, a powerful burst of energy resonated from the south of Shilling Town. Undoubtedly, this was a powerful being in combat. As the old fishing man had correctly guessed, there were indeed servants of the fallen god lurking around, which had just been sought out and killed by the reinforcements. But who else could the reinforcements be if not the 2 big shots, Taishan Lianji? Inside their town of Shilling, however, a top-tier power, an archer deity, had appeared. This archer deity had come from a guild known as Guang Yuan. Mayor Kui Long had never heard of this guild before. It could be from another region, or possibly just a small guild. Regardless, once the waves of the siege receded, he made sure to visit them personally. Outside the town, being unable to understand Wang Dong and White Order's thoughts, they simply paid it no mind. Let's leave since Shilling Town is safe. We still have other tasks waiting for us. The 2 of them hurriedly left after defeating a few 4th Order bosses, heading further north into the wilderness to show that they hadn't come for nothing. Half a day later, the 3 dead bones returned to Tianyuan territory. At the moment, Mu Yuan was repairing the damaged land to the north of the territory. There were missing pieces in the golden fertile soil. Following the power of the rules in the miracle building and consuming soul sand, the remainder that hadn't been completely destroyed could be quickly repaired. However, the central area of the northern region remained barren, with only a slight hint of vitality. This was obviously due to the influence of the corruptive forces. Even though the land of filth had completely vanished, the fertility of this area's soil was almost non-existent. Even if the golden fertile soil was laid in the area, its potency would considerably decrease, almost equivalent to regular farmland elsewhere. We will remember this grudge against the Orokai. However, the actual Orokai resided deep within the wilderness, a malignant land covered in red fog all year round. In such an area, he, Lord Shepherd, still wasn't qualified to tread. Nor did he possess the power to confront the Orokai itself. For now, he could only hold on to this grudge. Mu Yuan took the 3 corrupted and broken outer crystals handed over by the dead bones, and after purifying them, placed these 4 broken crystals together. In an instant, a faint white light enveloped them, and the 4 crystals slowly merged into one, forming a perfect, unblemished crystal within the light. Outer crystals. This miraculous object could perfectly carry their own power and shape into an avatar. Naturally, Mr. Mu would keep this miraculous object for his own use. He needed it the most. He also wanted to try something. Refine. The outer crystal was simple to use. It was like a blank canvas, taking on the form of whatever power was infused into it. Yuan had plenty of experience using avatars. The starlight avatar of Ilo, the Rakshas's three-phase body, and the split avatar of Duo Lai. Half a day later, a genuine, permanent avatar was formed. Yuan carefully examined it. Similar to Ilo's starlight avatar, there is a link of consciousness between the main body and the avatar. However, unlike the starlight avatar, this avatar doesn't require energy to maintain its existence. It can absorb energy from heaven and earth and soul sand to recover on its own. It was identical to his main body. The most important thing was, with a thought, Yuan transformed the permanent avatar. It lengthened and took on the fully realized Duo Lai template. On the back of its hand, a conspicuous Lord's seal manifested. This permanent avatar possesses the Lord's unique power. Of course, it's more accurate to say that it extends my own power elsewhere. This was quite ingenious. Many times, when Yuan wanted to use the Lord's seal to transport troops or needed to make an official appearance as the Lord, a place where substitutes were unacceptable, he faced dangers leaving the safety of his territory. What if he ran into an ambush one day? The outer avatar solved this problem. However, compared to the starlight avatar, the outer avatar has its flaws. An outer avatar can only be one, once destroyed it cannot be formed again. Moreover, if this avatar, which is connected to my spirit and soul, perishes, it will inflict damage to my own soul. He can't afford to take unnecessary risks. He must try to avoid combat. All he needs to do is play the role of a quiet transporter on the battlefield. Chapter 264, Tracking and Base. On the 49th day of the disaster moon's descent, the permeating red fog that brought filth and erosion to heaven and earth began to decline after reaching its peak. The Astronomical Society also released news. The red fog disaster moon is expected to end within 3 days. This was a dose of encouragement. Whether it's the lords or ordinary players participating in the war, they've had enough of the endless onslaught of monsters. Even some strong territories and powerful teams held in fortified towns were extremely exhausted after continuous battles. The Twilight Plain region, Luoxing territory. Damn, it's finally coming to an end. Zhang Luoxing was commanding a dozen nuns and priests, using holy light healing on his injured soldiers. His defense forces were strong and he had numerous defensive structures. But after so many days of fierce battles, every soldier's combat status had only 6 or 7 tenths remaining. If the onslaught continued for another half a month, there might be a risk of his territory being breached. Luckily, the worst days were almost over. The Huanchao territory. Wearing a cyan blue robe and a white shawl, Lu Mianmu walked on the city wall. A blue line of life sprang forth from her, connecting the Huanchao spring spirits and the cold pool sky maidens. She stood there, catching her breath for a while, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. Still, there were a few spring spirits that could not be saved. Am I too weak? She never had a sense of urgency before. Neither the trials of being a lord nor the harassment from the monster tribes worried her. She didn't have any high ambitions, she just wanted to peacefully live her life. All she wished for was to hold a rank high enough among the other lords to not embarrass her sister. Neither too high nor too low, she was content to go with the flow. But now, she felt a bit weak. She had no thoughts of vying for the top spot among her fellow lords, of shining on the stage. But at the very least, she could not bear the sight of her old followers, who had been with her for so long, laying down their lives in front of her. Tianyuan territory, aside from the day when it was deceived and ambushed by the Orakai servant, no other accidents occurred. No matter if it were wisdom monsters trying to duplicate the former ambush, wisdom monsters that drilled out of the ground, or a group of wisdom monsters trying to charge in a massive formation. All of them were laid to rest peacefully. The most difficult to guard against were the monsters that dug up from the ground. Yuan had no permanent solution to this, he could only temporarily fortify the surface, conduct underground scouting, internal patrols, and so on. The excellent tier building, Magic Celestial Instrument, was powered by Lord Shepherd at its highest power, scanning the surroundings of the territory 24 hours a day. Whether they walked on the ground, flew in the sky, swam underground, none of them would be overlooked. A bit unexpectedly but still in reason, the celestial instrument discovered some peculiar small creatures. A few kilometers away from Tianyuan territory, on a stout and robust ancient tree. A silhouette lay across, his boots tightly against the trunk as if nailed in place. His entire aura was nearly non-existent, blending in with the tree, like a simple short branch. It's the one. A territory that can attract and withstand such a scale of monster waves, must undoubtedly be Tianyuan territory. I've finally found you. A great scout Soma was very excited. Only God knows how long he's been searching. Months ago, when he had just received the SS class mission, he was full of anticipation and excitement. But after several months of life and death adventures in the wilderness, without finding even a trace of Tianyuan territory, all his enthusiasm and anticipation had been extinguished. He now only wanted to return to the Shenyao Empire, to spend time with his 13 lovers. Now that the location of Tianyuan territory is confirmed, my mission is finally accomplished. Promotions, raise, and official appointments, it's just a matter of days. To avoid unforeseen complications during long nights, let's get back and report the news. Soma had already made a simple report via his communication device. Next, was the time to prepare for war. The red fog disaster moon had not yet ended, they could make use of the power of the monster tide to wage a strike on Tianyuan territory. The timing was all on their side. Thinking about it, Soma began to feel thankful for the monster tide. Although the monsters running all over the place had given him no small amount of trouble, making him be extremely cautious when traveling outside. His base had already lost quite a few colleagues, who had tragically died among the monsters. But it was precisely because of the appearance of the monster tide that they could follow the directions of the gathering and moving hordes, to find one external territory after another. And then find this current one, its scale and volume far exceeding that of a normal new territory. It was identified as Tianyuan's territory at first glance. Otherwise, even if they were given half a year to a year's time, finding Tianyuan territory may not be possible. Thank you for the guidance of the monster tide. Soma placed his hands together in a prayer, waited for a moment. When the monster flow beneath the ancient tree was rather sparse, he jumped gently from the tree, falling like a fluttering leaf. Lifted his head slightly, glanced at the large bird flying overhead, he cautiously walked into the distance. He walked very cautiously. He would walk for a moment then stop, sometimes blending into the woods like a dead tree, remaining there for half an hour before continuing his journey. This repeated again and again. Even though victory was in sight, even though in a few days he could return home and enjoy his promotions, even though his heart was filled with excitement, Soma remained cautious. That was the professional quality of an A-grade scout. Finally, after 14 hours and 25 minutes, A-grade scout Soma walked towards a rock face and disappeared into it like a ripple through the water. Several hundred meters away, in the unremarkable wilderness, Deadbone and Ilo, a skeleton and a person, stood undisguised in the open, appearing as if they were non-existent. The monsters passing them paid them no attention as they moved around them. The target has disappeared to it. Deadbone, who had opened his enchantment, said in a spiritual link. Ilo pondered a bit. So it seems? It's very likely that the target left through a teleportation array. This might be one of the entrances to the Eye of Shiny base. Let's go. The enchantment is not difficult to crack, and I might have a chance to figure out the teleportation array after studying it for a while. She said. Deadbone raised his hand. Let's wait a little more. Initially, when they discovered this A-grade scout, Hong Yi suggested extracting his memories, but Deadbone felt this method was not solid enough. In the past, they've managed to capture scouts from the Eye of Shiny. However, whether through torture or spiritual invasion, they all ended up in failure. The imprisonment always led the captives to die immediately. It was clear that something was done to their sea of consciousness. Although Hong Yi's power has increased significantly since then, it's still uncertain whether spiritual invasion or illusion technique will work. If the memory extraction fails, the clue from the scout would be completely cut off. Their goal was not to be constantly on guard against counterattacks, they wanted to uproot their enemies. Currently, their location had been exposed, but it was also an opportunity. After waiting a few more minutes and confirming there were no issues with constant scanning of the enchantment area, Deadbone and Ilo started to move. In fact, if it hadn't been for Ilo's reminder that waiting too long could cause errors in her analysis, Deadbone would have preferred to wait a little bit longer. Ilo came to the rock where the scout disappeared earlier and reached out with her white-gloved hand to touch it. It was hard, rough, and uneven. It seemed no different from a normal rock face. However, it's just a hidden enchantment solidified at the entrance of the cave. It wouldn't be difficult to forcefully breach. For Dead Bone and Ilo, now in the 4th order, it could be broken with ease. Still, Dead Bone preferred a technical break-in. 30 seconds later. A faint ripple seemed to spread out. Ilo began, done. She took a step forward, then thought about it and set up a 3-sided protective light shield around her before proceeding to walk into it, passing straight through the rock face. Dead Bone followed closely behind. The space within the cave wasn't large. In the middle was a prominent round stone platform, about 1 meter in diameter, with mysterious patterns engraved on it. Dead Bone was slightly familiar with these, but he didn't specialize in them. This is a mini teleportation platform. It can only accommodate 3 people at a time, and it must wait up to 10 minutes before it can be used again after each activation. It can be seen that the Eye of Shiny doesn't have unlimited funding. Or rather, this is just a small exit and entrance. Strategically, it isn't suitable to set up a larger teleportation platform. Ilo said as she walked up and squatted down, stretching out her hand to touch it. She began to channel magic into several nodes of the array platform, and in an instant, a faint blue light appeared. It circulated around the array patterns and then disappeared. This array pattern, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Eye of Shiny's Type T22 teleportation pattern. She had only seen it in some book introductions, and what she had seen was merely the external appearance, not the internal technical structure. This was expected. Ilo is currently absorbing modern array pattern technology. The technology of this era far surpasses the Eagle Kingdom. By modern standards, she doesn't qualify to call herself a master of array patterns. However, if the technique is insufficient, skills can make up for it. Ilo summoned the River of Stars. This dazzling river of stars fluttered in the cramped space of the cave, slowly landing on the array stone platform. Like an engraving, it deposited the array pattern of the stone platform into it. Ilo analyzed, deduced, and pondered. There is an anti-cracking technology from the Shen Yao Empire on it. I can't utilize this teleportation array directly to launch a surprise attack on their base. However, I have a rough idea of the direction the teleportation array is pointing based on the research. It's not far from here. Good. Yuan spoke in the communication channel. In the territory, he turned to his homunculus. The important task of destroying the evil base is up to you, homunculus. The emotionless homunculus, bearing a shared consciousness, turned around and left to gather generals and soldiers. In the mark space, the units the Lord can accommodate are far more than just 9. The higher the territory level, the more units it can hold. This is one of the advantages of the Lord. A surprise troop. For the purpose of uprooting the enemy, Yuan prepared to dispatch most of his generals. As a result, the number of people left to defend the base was limited. He is the one staying behind as the Lord Shepherd. He is also the one launching the attack as the Lord Shepherd. Wait, after creating a homunculus, it seems like my workload has also doubled. There's a growing tendency of him being drawn closer to Ilo's workload. Damn it! Somewhere many kilometers deep in the wilderness in the northeast of Tianyuan territory, 2 figures carrying bright yellow lanterns arrived. That's right, according to the clues, the Eye of Shiny's largest base in the Twilight Plain region is in the nearby area. Senior official Wang Dong of Taishan Lianji said. Their mission was to destroy the base of the Eye of Shiny. Taishan Lianji had already eliminated several bases. In the past few months, they've been able to destroy more bases than in the past few years. After all, the Eye of Shiny has been more active during this period, and the more active they are, the easier they are to leave flaws and get discovered. However, during these months, there have been numerous Taishan territories severely damaged or even destroyed because of the Eye of Shiny. Another senior official, White Order, asked, Brother Wang, do we move now? He was eager to try. Wang Dong shook his head, although our strength is not lacking, for caution's sake, we should wait for the reinforcements to arrive before taking any action. We don't want to scare away the snake in the grass. The 2 of them were not lords, but ranger players who could only contract 9 types of soldiers. However, they were not on the same level as ordinary ranger players. Usually, ranger players are weak, lack resources, and have no channels. They often start off on a rocky path, and some veteran players haven't even entered the professional level after 2 or 3 years. Veteran players who do well usually reach their peak at the elite level. Moving up further is extremely difficult due to limitations of channels, talent, and financial resources. Even if they can surpass these limitations, it requires a lot of time. Wang Dong and his companion were different. Before being chosen, Wang Dong was a scout of Xian country. He then unquestionably entered the officials' organization and made a name for himself in the preliminary selections with his exceptional performance and impeccable political review. He entered the Taixuan Lianji department, receiving strong cultivation by the officials. He did not go through detours due to resource limitation. After growing up, he exchanged many rare items that ordinary players could not buy even with money, earning them through his contribution and war achievements. Today, Wang Dong, who has been in the Eternal World for 12.5 years, has a luxurious team. Among the 9 major contracted troops under his command, there are 4 at the 4th order leader level, while the rest are all at 3rd order war general level, each with a special function. For example, the ghosts of the underworld who can tactically withdraw, the royal griffin that can fly, the prophet of illusion who can manipulate memory, etc. The teammate beside him, White Order, is also formidable, with 3 at the 4 order leader level. They might not match up to senior lords in terms of comprehensive strength, but if only high-end combat power is compared, they are stronger than many senior lords. However, our target is the Eye of Shiny, the main base rooted in the Twilight Plains territory. We must not underestimate it. The few bases we destroyed before all have many 4th order strong men, let alone this location. The Eye of Shiny's scouts mainly excel at surveillance and tracking, and the loss rate is high, making them seem less powerful. Real powerhouses wouldn't do this kind of high-risk job as a scout. However, within the main base of Eye of Shiny, there must be real combat players stationed there, just like us, and possibly in larger numbers. So we should wait a bit longer. Our only task is to keep an eye on our surroundings, and before the reinforcements arrive, lock down the position of the base. Keep an eye out for any abnormal activity. Bro Wang, there. The stuttering voice arose. Wang Dong furrowed his brows. Before he could say anything, he followed White Order's pointing finger and saw a light. Bright and dazzling thunderbolt blue and fire-red lights bloomed together in the wilderness. The lights quickly expanded and grew enormous. In just 2 or 3 seconds, they transformed into 9 interwoven, lifelike, and majestic thunder-scale flame dragons. 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon Duo-Las hand-rolled version. The large-scale techniques in the magic furnace were originally fused by Duo-Las magic energy. It's just that the magic furnace's upper limit is higher and its techniques are more stable. At this time, Duo-Lai entered the over-limit devouring state. His internal energy climbed steeply, and a fearsome energy storm whipped up around him, as if a powerful being had arrived. The stronger and more controlled over-limit deluxe invincible version of Duo-Lai, more potent than the final trial version of the hero trial, made its official debut. He raised his staff high, energy rushing out. 900-meter-long thunder flame dragons roared and rushed towards the seemingly ordinary mountain peak in the distance. Chapter 265, This Cannot Be Tianyuan. Under normal circumstances, General Duo-Las energy reserve is tens of times the 4th order combat power, not much less than the perfect incarnation of the attendant ascendants. Once he enters the over-limit swallowing mode, General Duo-Las energy levels can be greatly elevated, making surpassing the attendant ascendants not a tough job. At this moment, Duo-Lai did not max out the over-limit swallowing. Different from Muta who could completely unseal in an instant with a snap, Duo-Lai took a steady and gradual approach to over-limit swallowing. He had optimized this strategic skill many times over, like storing food in the dimensional space in advance, undertaking food swallowing in advance and entering the like swallowing state, waiting for an explosion during a battle, and so on. Even so, over-limit swallowing still required a bit of a process. To ensure a decisive moment in the battle, Duo-Lai did not maximize his over-limit swallowing. He only took a dozen seconds, completed a tasteless gorge and started warming up for the big move. At the 6th second when Duo-Lai began over-limit swallowing, the surging, boundless energy could no longer be suppressed and it swelled around, raising dust and sand. The alarm in the main base of the Eye of Shiny, hidden away in the mountain belly in the distance, suddenly rang out harshly and urgently. Beep beep beep. High energy reaction detected. High energy reaction detected. The detection equipment inside the base instantly marked the energy light spot located in the southwest. The light spot was expanding fast, turning progressively into a light ball, then into a light ring. Not long ago, the V-Face commander and a group of A and B grade scouts, senior combat staff inside the base were preparing for battle materials. A-grade scout Soma had already located the Tianyuan territory. Although not officially confirmed yet, the likelihood was very high. They didn't have the ability to enter the territory for testing and confirmation at this point, as that could easily alarm the enemy. The V-Face commander decided for an all-in gamble. He would deploy all the intermediate and high levels of combat power of the entire division to attack Yuan territory. Such was his cautious nature. They were almost ready. Stealth artifacts, corrosion resistance agents, space blocking artifacts, etc. All sorts of base reserves were packed for the mission. We have too many individuals to use the teleportation array, but it will take us at most 20 hours to reach the target area. By the day after tomorrow, we will return to our country as heroes in glory. At this moment, the V-Face commander stood at the very front, facing everyone, passionately delivering his speech. The crowd beneath the stage was excited, cheers were non-stop. The piercing alarm interrupted the loud speech and the continuous shout at this moment. The V-Face commander was stunned for half a second, and then he bounded to the command platform on 2 floors in 2 swift leaps. Seeing the light ball representing energy levels continuously expanding on the command equipment, his complexion changed drastically. Is this level of energy fluctuation from a fallen god attendant? What they feared the most is happening. Other scouts, senior combat staff also had their faces change continuously. Their haste to return to their country was due to the lack of safety while staying deep in the wilderness. They feared being discovered by wisdom monsters. And fallen god ascendants stand even above wisdom monsters. Don't panic, this is not a genuine fallen god ascendant, just a visiting shell. Simply an attendant ascendant, it won't be too difficult for us to defeat. The most thorny issue is that this base has been discovered, but we are about to set off for the Yuan territory and return to our country with glory. If we lose the base, so be it. This is not important. As for now, looking at the high energy reaction that was constantly flashing on the detection device, even the V-Face commander was a bit scared. The most terrifying thing about the attendant ascendants is exactly this. Their combat power is just a bit stronger than the peak 4-order leader level, but the destruction they can cause is 10 to dozens of times more than these 4-order leaders. They possess vast energy and can easily break through city walls, and even destroy a village with just a little accumulation. They are true war machines. The commander quickly gave the order. Immediately turn the Iron Dome defense system to full power. Turn on the V2 defense enchantment. Turn on all the enchantments for the material reserves area, command center, array center. They have long had this contingency plan. Before the official order was given, these defense measures had been activated one by one and the transmission power was set high. The next moment, the roaring dragon of 9 thunder flame crashed down vigorously. Thunderbolt and flames intertwined, when condensed to the extreme, they exploded thunderously. Endless light and heat spread in all directions, engulfing the trees, stones, and monsters they passed by. The dazzling white light spread hundreds to thousands of kilometers, as if a morning sun had risen at the end of the horizon. The eye of shiny base inside the belly of the mountain began to rumble and shake. The mountain layer that was disguised and reinforced on the outermost layer lasted less than half a second before it shattered and melted. Following it was the V2 type defense enchantment arranged at a heavy cost. After enduring for 2.5 seconds, the enchantment also shattered with a roar. Alloy outer shells, energy absorption system, Iron Dome defense system. One by one, these defense facilities were overloaded and burst. Inside the base, walls were crumbling, many pieces of equipment were fizzling and sparking. Ka-cha ka-cha. A spatial fissure spread out, the next instant, a large section of the lateral wall along the cracked space shattered, revealing the heavenly light from the external flames and thunderbolts. A few figures stood in front of the breach, behind them poured in the endless radiance. They stood against the light, signifying the shadow of death stretching out, all the way to the scouts of the Eye of Shiny. Damn it! Kilometers away, watching the rising sun, Wang Dong and White Order, 2 officials of Taishan Lianji, blurted out curses in Qian country's language. Is it an attendant ascendant? They initially thought so, but they quickly realized it wasn't. At the origin point where the 9 thunder flame dragons appeared, a few silhouettes could vaguely be seen, and monsters were gathering around them from all directions. It's not a fallen god's attendant, it's a lord of Taishan. However, there is a limit to human power. It could not possibly erupt into a devastating attack like a fallen god's attendant. These thunder flame dragons could only be from a scroll of magic. Wang Dong guessed that this was a technique sealed by a powerful magic system in the legendary realm. Very strong. But just a technique in the end. Damn it! Wang Dong's color drained, there's been a change in the situation, hurry up and urge others to get here. The V-Face commander, senior combat personnel of Eye of Shiny, A and B level scouts, and other players also realized that the attackers were not attendants, but a human lord and his followers. And there were only a few of them. If it was an attack from several, or a dozen complete troop legions, they would certainly feel anxious, but just a few people? Who are they underestimating? Boom! They broke through the crumbling base, scattered, and turned to surround the attackers. 4 people. A girl riding a slime, a pink-haired human girl, a follower wearing black armor, with his features concealed. And at the center, a youth who seemed to be a player. The V-Face commander judged. At first glance, their side didn't seem to have many people either. Only 8 people stood out, but there were 4 A-grade explorers among them, 3 high-ranking combat personnel from the headquarters, and himself, the top player strongman stationed at the main base. They acted instantaneously, their incomplete imprints lighted up, and one by one, the figures appeared. In the blink of an eye, tens of 3rd and 4th order strongmen appeared. Dragon Power Strongman, Purple Lightning Wing Dragon, Great Arcanist, each of these powerful beings of high rank showed their brilliance. They were after all core personnel of the Shenyao Empire and had received training, thus naturally possessing various extraordinary troops. Dragon Power Strongman and Great Arcanist, who came from noble origins, were much stronger than the average 4th order boss. They also knew how to cooperate, had attack and assistance, tanks and healers. 60-4, the advantage is ours. Moreover, could this player be Lord Tianyuan? The V-Face commander looked at the pink-haired Ilo, more certain of his speculation, and then ecstatic. While his heart was filled with ecstasy, his face remained calm. He just quietly threw the ultimate item he had prepared. The sky suddenly darkened, a tangible grey boundary spread around and shrouded thousands of meters in all directions. A spatial prohibition barrier. Nowhere for Lord Tianyuan to escape. Take him down, dead or alive. As the V-Face commander was about to give the order, a premonition of death surged in his heart. Without any hesitation, he stimulated the top-tier ring on his hand to its limit. The invisible power of space enveloped him and several important followers, moving them 100 meters away. The next moment, crack crack, the space in front of them froze. 2 A-grade explorers and several 3rd and 4th order strongmen cracked along with the shattered space, their fragmented bodies fell into the collapsing black void at the next moment. What kind of attack is this? The V-Face commander was horrified. So were the other shiny high-ranking players. As members of the Shenyao Empire's intelligence department, they saw a wide variety of things, and they were more knowledgeable than most seasoned lords. However, this ability to confine and shatter space was unheard of. It seemed to come from the girl riding the slime. Don't give her a second chance. However, before he could finish speaking, the ground trembled with a huge quake, and a colossal entity that overshadowed the sky emerged, casting a terrifying shadow. It was a tree. A giant tree. Dropping numerous large cocoons, a bizarre and chilling giant tree. It stirred up waves of tangled roots. At the same time, tingling pleasant bell sounds spread, and a number of shiny strongmen trembled, their eyes gone dull, and at the next moment, they were wrapped by stout roots and pulled into the vast forest of roots. Be careful of this illusion technique sound. The V-Face commander, who was ignited by the light of will himself, was not much affected by the illusion technique. He was about to use an item to wake up the others when an ice blue-scaled giant dragon pounced straight at him. It was a frost giant dragon. According to their investigation by the Eye of Shiny, Lord Tianyuan seemed to have one epic life just like this. Indeed, it's Tianyuan, no doubt. Must capture him at all costs. The V-Face commander tangled with the frost giant dragon for a moment, then tore an excellent tier magic scroll without any hesitation. Immediately, a magnificent divine light appeared, and in an instant, it formed a holy sword several tens of meters long, slashing fiercely at the frost giant dragon. This strike severely wounded the strong epic life the frost giant dragon. The dragon howled in agony, crashing down to earth. I've taken down a major enemy, now all I have to do is... Just as the V-Face commander thought this, screams of his colleagues echoed continuously in his ears. He saw a black-skinned strongman with 3 heads and 6 arms wielding a long spear, making his way through enemies as if he was in an uninhabited territory. Even 4th order strongmen couldn't withstand a few moves from him. He also saw the initial pink-haired girl transformed into an elegant dancer, casting beams of light and defense light curtains as if playing music. She was all alone, yet it seemed like she was the one doing the surrounding, as her countless techniques crisscrossed, bombarding their strong men to near disaster. He also saw the girl riding the slime, once again opening her mouth wide, crunching and munching the surrounding space as if it were a biscuit, and biting it fiercely into pieces. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen of their strong men had fallen. No, that's not right, it seems to be more than that. The V-Face commander only felt that the numbers were wrong, and upon further investigation, he discovered that the black-armored strongman who initially appeared next to Lord Tianyuan was moving around the battlefield without any noticeable presence. The black-armored strongman did not wield a brilliant sword light, nor did he display any fancy techniques, all he had was plain yet unsurpassed swordsmanship. With a simple, unadorned heavy sword slash, a single stroke could take away a life. Whether third or fourth order. The V-Face commander couldn't understand, as if the fourth order strongmen willingly bared their necks, ready to be slaughtered. It's a domain. No, it's definitely not just a domain. A domain provides an absolute advantage, however, many among them are strongmen of the fourth order. While it is undeniable that they are no match for domain-level strongmen and the gap is vast, they should not be slaughtered without any resistance as they are now. There's a problem, a big problem. The V-Face commander was surprised, horrified, and utterly helpless. When Deadbone approached him, he threw a punch with a perfect expression of fist intent, but he couldn't even graze the black-armored strongman. You must strike back when he attacks, this is the only way to counter the domain. Or, drag it out until the domain can't be maintained. A fourth-order strongman couldn't possibly maintain a domain for a long time. In his heart, he thought of a way to deal with domain-level strongmen, albeit rather unorthodox. However, in the next moment, the figure of Deadbone in his eyes inexplicably heightened. Like a king, demanding his subservience. He was greatly shocked, his light of will flickered, barely allowing him to maintain his self-control. Just as he was about to gather his strength, the pressure in front of him, higher than a mountain, deeper than the abyss, transformed into a tangible force, entangling his limbs and body. The next moment, the V-Face commander lost consciousness, sinking into a pitch-black abyss. Before his consciousness was lost, he had only one thought left. This strongman. It can't be Tianyuan. Far away, Wang Dong and White Order called out to most of their generals, running at full speed. They suddenly stopped halfway. It's a boundary that seals space. Wait, why would the strongman of the Eye of Shiny suddenly use a boundary? Could it be? It couldn't possibly be Tianyuan, could it? They're in trouble. Their faces changed dramatically, cold sweat flowing continuously. However, within a short moment, the grey-sealed boundary crumbled away. Inside, an enormous ancient tree stretched its body, with the frost giant dragon and red dragon circling and dancing around it, guarding the middle where a young man with an impressive bearing stood. The battle was already over. The strong men of the Eye of Shiny were either dead or unconscious. The mysterious team was gradually capturing the remaining personnel of Eye of Shiny. The two men couldn't see the course of the battle due to the boundary, but they could roughly imagine what happened. In one word, they were crushed. Just like slaughtering chickens, the strong men of Eye of Shiny were wiped out. I was overthinking it, it couldn't possibly be Tianyuan. Wang Dong took out a communication device, re-edited a message, and sent it to a few colleagues. Beep, the situation changed again. It seems you guys might not need to come. Tai Xian Lianji, who was racing at full speed. Chapter 266, After the Disaster. 1 treasure, 2 treasures, 3 treasures. In the scar-ridden wilderness, Duo Lai was rummaging through one body after another, rapidly finding rare spoils of war using his sharp senses for treasures. He was cracking up with laughter. He even used his splitting ability to create many Duo Lais, scavenging around like diligent bees. All these Eye of Shiny players could be considered as skilled gamers. Even if they were not lords, even if they were on a mission far away and did not carry too much money, General Duo Lai was still able to find more than 1,000 soul crystals on them and in the nearly shattered base of the Eye of Shiny. There was also 11 scrolls of magic of excellent tier. 3 of these were the attack type Brilliance of Light. One of the Shiny Gurus had previously used one and General Duo Lai swallowed it up in one gulp. 3 others were of the defense type Barrier of Sky. A Shiny Guru had used one before. It manifested a huge light dome that covered an area with a radius of 100 meters. Its coverage was not small, but relatively, its single-point defenses were somewhat lacking. The gamers using this scroll ended up killed quickly. Many didn't even have time to use the scroll and were killed on the spot. When Yuan got these high-grade scrolls, he didn't need to meticulously research them. The advantages and disadvantages of each had all been demonstrated by the Eye of Shiny players earlier. The remaining 5 scrolls were of the auxiliary type Fog of Secrecy, which were used for hiding traces and auras during medium-scale marches. Even though the Eye of Shiny players using these scrolls got sacked quickly, Yuan did not underestimate these scrolls because of that. High-grade scrolls were expensive and not easy to buy. Like Zhang Loxing, a top-rank whale's second generation, who often bought these kinds of scrolls. Simply put, they were for self-protection. Yuan contemplated that the 3 attack type Brilliance of Light scrolls could be sold. These were easy to sell and he wouldn't use them. He could keep the other types of scrolls for his own use. The most valuable high-grade scroll was actually the one that the commander of Eye of Shiny had used up just now, a scroll for Space Seal. Gadgets involving space transfer or space barriers were always extremely rare. The Eye of Shiny base might have gained one due to some reasons. Duo Lai was heartbroken and added a grudge against the already dead V-Face commander. But Yuan did not think it was a pity. Just sealing off space, it was not so rare. Hong Yi's skill Underworld Ghost Market could achieve the same effect, or even better than that scroll. Ilo's River of Stars and Dead Bones Wraith Sacred Mountain also had sealing effects, only that they were not as strong in this aspect. Yuan figured that the Phantom series troops that evolved to the epic tier might also awaken a skill similar to the Underworld Ghost Market. By then, there would be more methods for Tianyuan territory to seal off spaces. Apart from these high-grade scrolls, Duo Lai also found many mid and low-grade magic scrolls and various rare materials and artifacts. Most of them were war materials and artifacts. There was a particularly large amount of one type, the Misfortune Charm Flower, and items with similar effects. The total amount was 144, which made even Mr. Mew gasp. These were quite rare, even the normal grade charm flowers were scarce in the market. Among them, there was a Misfortune Charm Flower evaluated as excellent tier. Yuan planned to store it in the deepest part of the warehouse. After all, he did not dare to ignite an excellent tier charm flower. If he did, it truly might cause a disaster. When the synthesized power of Tianyuan territory advances a few more steps in future, he can use this charm flower to make a fortune. Compared to the merry General Duo Lai, Ilo, who was also checking the spoils, looked almost tearful, her heart aching unbearably. For her, the war spoils were not artifacts, rare materials, or soul crystal remnants. What she valued was one thing only: machines containing advanced technology. There were many of such machines in the base of the Eye of Shiny, from a coffee maker in the office to the Iron Dome defense system spread over the whole base. Most of them, in Ilo's eyes, were worth studying. Damn it! They were broken. Still broken. After the first wave of bombardment from the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, most of the machines were broken. The rest were mostly destroyed in the crossfire of the 4th Order strongmen. Ilo hardly salvaged a few machines that could still function. Duo Lai wanted to comfort her, but halfway through, it remembered that it was the one who had bombarded with the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. It could only pretend as if nothing had happened. Ilo did not blame Duo Lai. She was very clear that even lions must use all their strength to catch rabbits, let alone the Eye of Shiny base in their eyes was definitely not a mere rabbit. They had imagined the base to have a lot of strongmen and mysterious killing moves. Therefore, Duo Lai had to do its best to take down this sturdy base first. Maybe the reason why this battle was so easy was because the base of the Eye of Shiny did not play much of a role before it was shattered. Besides, the tactical command was also given by the Lord. Ilo understood all these reasons, but that did not stop her from feeling heartbroken. It was too painful. She could only collect the relatively intact remnants and study them when she got back. If so, let's take the whole base. It is not difficult to empty this broken equipment with Duo Lai. We can even scrape off the soil and bring it back. Yuan generously offered Duo Lai's service. Transport leader Duo Lai was more than willing and patted his chest vigorously. Leave it up to me. Moving these things won't be easy, especially considering the equipment is already damaged. They must avoid directly dismantling it violently, which is time-consuming. The team had been out for most of the day already, so General Deadbone took Serio and a few other subordinates and returned to their territory early. In his words, the Tianyuan territory was currently too empty, with only 2 or 3 epic subordinates staying behind. They couldn't stay out for too long. Mu Yuan agreed. At present, the high-end power of Tianyuan territory could only deal with 2 or 2.5 attendant ascendants at most. This indeed made people uneasy. Lord, don't stay out too long as well. It's dangerous out there. After all, there was still the red fog lingering between heaven and earth. The commotion from the previous battle had attracted waves of wild monsters, ranging from apprentice level to war general level. Of course, General Duo Lai was not afraid of these monsters. He simply slaughtered them all. The danger factor was almost zero. But almost zero isn't zero. Even a 0.001% danger probability is significant in Dead Bones' view. What if this commotion attracted a wandering legendary realm monster? The goblin legend from before, whether dead or alive, was probably still alive. This made Dead Bone worried. Thus, before leaving, Dead Bone advanced northward by hundreds of kilometers, made some noise here, and summoned a number of undead creatures from the Wraith Sacred Mountain, guiding them to move north. Afterward, he detoured a large circle and returned to the Tianyuan territory. Apart from equipment and materials, the spoils of this battle also contained something else. People. The V-Face commander and the other 7 senior players from the Shen Yao base had all been killed. Some scouts were captured alive and were now trapped in Hong Yi's illusionary reincarnation, unable to wake up for a long time. These scouts weren't of much value, and it was hard for Mu Yuan to extract or retrieve any useful information from them. However, that was only the case for him. In the hands of Tai Xian Lianji, these captives still had some value. As for exposing the location of the Tianyuan territory, there was no need to worry. If the Shen Yao Empire could gradually confirm the position of the Tianyuan territory through bits and pieces of evidence, so could the Tai Xian alliance. In his view, his identity was probably not a secret to the Lord of Luofu Mountain or the City Lord of Hanyu City. After some verification measures, Mu Yuan handed the captives over to Wang Dong and White Order, who were in the same area. The two were stunned and eventually took the group of captives and headed south. They had obtained a great achievement without even making a move. Of course, the main credit goes to that brother. After the fall of the Eye of Shiny Base, 2 or 3 days passed unnoticed. It's dropping. The concentration of red fog factor is dropping rapidly. In the intermediate mage tower, the 4th incarnation of Ilo, who was fiddling with the equipment, was excitedly shouting. But even without her yelling, Mu Yuan could see the wisps of red fog outside the territory were receding at a visible speed, gradually thinning out. The gloomy sky overhead was also gradually lighting up. The dark clouds began to disperse until at a certain moment, traces of brilliant sunlight tore through the clouds, shining brightly on the ground, banishing all evil and despair. The monster tide also thinned out. After the last sparse wave of monsters was killed by the guards, no more monster silhouettes appeared from the horizon. The nearly 2-month-long red fog disaster finally ended this day. It's over. On the defense line of Shilling Town, a player faced the dazzling sunlight, lying directly on the ground, not caring about his image at all. There was no image to speak of. After days of intense fighting, the faces of most players were unkempt, their armor and robes were stained with congealed blood. Even the female players with excellent appearances and temperament due to the fusion of nature-elf heritage were far from beauty without taking a bath, with their bodies covered in sweat and blood, and their hair tangled. Lie down or squat down, who would care about their image after fighting until today? The walls of Shilling Town still stand tall, and most of the players were unhurt. They were tired as dogs. But they started laughing. We won. We have once again defeated the disaster and defended our homeland. We are heroes. Then came the raging reconstruction following the disaster. In this era, in the eternal world, as long as the territory is not broken by the monster tide, it is not difficult to rebuild and repair all kinds of damaged buildings. Reconstruction is easy. The real problem is counting and distributing spoils of war. Unlike the simply structured Tianyuan territory, the majority of peripheral territory lords have hired additional players to assist in their defense. After the war, the lord naturally has to distribute some, even most of the spoils to these defensive players as rewards. For military towns like Shilling Town, it is the Players' Association that makes the distribution, giving rewards and contributions to various players or player groups after the war based on factors such as defensive positions, defensive time, outstanding performances during the war, etc. At the same time, a post-war exchange list is published. Players from Shilling Town can exchange items listed at a discount due to their identity as town soldiers. Although some players grieve for the fallen troops, most have still started to indulge in the exchange. After all, life has to move forward. Mindless players are only concerned about their rewards, while worried players are arming themselves as quickly as possible to face a rather uncertain future. 2 days later, in the elf's courtyard secret realm. Sad? How could I not be sad? Zhang Loxing sighed. In some core towns that were not broken by the monster tide and hardly suffered any damage, the players may have started celebrating after the war, feeling very joyful, but some places are different. For example, Wuxi town, the front-line stronghold in my area, was very tragic. 3 sections of the walls were breached by high-order monsters. Not to mention troops, even the players suffered heavy casualties. It is said that over 100 players were killed in Wuxi town. Even 3 lords were killed. But fortunately, Wuxi town held up. Speaking of this, Zhang Loxing felt a chill. After all, if Wuxi town had not held up and been obliterated in the tide, his Luoxing territory would have followed suit and it would be hard to escape. It is said that Lord Dari was not very lucky, his territory was targeted by a high-order intelligent monster. 2 generals under Lord Dari were killed in battle. There is an even more tragic lord among us, one who ranked in the top 30 on the gold list. He did not fail to defend, but the front-line stronghold collapsed in his area, and finally, he also. At this point, Zhang Loxing shook his head with a sigh. From his standpoint, he was much luckier than the 2, after all, his loss was not great and he gained quite a lot. Lu Miamu's situation was much more stable. The front-line stronghold in her area had secured against the monster tide quite well. She spoke, not only the front-line strongholds, I heard that the battles in the front-line key cities were also fierce, with countless legendary battles erupted. For example, outside the fabled Panchi city, 5 legendary battles broke out. It seemed that there were even more legendary realms lurking around, just without a final appearance. In the Jipo city area, a real servant of the fallen god came, not an avatar, but the real one. Apparently, one of our Taishan legendary heroes fell into the hands of this servant of the fallen god. Later, several legend rise and several army soul corps with more than 1,000 troops combined forces to stop this servant of the fallen god. Could the body of the servant of the fallen god be stronger than imagined? Are all of them this strong or varies? As far as Mu Yuan is concerned, the manifestation of the servant of the fallen god seems to be about the same. He pondered. His information was not as comprehensive as that of Zhang Loxing or Lu Miamu, but he also contributed some intelligence to share. At this point, ripples spread from the distant secret realm Light Gate, and the Lord of Hanyu City, with her tall and vigorous figure, strode in. Upon arrival, she brought a piece of explosive news. It has been confirmed that the fusion of our Langxing and the Eternal World will take place within the next month. Chapter 267. Langxing's situation and beta test players. The day had finally come. Upon hearing this, Lu Miamu, Zhang Loxing, and others fell silent. They knew this day would come and had made preparations early on, but that didn't mean they could accept it easily. The environment on Langxing was not superior to the Eternal World. Many high-order lords spent most of their years in the Eternal World rather than returning to Langxing. However, no matter what, no one wanted to see their homeland disappear. But there was no choice. Without a choice, the lords had high acceptance capabilities and couldn't resist sighing a few times. The Lord of Hanyu City, Lu Xiu, said, "One lucky thing is that the Red Fog disaster moon has ended, allowing the Alliance to focus on dealing with the world fusion." Yes. Mu Yuan nodded. He now had a good understanding of the strategic policy of the Taishan Alliance. It wasn't complicated. During the fusion, the land of Langxing and the earth of the Eternal World would merge together, or rather, Langxing, like a lake, would melt into the ocean of the Eternal World. All people and objects within Langxing would, along with the dislocated space during the fusion period, appear randomly in various places of the Eternal World. Of course, people from Xian country were bound to appear within or around the territory of the Taishan Alliance. In actuality, such breaking and sinking had already happened many times before. Just as monsters periodically trickle into Langxing, sometimes people from Langxing would also fall into the Eternal World. The result of Langxing people falling was mostly disappearance or death. Even if one fell into the inner ring of the Taishan Alliance or the Shenyao Empire where monsters were rare, how many among ordinary Langxing people could survive in the wild? Only if they fell near populated areas, might they be rescued. The plan of the Tai-Xian alliance was to temporarily stabilize the space within Xian country and try to ensure that during the fusion stage, the people of Xian country could comfortably settle within the territory of the Tai-Xian alliance by cities. If the red fog disaster continued, executing this plan would be very risky and inevitably result in heavy casualties. After all, during the disaster moon period, red fog was drifting within the inner circle of the Tai-Xian alliance, breeding monsters. These monsters might not pose any threat to the territories within the alliance, but they would undoubtedly be lethal to the human cities and ordinary humans settling down. Fortunately, the disaster moon had finally ended. The Lord of Hanyu City said, "When the worlds merge, most of our cities in Xian country will likely fall in the central areas of the alliance, but it would be hard to avoid a few cities or refugee areas falling in the outer areas of the alliance. In such a situation, the Players' Association in various places will immediately issue tasks for assistance and search." I will distribute as many types of troops as possible," Mu Yuan replied. As an obligation of the Lord of Tai-Xian, some people might just pay lip service, but since he had the capability, he would definitely lend a hand. Of course, his ability was limited, and he could, at most, take care of the surrounding regions of Shilling Town. The fusion of Langxing and the Eternal World brought disaster but also opportunities. It's easy for rare treasures to emerge during the fusion period, especially at the intersection of spaces, so you guys can pay more attention," the Lord of Hanyu City added. After all, as a big shot and a busy person, she didn't stay long and left hastily. Once she left, the small lords like Yu Shi and Yu Siyu finally stopped being so reserved. Yu Siyu said, "I heard that some people from Xian country have also fallen into the Eternal World, and these people also obtained player identities." Mu Yuan looked towards Zhang Loxing. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Loxing was well versed in such information that was not well known to ordinary players, but wasn't exactly confidential. He cleared his throat and began to explain. Many foreign individuals have fallen into the Eternal World, and there was even a case of an entire small town disappearing. In our country, because the big shots have put measures in place, the current space is relatively stable, but unfortunately, some individuals are still sucked in by dislocated space. The biggest incident so far was when an entire mental hospital in Luoxia province, Qingshan Mental Hospital, disappeared, falling into the Eternal World, leaving a giant pit at the former location. This kind of news, although not completely blocked, was not something an ordinary person, not even an ordinary player could know. Like UCU, who was a second-generation player with considerable economic power and an impressive background, she heard rumors only vaguely. As for the great Lord Shepherd, he was completely uninformed. After all, he was merely an ordinary greenhand player who got to where he was purely through his own diligence and effort without any personal connections. Actually, with his status as Lord Tianyuan, if he had interactions with the Players' Association, it wouldn't be hard for him to get this kind of news. However, he was busy, and Sophia, the person in charge of Tianyuan territory stationed on Langxing, was also busy acquiring remnant souls, and had no time to worry about other things. Zhang Loxing continued, "After entering the Eternal World, ordinary people indeed get a little gift from the world. However, unlike us, they don't get the opportunity of a Lord trial, they don't have initial troops, and they don't even have the incomplete Lord seal. They only awaken a random profession inheritance the moment they enter the world, mostly ordinary 2-star or 3-star ones, such as spearman, archer, bladesman etc. However, there are some unlucky ones who received the little skeleton inheritance, and it's said this individual's eyes started to sink in, and he became skinny and bony like a skeleton." Mu Yuan could only spare the unfortunate player a silent prayer for a split second. From what he gathered, there now existed 3 types of players: Lord players, Ranger players, and Awakened players. It was somewhat analogous to alpha testing, beta testing, and public testing. Only that, alpha testers could still vie for the lofty path of lordship, even if they couldn't become a lord, they just as well had the chance as Ranger players to get through numerous thresholds and make it to the legendary realm. As for Awakened players, things were a bit grim. It was very difficult to alter profession inheritance, and players who awakened to a common 1-star profession would essentially remain commoners for life. However, everything was possible, and the future was never predetermined. Players who had awakened the little skeleton profession weren't necessarily without the chance of being favored by a wealthy lady. If they stumbled upon some grand opportunity, they could also defy fate and change destiny. In addition, Ranger players and Awakened players had the opportunity to embark on the path of lordship, though the chances were extremely slim. When we first arrived, most people's initial troops were common 1-star soldiers, with the highest being common 3-star soldiers, but, Zhang Loxing said, public testers are different from us. The highest profession they can awaken is not confined to common 3-star. He went on, at present, players have awakened a rare 3-star profession, groveling shaman. Yes, the player who awakened this profession is the patient from the Qingshan hospital. However, according to experts' speculation, the rare 3-star tier is not the limit, players have the chance to awaken to an excellent tier profession directly. The odds may be very low. However, with the massive population of billions in Xian country, it means that once the two realms integrate, the Tai-Xian alliance can produce a batch of promising talents. Moreover, who knows if the excellent tier isn't the upper limit. If anyone were to awaken an epic profession, they would be transported from hell to heaven. Zhang Loxing sighed. He felt that such a person who could be rocketed from hell to heaven, might really exist. Just thinking about it made him envious. After all, he had absolutely no idea when he himself would be able to recruit an epic. Or rather, it might be possible that he would never recruit an epic in his entire lifetime. Just like his father, he had heard news about epics several times, but each time, he had been just a step away and ended up empty-handed. How pitiful he was. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "It seems impossible to hide the world merger anymore, so what's the situation like in Langxing now?" "The chaos is definitely bigger than before," Zhang Loxing said. "Overseas in the Star Splendor Federation, items are being bought out everywhere. Some smaller countries are even torn by warlords. As for us in Xian country, there is some chaos too, but thankfully overall order still remains. After all, disasters were increasing, and some commoners were bound to panic and lose their minds. That society had not descended into total chaos yet was due to Xian country's early planning, but also because various large companies and forces were proactively maintaining order. This wasn't the end of the world, but merely a transformation. Once this catastrophe was over, life would proceed as usual. So, even though players who possess supernatural powers might harbor dark thoughts, the vast majority of them still remain rational. Of course, there are always those who are irrational, but these are mostly commoners or ordinary players, who were quickly arrested and suppressed. This kind of stable situation under chaos is difficult to maintain in the long term, but if it's just for another month, I think it should be okay, however. At this point, Zhang Loxing's voice changed. Actually, compared to ordinary people without any powers, we new lords are more likely to be targeted. After all, the qualification to become a player is very random. In Langxing, there are many wealthy businessmen who desire a player slot but cannot get one. For us lords, who own many supernatural items and are not yet strong enough, we make the best targets for underhanded plunder. To my knowledge, some new lords have already had their families kidnapped and been blackmailed. Some have even died as a result. Mu Yuan touched his chin. He had also heard from Sophia about the recent unrest. In addition to that, the price of the heritage stone was soaring. Previously, heritage stones were valued much lower than corresponding remnant souls. Even nature elf heritage stones which were quite popular were not as expensive as nature elf remnant souls. After all, players who liked elves tended to prefer recruiting an elf that they could command freely rather than transforming into one themselves. But now things were different. Naturally, this had to do with the impending realm merger. Upon the merging of the two realms, commoners would randomly awaken a profession. Wealthy individuals naturally wouldn't want to gamble on the slim chance of a high-tier profession, let alone risk awakening a profession like Little Skeleton or Goblin. They wanted to take charge of their own destinies, even if it meant spending enormous sums to secure a desired heritage stone. What if money can't buy one? Then they would resort to other methods. Before they entered the eternal world, before the world transformed, they had to be fully prepared so as not to fall down to the same level as commoners. Not all those with wealth and power think this way, but some definitely do. In their eyes, a rich but incapable novice lord is the perfect person to take advantage of. Supernatural power? Professional elite level? How many bullets and cannon fire can they resist? Langxing, late at night. On the road back to Beijiang City from Baiyun State Prefecture, a convoy consisting of 3 off-road vehicles was driving along this desolate national highway, devoid of any other cars. The speed wasn't fast. The driver, extremely cautious, constantly focused on the road condition. From time to time, one could see street lamp posts snapped in half and toppled onto the road, or the road splitting open abruptly, or massive monster footprints. The driver had to carefully avoid these. Sometimes, when suddenly faced with fleeing monsters, all three vehicles would stop abruptly. The doors would open and fully armed security personnel would step out, swiftly cutting down the fleeing monsters before continuing on their way. They exuded proficiency. But this was due to the deteriorating situation. Nowadays, the populace had all gathered in the city districts, and Xian country's authority had focused their efforts on securing each prefecture-level city. Beyond the cities lay barren lands. Due to the deteriorating situation, roaming monsters could be found everywhere outside the cities, making resource trading less convenient. Consequently, Sophia had no choice but to travel all the way to Bayun City to trade in person. This cost her a lot of time. The boss gave me another massive sum of 1,000 soul crystals, but I didn't even finish spending the previous batch. I couldn't possibly spend it all. I've let the boss down. Although the boss didn't blame her and told her to do her best, Sophia was still distressed. Remnant soul prices have plummeted. We have more funds now. But why has our remnant soul acquisition speed slowed down? It's the environment. Remnant souls are cheaper, but trades have become harder. Even a large trading house like One-Handed Chamber of Commerce only delivers between cities and provinces every few days. Sophia could not afford to wait. Langxing's greatest advantage, information exchange and logistics trade, is now halved. The remaining half would eventually disappear entirely as the two worlds merge. Sophia sat in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, pondering how to complete the Lord's task to spend the remaining 1,000+ soul crystals in her hand. Suddenly, the convoy stopped. Lin Sushuan, a senior player who was one of the security team leaders, got out of the front passenger seat and said, "Miss Phi, there are monster remnants blocking the road ahead. We'll clear them shortly and we can resume our journey soon." Sophia nodded indifferently. She propped her head with her hand, still deep in thought. Suddenly, she frowned. Lin Sushuan outside the car felt her hair stand on end. She caught sight of a large caliber bullet spinning in mid-air, tearing through the air towards her. Before she could dodge, a wisp of black flame rose up in the space in front of her, transforming into 1, 2, 3 pieces of black feathers and forming a net to block the path of the bullet. In an instant, the bullet shattered the soft black feathers, only to lose its momentum and drop to the ground. It made a ding-dang sound. Thrice. 3 bullets were fired simultaneously just now. There's a sniper. Sophia looked towards a pitch-black low hill to the side. Already in a somewhat unpleasant mood, her eyebrows seemed to ignite with flames. Chapter 268. The Mighty Boss. A moment ago. On the low hill 100 or 200 meters away from the side of the national highway, several snipers had been waiting at various firing points for the appearance of their target. On this hilltop, there were also 20 or 30 fully armed individuals not donning armor and wielding swords, but holding various types of modern and modified firearms. Before the Great Change, even with the boss's resources, we couldn't have gotten these many weapons into Xian country. But now, not only is it very simple to bring them into the country, but we can also get a lot of high-grade stuff previously prohibited. The only problem is the supernatural items related to you players. The more expensive, some of them even priceless. Were it not for these, why would we resort to violence? The speaker was a young man, genteel in appearance and wearing glasses. He seemed to be the spokesperson for the boss. Next to the young man were 4 individuals styled and armed differently from the rest. 3 men and a woman, their outfits made it easy to identify them as a great sword warrior, a hooded assassin, a shooter, and a healer. The leading great sword warrior impatiently said, "Enough talking, just tell us about the target." "All right, Mr. He Jiao." The young man paused. "Our target this time is a small company called Mu Fei Trade. The company hasn't been around for long, but according to our investigation, the soul crystals this company has spent on procurement have already exceeded 1,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces? Are you sure?" The shooter couldn't help but curse. The leading great sword warrior also gave a surprised sidelong glance. After all, the concept of 1,000 soul crystals was too exaggerated. For all the years they have been in the eternal world, they probably haven't earned a total of 1,000 soul crystals. The bespectacled young man seemed to know what they were thinking and added, "We are certainly sure. This company has trade relations with many large trading firms, with a single transaction often involving tens of soul crystals, and sometimes as many as 100 or 200. This might be the wealth of Lord players. We have also investigated. The lord behind this company is just a commoner who has newly become a lord. He may have received some investments and is a standout among the new lords, but he is not a second-generation lord with a strong backing. You all can act without concern. A lord like this, with opportunity and potential but with no actualization of said potential, seemed indeed like the best target for a heist. They were weak, and they might even be richer than many old lords. It was like a kid flaunting gold bricks in public. The hooded assassin, the shooter, and a few others all laughed. We're not afraid of any second-generation lord, we just want to know if this target is worth it. Ah, we'll have to rely on you all then. The young man sneered inwardly. He left out one point: the reason for choosing this target was not solely because the company was rich, but more importantly, the company was always buying various remnant souls. To date, they have already spent several hundred soul crystals on purchasing common 1-star remnant souls. Common 1-star troops? No one wants them, yet this company is keen to purchase. There must be something afoot. After analysis, they concluded that the company had a sacrificial type of treasure. And its rank was extremely high. How could a rank that could devour thousands and tens of thousands of remnant souls not be high? Even amongst the circle of lords, such a treasure was extremely rare. More importantly, this sacrificial treasure, it is likely on Langsing, rather than in the eternal world. Because, transporting materials across realms required a hefty cross-realm tax. The correct approach would naturally be to perform the sacrifice on Langsing, and after a loss extraction of essence forming the treasure, send it into the eternal world. The boss wants this treasure. Although He Jiao and the other 4 players had impressive strength, to them they were just a tool. 3 sniper bullets fell to the ground, startling everyone present. Inside the company, the ordinary people who had come along were shaking in fear. The security department's players pushed them down. Stay hidden. Stay hidden. There's a gunman. The players were also panicking. Although they had supernatural powers and had experienced many life and death battles, they had never faced a gunfight. This was the first time. It was said that a first-order professional level could predict or block a bullet, but this was based on making the correct judgment. Getting shot could lead to death. And this was a sniper rifle. Most of the players who had applied to join the company lacked the heart to fight. Under the muzzle of the sniper rifle, they couldn't make a calm judgment. Luckily, they had their troops. Come out, my chief guards. I choose you, great swordsman. Go, board goblin. They represented the vast majority of the players, with most of their main force being common 2-star and 3-star troops. But through their imagination, the players armed their limited troops to the teeth. The 2-star guards were wearing gorgeous gold-plated armor. Whether they were strong or not was another matter, but their visual effects surpassed even the rare 3-star royal guard. A big goblin, holding a weapon like a door panel, was at the front, sparking as bullets hit it. The captain of the security department, an experienced player named Lin Sushuan, who was personally recruited by Sophia, immediately called out a huge iron-clad scorpion to shield in front of him. This iron-clad scorpion also underwent modification. It was exceptionally large, resembling a moving fortress tank. The sniper bullet couldn't penetrate it. Soon, Captain Lin summoned another shadow cat demon, and a halberd guard. The rare level troops she held were not just these 3, but under unclear enemy conditions, she needed to hold back some for response. This was the combat wisdom that only elite players possessed. We must find the position of the sniper. However, for her, the sniper bullet also posed a major threat. Being hit would at least cause serious injury unless she maintained her energy armor at all times. But in that case, the consumption was too high, and it was not wise to do so in the situation where the enemy's information was uncertain. She just commanded the iron-clad scorpion to advance slowly. Bullets rammed down like rain, ringing with a ding-dong sound. Found it! In Sophia's eyes, reflections of figures hiding in the dark were displayed. No matter if it was the people who were firing freeze bullets, sparks splashing from the muzzle of their firearms, or the sniper hidden further away, ready to make a move, or others, she had their locations marked. The black crow was her eyes. The night was also her eyes. She had to find the enemy first, because she herself was not good at protection. Dissipating the force of sniper bullets with black feathers was basically the limit she could manage. If the enemy's attack was at the 3rd order level, she could not protect the others. However, the best protection was to exterminate all the enemies. Now that the location has been marked, it is her turn next. Clap! She snapped her fingers, and it seemed that an invisible storm was kicking up around her, and dark crows flew out from her sleeves and hair. Numerous crows converged together, forming a large blackbird with a wingspan of over 2 meters. 4 large blackbirds took flight. Burning on their feathers were gloomy dark flames, and in their black pupils were spreading circles. The bullets hitting them were like hitting water flow or flames, completely useless. Elemental creatures. What kind of troops are these? Humph, it seems we'll have to do it ourselves if we want to deal with the players. He Jiao spoke up. He stepped up, charged out of the darkness towards Sophia and Lin Sishuan. In his eyes, out of all the members of this convoy, only these two had any significant power. He was holding a heavy sword, yet wore light armor which did not completely cover his body. On his exposed skin, there was a layer of rolling scales. One of his eyes was black and the other was gold. The golden vertical pupil was particularly eye-catching in the night. This appearance was also very distinct among the players. He is He He Jiaojing Qilong, who has a bounty of up to 990,000. It is said that he used to be the deputy head of the Jiaolong Adventure Group. After killing several members of the group due to disagreements over the distribution of loot, he escaped and later committed several major crimes, causing his bounty to continuously pile up. Most importantly, before He Jiaojing Qilong rebelled, he was already an expert of the Third Order War General level. That was over 2 years ago. Lin Sishuan quickly explained. As a player who had spent many years in Langxing's world, she always kept a close eye on the most wanted list that was published on forums. Not that she wanted to become a bounty hunter, she simply wanted to avoid them. None of the players who were officially on Taishian's most wanted list were easy to deal with. As a top-tier wanted criminal, He Jiao was a strong player among those who had a bounty on their heads. It's troublesome. Sophia, this guy. Before she could finish her sentence, an arrow shot out from the darkness like a stream of light, hitting a large blackbird squarely. They were facing more than just He Jiao. However, before Captain Lin could speak, the blackbird that had been blown apart turned into countless feathers and scattered, only to regroup 2 seconds later. The blackbird was unscathed and pounced on the hidden god archer. The bird and the archer were entwined, and the former quickly suppressed the latter. Disperse! Holy light! A woman who seemed to be a priest class lifted up a cross. The power of the holy light could indeed cause considerable damage to the dark crow, which leaned towards shadows. But the holy light disappeared halfway through its fall. The voluptuous female player looked down to find a pitch-black claw protruding straight through her chest. The halberd guard and the imperial guard, who had been protecting her, only sensed something was wrong at this moment, but they stood frozen on the spot. It was Sophia. The first one. The 2 soldiers faded and turned into specks of light that disappeared. In the next moment, with numerous bullets sweeping by, the woman player who lost her life kept shaking, and the real target disappeared, leaving only a few black feathers drifting down. A hooded assassin was hiding in the shadows, but to Sophia who controlled the night, it was just an amateur move. She was the spokesperson and the manipulator of the night. She controlled the black crow to swoop down, tearing the terrain apart and dropping the dark flame. The dark flame burned unendingly by consuming all living creatures, and even though the hooded assassin kept sending out troops to die for him, he was completely swallowed by the dark flame after 10 seconds. The heavily bounty-ridden He Jiao was stunned. You call this company with no background? A strong player like this without any background? He Jiao cursed inwardly, hesitated slightly between a tactical retreat and combat, and chose the latter. He couldn't run away. As a warrior class professional, he would find it very difficult to escape from an expert assassin class who was skilled at tracking. Fight! He had picked up Sophia's location, moving her position by using the black crow as a carrier. But there must be a weakness. His right eye, the sub-dragon eye he had implanted, was wide open with invisible dragonway spreading out, shaking off pieces of black feathers. He lifted his sword, activated the instant step skill on his ring, and charged directly toward Lin Sishuan, who was hiding behind the iron-clad scorpion. Just as expected, the black crow appeared. Grey water gushed from the body of He Jiao's sword, shrouding the surroundings like a curtain of rain. But in the next moment, a flurry of black flames ignited around the black crow, perfectly incinerating the grey water. The black crow transformed into Sophia. Faced with the wanted criminal He Jiao advancing towards her, she didn't dodge or avoid, she simply raised her hand. Her fair palm morphed into a black claw, a claw engulfed in energy, which kept growing bigger. 4 meters. 10 meters. 40 meters. A gigantic black claw that blotted out the night sky, ablaze with raging black flames, straddled across the empty and dilapidated road, and slammed down heavily. Oh no! I forgot to hold back. An attempted assassination from her attacker put her employees' lives in danger, so naturally, Sophia was furious. She did not unfurl the night sky curtain, instead, she used pure hand-to-hand combat, a simple yet effective method to obliterate the enemy. She wanted her enemies to fear her. However, this He Jiao is worth 1,000,000 mobile soul crystal coins. Sophia was frustrated, but luckily, He Jiao was more resilient and burn-resistant than she had imagined. Despite its battered body and blurry appearance, it could probably be exchanged for a reward. No, it definitely can be. She looked towards Lin Sushuan. Stunned for several seconds, Captain Lin mumbled, yes, yes, it definitely can be. We even have a dash cam. She knew her boss was a strong character. But, was her boss this formidable? The legendary wanted criminal He Jiao couldn't even withstand 3 moves. The boss is awe-inspiring. Sister Fei, no, Boss Fei, what level are you at? Just at the 4th order leader level. To Sophia, being on the 4th order leader level was nothing special. She had heard that her colleagues had slain hundreds of 4th order leader level monsters in the past few days. Just like killing chickens. But for Lin Sushuan and other player employees, a 4th order was unquestionably a big shot. This was their first time seeing a living 4th order. Some people had thought their current job was too dangerous and considered resigning, but now they only regretted not showing off a bit more earlier. A 4th order big shot was right in front of them. The Mu Fei company was definitely not some newly established small company, but a subsidiary backed by a large group with unlimited potential. And Boss Fei, within the large group, undeniably held significant clout. This conjecture didn't need to be verbalized, one could just think about it. Go capture the other armed personnel. Yes. The battle had no suspense left. Under the onslaught of the Great Black Bird, the armed personnel on the hill were already in a state of chaos. Then the player security department could finally strike with full force, capturing all the gunmen who had been shooting at them for so long. Those they couldn't capture would be killed. But these men are just the pawns. The real focus should be their boss behind the scenes. Apparently these men know very little about the boss. It doesn't matter. Sophia looked at the prisoners on the ground. If they can't tell us anything, we can always soul search, or read their memories. We can even use these people as a medium for divination. I refuse to believe we can't find the puppeteer behind the scenes. Divination, soul searching and the like would have little effect on the scouts of the Eye of Shiny. But they were the official core personnel of the Empire, and who were you? Ordinary people had no resistance to divinatory and inferential tactics. A day later, a tycoon who ranked among the wealthiest in the state died silently in his own villa. He seemed to have been very distressed before his death. Although we've dealt with this enemy, procurement is now indeed a problem. It's not about the money anymore but the lack of places to spend it. At least, if we want to get things quickly, we have to collect them ourselves. Inside the villa, between solving it herself, reporting later, and then receiving the Lord's praise and asking for help from headquarters, Sophia still chose the latter. She would have liked to select the former, looking forward to a sentence like, "Great, I couldn't have thought of a better solution myself." But it required time. Langxing had little time left, so naturally, she couldn't affect the acquisitions because she really wanted to hear "You're really fantastic." Mu Yuan nodded, "The Red Fog disaster moon has just ended, so we can spare some manpower. I'll arrange for them to support you. Do you have any specific personnel in mind? Lu Lu, Lian Yu, Daisy, and even Rakshasa Hong Yi Duo Lai could all be dispatched to Langxing. After all, things were not the same as before. The old subordinates of Tianyuan territory had all absorbed a great deal of knowledge about the common sense of Langxing, although this common sense might become useless after a while. Just do your best to purchase what's possible. You've already done plenty, you're really great. Yes. No problem. Boss. After the call ended, Sophia's mouth curled into a smile. She threw herself on the bed, clutching her pillow and rolling around 3 times. Hee. Chapter 269. Epic Statistics, Crescent Moon Giant Wolf. Mu Yuan, holding a batch of remnant souls that Sophia just teleported over, walked to the Lord's altar. He placed the remnant souls on the altar, and the notification sound rang in his ear. The Lord's altar of the 4th level territory was many times larger than the original version, with a diameter of over 10 meters. In the middle and towards the back, there was a stone platform over a meter high, as if it was a stone table for placing sacrificial offerings. The special container filled with remnant souls of troop type was placed on this stone platform. After glancing at the notification, Yuan began manual recruitment according to different categories. Soon, new troops were one after another produced. The first batch to line up and stand down from the altar were more than 200 human race troops in total. The majority were naturally ordinary 1-star militia, but in addition, there were 36 2-star archers, 11 2-star sentries, 3 rare 1-star nuns and 1 mage. Yuan had Lu take away this batch of green hands. Then, the second batch of over 300 undead troops descended from the altar, including 85 2-star wandering souls and 9 rare 1-star skeleton mages. The skeleton mages were specially acquired by Sophia at his request. Tianyuan territory now had abundant firepower, and the Undead Legion was pursuing a brutal and ruthless strategy where they didn't lack magic-based damage. But once the skeleton mage evolved to the excellent 1-star level, it could awaken the advanced skill Embrace of Death, which combined damage and healing. For now, Yuan designated the skeleton mage as a healer. After that, were the less than 200 elemental series, mainly composed of duo-lass people. Worth mentioning is, there were 13 new members to the elemental family, the rare 1-star Earth Spirit. This was also specially acquired by Sophia at Yuan's request. In terms of earth and construction, land compaction, the Earth Spirit was second to none, stronger than many mages who were proficient in earth magic, or earth speciality species like the Earth Rock Dragon. Previously, there were troops of the Earth Spirit series in Tianyuan territory. However, after the attack by the Orokai, he put more effort into purchasing it. The last batch consisted of natural and flight series, and the numbers were even less than the previous ones. Also noticeably lesser than the last batch. Firstly, the quantity of specified remnant souls was 1 in 10 compared to random remnant souls. Secondly, indeed, the traffic was blocked due to the great changes in Langxing. Currently, the urban area of Langxing could barely maintain order and peace, and the majority of the players' association's power was invested in maintaining stability, patrolling, and fortifying the cities. For the areas outside the cities, they had to be strategically abandoned. After all, the available power was limited. Langxing had less than a month of lifespan left. Thus, in areas where official forces could not cover outside the cities, they had almost become lawless lands, much like the vast wilderness within the Tai-Shen Alliance's territory. There were more and more monsters outside the city, and even veteran players did not dare to go out alone now. They must be in a group with 3 or 5 reliable friends. There were even some players who took advantage of the great changes in Langxing to become raiders. Therefore, whenever the major merchant guilds transported goods between cities, they had to have a sufficient number of guards like in the Eternal World and arrange for capable, powerful people to sit in town. This also led to many merchant guilds only being able to make long-distance travels after several days or even more than 10 days. Many small merchant guilds even dared not engage in trade, fearing the loss of both personnel and wealth. The prestigious Mu Fei Company, which had risen to fame during this time, had received many calls from other companies inquiring about whether they took protective orders for trade. The Mu Fei Company indeed had the capability. Usually, for intercity transportation, 1 or 2 elite-level players sitting in town was enough to ensure safety. Sophia had recruited several elite players by now. There were also top elite players like Luo Wei and Lin Sushuan. The company's trade relations with many merchant guilds also proven the company's credibility. However, the company did not have enough manpower to transport its goods, let alone take time to make money for others. Yuan opened the panel, and the statistical data of each series appeared one by one. The Undead system had a total of 5,233 units of troops, with over 60,000 evolution points remaining. The Human Race system had a total of 4,399 units of troops, the Elemental series had 2,046 units, the Natural series had 1,669 units. The Flight series had a total of 886 units. As for the Epic Beings, after the end of the Red Moon disaster, Great Lord Shepherd had evolved and promoted a few more. Within the Undead system, Bone 6, Bone 11, Bone 13, and Soul 2, Soul 4 accumulated enough military merits to have been promoted. Within the Human Race system, the Vice Commander of the Defensive Troops, Niu Si, the person in charge of the Forging Department, Master Li Erniu, and 2 majors who came from the Archer series, also received promotions. Within the Natural series, 2 more Lord Treemen were added, along with 1 Nature Spirit. Within the Flight series, there were, a number of excellent Tier Azure birds, Tai Ching birds. Now, not counting me as the Lord, Tianyuan territory also has 33 epic level, potential unlimited generals. The performance of newly evolved powerhouses like the Arrow of Polar Star, Skeleton Lord and others were indeed unsurprising, but in other people's eyes, it was nothing but astonishment. However, Mu Yuan had seen many epic lives, these new age powerhouses seemed terribly normal in his eyes. 17 was far more adept in controlling arrows than the 2 newly evolved Arrow of Polar Star. As for the 3 Skeleton Lords, their performances were just a bit more mediocre compared to Bone 2. Maybe this was what a real epic being was. These new age epic beings, he contemplated sending a few to Langzing to assist Sophia. They were just newer in the epic sequence, but each one of them was an old employee of the territory, and Bone 6 was even one of the oldest amongst the 10 skeletons. 2 captains of Arrow of Polar Star were from the same era as 17. Ghosts like Soul 2 and Soul 4 are highly secretive, and thus suitable for a mission to Langzing. He immediately eliminated generals like the Frost Giant Dragon Serio and Water Mirror Dragon Daifa from the list. Of course, most of them had passed their culture class. Mu Yuan decided on the major candidates who would go to Langzing. The team would be led by the Fox Lady, a witch named Daisy, who bore fox-like traits. Since Daisy was not good at fighting and did not want to go to the front line, they decided she would temporarily take over Sophia's position at the company headquarters after a discussion. Sophia herself, of course, would go out on business. "I'm not going to evolve," Daisy said. "Well, I'm not gifted in combat. I don't want to waste the precious spots. I'll leave it to others, like the battle maniac Lian Yu. If she were to evolve to epic status and something went wrong, wouldn't she have to go to the front line and fight? She didn't want that. She had tried hard. She had practiced diligently in the training field for 3 hours and fell down a total of 11 times. It hurt so much. That was just from falling. How much more if she were to be slashed by blades or pierced by several spears? No, no, no." Daisy headed towards the warrior arena and arrived at the viewing platform on the 2nd floor. At this time, 2 shadows were crossing each other in the vast arena that covered an area similar to several football fields. One was Xi Lu, the other was Lian Yu. Xi Lu wasn't in giant dragon mode or dragon mode but was just fighting in his basic posture, even then. Boom! Xi Lu threw a punch. Lian Yu crossed both her clawed hands in front of her, and retreated her body to try and lessen the impact. However, Xi Lu's attack was too fast and fierce. Even if she could lessen it by a lot, what remained was a fierce force she couldn't resist. Her hands bent, and the broken white bones were exposed. In an instant, blood dyed half of her body red. SSS. That could really hurt someone. Hairs all over Daisy's body stood up. It was as if she was seeing the world from Lian Yu's perspective, experiencing her pain and fear. She had been injured before. When escaping in the past, she was shot by arrows and cut by swords. But this didn't mean she could get used to injuries. She couldn't, she was still afraid. If she suffered such injuries, she would probably curl up in pain and probably scream out loud. At the moment, Lian Yu just gritted her teeth, her expression becoming fiercer. She tumbled out of the pit and avoided Xi Lu's subsequent attacks, running up the wall with her flesh claws. But Xi Lu showed no signs of holding back, save for not using his powerful skills, which was a sign of respect for his opponent. A moment later, the blood-soaked Lian Yu fell into the cracked pit and couldn't stand up anymore. "It's too scary, fighting is way too scary. I really can't do it. Fortunately, I declined the Lord's evolution proposal. As long as I'm weak, I don't have to fight. Lian Yu, perform well, my faith in fighting is entrusted to you." "Wait, me? Evolve." Half a day later, Lian Yu, who was fully healed from her injuries, pointed to herself with her meat claw. Her math skills were rather poor, even worse than General Duo Lass, but she knew clearly that her contribution points couldn't cover an epic evolution. At least 4.5 days of more contribution points were still needed. How did she know this? Of course, she asked someone. That's what Ilo told her. But now. Wait, you're giving me your spot to evolve? No, 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 this is not right. I'll go tell the Lord to return it. Wait, Wait, this can totally work. Daisy stopped Lian Yu. After some rational analysis and persuasion, Daisy finally convinced Lian Yu. The girl was now moved to tears. Daisy turned her face away and laughed awkwardly. Could she say she was scared of getting hurt? The evolution venue was still in the warrior arena. One of the spaces within this magnificent building was set up as the land of evolution. Inside, 3 evolution altars had been built and could be fitted with different auxiliary materials according to the needs of the evolved. One of them was empty. An arrow of polar star was just born here yesterday, and the materials hadn't been replenished yet. Lian Yu stepped onto the second altar. The observers were few, only Daisy and 2 city hall staff responsible for filming, documenting precious video materials. Ilo was not present. Ever since she received that batch of damaged equipment a few days ago, she had been tinkering with it tirelessly, foregoing sleep and food, even postponing the planned epic 2 stars evolution. Yuan went with her. The great Lord Shepherd himself was not present, only watching from afar through the Lord's vision, and reaching out his hand, pointing at Lian Yu in the field. Evolve. Ding. Tib. Deduct. Yuan selectively ignored the prompt sound from the territory panel and the message of the deduction of evolution points. He was just fully focused on the flow of evolution points. The evolution points seemed to be like a stream, but he could hardly perceive it. He could only operate intuitively. However, evolution points are not only used for evolution. He didn't forget that when Rakshasa absorbed a lot of evil chi, he survived the life and death crisis with the help of evolution points. Evo power, as a kind of power, must have many ways to use it, as well as techniques to use it. But the power of evolution is too advanced. Like heaven and earth's gifts, panel architecture, the power of purification, it's a miraculous force. It's a good thing to be able to figure something out, but it can't be forced. The intangible and imperceptible force of evolution, without any hindrance, pierces through layers of spatial curtains, and descends upon Lian Yu, who is sitting cross-legged, but cannot help looking around and constantly swinging her big tail. As soon as it fell, the invisible evolutionary miracle turned into a tangible force of metamorphosis, driving Lian Yu's body and soul to rise. As expected, the pillar of light soared into the sky. However, due to the obstruction of the warrior arena, the brilliant pillar of light was not so conspicuous. The consumption of domain interferer, which operates autonomously, has also decreased by about 13% compared to before. Lian Yu's figure in the white light did not change. Tall, voluptuous, big tail. Not until the light of evolution gradually faded away, did the prompt sound ring in his ears again. Ding. Hint, your species which Lian Yu has evolved into an epic life, the witch's blood in the body has been further sublimated, and it is closer to the origin. Prompt, during the evolution, the epic 1-star life Lian Yu awakened the skill combat intuition and the venue skill moonlight shines on all rivers. In the arena simulating the outside world, the sky suddenly dimmed. Under the dark night sky, the rolling mountains and the roaring rivers are faintly visible. At this moment, a round moon as clear as water slowly rises, shedding moonlight that illuminates all rivers. On the top of a mountain, there seems to be a proud wolf, howling at the moon. It was the silhouette of Lian Yu. However, the moonlit scene seemed to be just a mirage, it only lasted a few seconds before it dissipated. Prompt, the epic 1-star life Lian Yu has awakened the epic skill Crescent Moon Giant Wolf. On the evolution altar, each piece of not-so-precious treasure, its energy completely drained, cracked, and crumbled. The incense not far away had just burned over half. Lian Yu opened her eyes. Howl. Her eyes were still her eyes, her tail was still her tail, but it seemed like something was different. As if she was a wolf, the noble king of celestials. She seemed to be awake, and yet not fully awake, she was in a state of half-awakeness. She followed her instinct, leapt down from the altar, landing on all fours like a wolf, baring her fangs and snarling. There was fierceness in her eyes. Both hands and feet turned into claw-like pads, the junctions revealed silver-white fur. But she still seemed to feel wrong, not quite used to it, and let out a thunderous howl. During her howl, her entire body was covered with plump, lustrous silver fur, and her size increased momentarily. In the blink of an eye, a majestic, radiant, silvery white beast, about 10 to 20 meters long, suddenly appeared in the field. She had a crescent-shaped mark on her forehead, which was flashing brightly. Around the mark, there were rings of light silver halo spreading out, reflecting the bright moon that was once again hanging in the night sky. She appeared, not as an ordinary being. The Crescent Moon Giant Wolf Lian Yu made her debut today. Chapter 270. Human Body Modification and Starry Eyes. The bloodline of Lian Yu seems quite extraordinary. Yuan pondered. He had conducted a deep understanding of many of his generals. When Ilo was undergoing epic physical examination and experimentation, he often observed and assisted. In terms of understanding epic life, Mr. Mu prided himself stronger than the vast majority of great lords. In his eyes, the giant wolf that Lian Yu had turned into, emanating a halo-like divine light, seemed to be more respected than the frost giant dragon, Xilu the red dragon, and the water mirror dragon. This was intuition. It was also a judgment derived from observation and analysis. Crescent Moon Giant Wolf, Lian Yu can transform into the giant wolf protected and blessed by the moon. Under the status of the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf, Lian Yu's basic three-dimensional abilities greatly increase. At the same time, she also obtain advanced skills like stepping on the moon, moon shadow luminance, and moonlight power. When the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf is under the moonlight, she will have nearly inexhaustible power. Note, the duration of Crescent Moon Giant Wolf is fixed, not affected by her own energy consumption, and its power will naturally recover after exhaustion. The silver giant wolf shrouded in divine light was huge, no less than Xilu and Serio in their full forms, larger than Daifu by a circle and a half. But when she ran wildly, her figure was extraordinarily agile and nimble, and she didn't look like a huge creature at all. Suddenly, the speed of the giant moon crown wolf skyrocketed, increasing by more than 10 times. Her 4 feet left a trail of silver afterimages as she rumbled along. Even under such explosive speed, her movements were fluid, sometimes making big turns against inertia. At one point, the moon silver giant wolf sprang high into the air, standing in mid-air as if on a water surface resembling a moon mirror, stirring ripples of waves. So she walked on air all the way, as if stepping on flat ground, seeming to stride towards the height level with the moon, and then utter a loud howl that echoed through thousands of rivers. So fast! Even faster than Xilu's full-speed flight. It is known that Xilu's rank is much higher than Lian Yu's, and her flying is not solely dependent on her wings, but also driven by energy and magic powers. However, she was still slower. It seems her flight mode is more than a little behind. Lian Yu, who was stepping on the moon and dragging out long illusions, seemed to spend a lot of energy too. She quickly landed to the ground, let out a few howls, and her body slowly shrank. The moon silver fur also began to recede, returning to a girl with only a big tail and wolf ears features. Otherwise, there's no difference from humans. She was still on all fours, swaying her tail. The light armor she wore was unscathed. It didn't show at all that Lian Yu had just increased her body size exponentially and transformed into a huge creature. This alone shows that Lian Yu's transformation is more advanced than Xilu's. When Xilu transforms into a giant dragon, she will directly break all the clothes on her body. For this reason, Xilu had to use her own dragon scales, integrate a large amount of materials, and create a dragon scale battlesuit that can change size with the transformation. This way it avoided the embarrassment of clothes bursting. Putting aside other things, Lian Yu's transformation is indeed more advanced than Xilu's, and the increase it brings is also larger. Just the enhancement to the three-dimensional abilities is second only to Yuda's physical shackles and duo lass over limit swallowing extreme state. However, Lian Yu's transformation also temporarily awakens several high-level skills, which are not at all rusty to use. Of course, correspondingly, Lian Yu's transformation constraints are much larger than Xilu's. Xilu can switch freely between human, and giant dragon forms at any time and any place. Lian Yu's transformation is not difficult, but according to the instructions, her transformation time is relatively short, and the recovery is not fast. This is already quite good. If Tianyuan territory only had 1 or 2 or 3 generals, then it would need more frequent use of ultimate moves without repercussions or long cooldown times to deal with various enemies. But the Tianyuan territory has many generals, possessing super explosive power, and can make decisive impacts at crucial moments, which fits the needs of the territory more. Yuda is such a strong person. So is Lian Yu, almost. The rank of Lian Yu is a bit low, she has only broken through to the 3rd order warlord level recently. However, her combat power is worthy of being the chief in T2, and under the giant wolf transformation, she is even stronger than the last few seats of T1. Yuan was quite satisfied, waiting to go to Langxing, and Lian Yu also has the ability to lead a team alone. Whether in combat power or the ability to converse in daily life, Lian Yu, although not very good in cultural classes, but she is at least a normal person. Her ability to chat is still much more normal than many young soldiers who lack life experience. Mu Yuan just thought about it and then saw. Lian Yu was still on all fours, lying on the ground like a wolf. Daisy squatted down in front of her. Why don't you stand up yet? Don't tell me you can't stand up. It seems I really can't stand up. I don't know how to walk on two legs anymore. Lian Yu raised her head, teary-eyed. She tried to stand up, using her hind legs to exert force after her front paws left the ground, but like a dog trying to stand upright, her forepaws swayed and she couldn't maintain her balance and fell to the ground. She hit her chin on the floor, didn't even want to support herself with her front paws, she just lay there listlessly. Even though she used to fight on all fours, it doesn't mean she likes to walk and eat in that position too. Help me, Daisy. Don't panic, it should be that your bloodline traced back to the source, and your fighting instincts have intensified, resulting in some small changes in your lifestyle. You should be able to adapt with more practice. Being a top student in her liberal arts courses, Daisy could guess some of the reasons. Mu Yuan's view was roughly the same. Evolution does not have any side effects, it allows the evolver to morph into the most perfect form. Presumably, the evolutionary miracle mind believed that Lian Yu's perfect form is being quadrupedal, that's why she ended up like this. It's not a big issue, just need some training. However, at this stage, Lian Yu cannot go to Langxing World anymore. She could pass off her wolf ears and big tails as cosplay or special equipment and ranks. These days in Langxing World, a tail isn't as eye-catching as it was a few months ago. You could see several on the streets. Some were real tails, some were fake. But being quadrupedal would still be quite Of course, he wouldn't let Lian Yu venture out on missions like this. Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Niu Si, as well as two newly appointed members of the Sword of Polar Star, reported to the company at Langxing in succession. In the eyes of the company employees, these people were obviously reinforcements sent by the headquarters. The headquarters is indeed a big corporation. With the support of these subordinates, Sophia was able to form 3 to 4 transport squads, traveling back and forth between Bayun State and the surrounding states. In the second squad, Rakshasa was sitting on the roof of an off-road vehicle like a rock embedded in it. He was gazing at the distance. Any monster within his sight wouldn't live past 3 seconds. This big shot is somewhat unique, but the sense of safety he provides is really filled to the brim. The driver of the vehicle contemplated. In the third squad, Hong Yi was sitting in the back seat of one of the cars, completely focused on playing with the tablet in her hands. Big shot, there seems to be some situation up ahead. I know. I'm just at the climax of this show. Who's this trying to disturb me, hey? Most of the time, the transport squads weren't attacked by players, only needing to face some fleeing monsters. Having strong escorts, the squad's intercity transports were mostly smooth. The procurement speed increased significantly. However, it was still far from the peace period. The procurement of goods was limited to Bayun State and the surrounding states, and they did not go to further places. The transport time and cost would be too high. Buy as much as possible, but remember, safety is first. Additionally, get the equipment on the list ready as soon as possible. Mu Yuan instructed Sophia. The current reserve of soul crystals was not low. Before the world's merge, Great Lord Shepherd simply couldn't convert the soul crystals into accompanying troops. Therefore, he contemplated purchasing more strategic materials. After all, once Langxing World merges, they, the players, would not be able to juggle resources through Langxing World anymore. While he could dispatch his subordinates to Shilling Town to shop, some rarities are hard to find, or there simply isn't much supply in Shilling Town. Like the Misfortune Charm Flower, high-grade building materials, miracle blueprints, and so on. Meanwhile, Ilo finally ended her closed-door training. Ilo had met the evolution requirements long ago, and Mu Yuan had ample human evolution points at hand. However, she postponed her evolution arrangements twice in the past, and she even took leave these past couple of days, cooped up in the intermediate mage tower, messing around with God knows what. Until today. I thought you didn't want to evolve. How could I, Lord? I yearn for the life-changing opportunity of evolution in my dreams. But because the opportunity is so precious, I need to be fully prepared before I undergo it. Didn't you, Lord, also want to utilize the miracles of evolution more fully? In the spiritual link, Ilo's pleasant voice came through. Her words seemed to make sense, but what does this have to do with your holing up in the intermediate mage tower, not stepping out for 2 or 3 days? And you didn't even go to the warrior arena to arrange a new evolution array. Mu Yuan gave Ilo a contemptuous look. Did Ilo catch Hong Yi's slacking syndrome? Shaking his head, Mu Yuan walked onto the embarkation platform of the intermediate mage tower. The platform rose like an elevator and brought him to the top of the excellence level building. Beep Lord Card. Welcome, Honorable Great Lord. The intelligent voice of the mage tower echoed, and the door creaked open slowly. Immediately, white mist gushed forth from the door, making the mage tower look like it was smoking. Mu Yuan waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind to blow the thick mist outside. The mist instantly thinned, revealing the haphazard placement of devices and equipment. The lower floor of the intermediate mage tower, which originally had the widest living area, had now been remodeled by Ilo. It now merged with the research area in the middle level, becoming an even larger wizard laboratory. Just as he set foot in, Mu Yuan could already see potions, materials, and several bottles and jars scattered all around, a complete mess. Should I increase the rent for Ilo? While thinking, he saw Ilo walking out from a side room. This girl was wearing sandals, clad in a loose white lab coat that only covered her knees. The cuffs of the coat were rolled up, exposing her bare legs, arms and neck. They were all visibly covered in blue markings with some sort of energy flowing through them, making them seem like wriggling worms at first glance. This is exactly like a cult follower. Mu Yuan recalls the first time meeting with Ilo. Back then, she was having a friendly match with Duo Lai. Under full firepower a cluster of bizarre patterns crawled on her body. But now, the patterns on her body seem even more creepy than before. What happened to you? Weren't all the potential physical risks eliminated before? The previous ones have been resolved, these were done recently. Ilo spoke with excitement, she couldn't help but talk about her accomplishments. I've had plenty of ideas before, for instance, if our energy recovery speed isn't fast enough, then install more energy circuits in our body. If our energy reserve isn't enough, simply create a few more reservoirs. And for attacks, the technique's condensation needs to follow certain rules and steps. Can we then inscribe these steps onto our bodies? Simply put, we should treat our bodies like equipment, and carry out forging and modifications. Not so long ago we acquired the set of tools from the Eye of Shiny, and we've also collected plenty of epic data. I think the time is ripe. Hence, I started experimenting with the modifications on my own body. Ilo pointed at her back. I used to do surgeries on myself before, and it was really troublesome. Now the situation is so different. Not only do we have so much advanced equipment, I can use my Starlight avatar to perform surgeries on myself. It's swift and safe. Look, in just 2.5 days, I've completed this masterpiece. She brushed up her hair, and only then could Mu Yuan see that on the back of her neck, there were 2 protrusions similar to external ports. They also seemed somewhat like bumps. He reckoned there were probably much more modification points that were hidden beneath her clothing. Regarding Ilo's personal hobby, he opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end could only say, as long as you're happy. However, are you sure your modifications are timely and safe? Hearing Ilo describe her modification process already made his hair stand on end. She was controlling 2 avatars, performing surgeries on various parts of her body, either slicing off skin, or injecting specialized medicinal fluids, using a small knife as a brush to inscribe patterns. She was obviously conscious throughout the process. This girl is not just ruthless anymore. Ilo can indeed get obsessed with her experiments, but her pursuit of power can't be so exaggerated, right? Ilo does not seem like a girl who would distort her own self for power. Under inescapable circumstances, she might do so, but she has choices now. She is not in urgent need of power. The modifications I've made aren't really mature nor safe, that's why I need to continually experiment and make improvements. Using my own body for the experiments enables me to get the most accurate feedback. For instance, the energy circuit at the left kidney is sending bouts of pain now. Clearly, there's room for improvement in this circuit. It's the same with other experimental parts too. As she spoke, she got even more excited. Normally, such an experiment and improvement require a lot of time and energy, and could potentially leave irreversible physical hazards, but there's Lord's evolutionary miracle. Her voice heightened, filled with fervor. Since the evolution process can eradicate physical hazards, I should modify my body as much as possible before the evolution to not waste this precious opportunity for evolution. In this way, I'll be able to collect experimental data, perfect the modification system, enjoy the thrill of modification, and achieve a hazard-free enhancement. Isn't that thrice the happiness? If the evolution process manages to compensate for the deficiencies in my modifications, it would be even more wonderful. Of course, I'm not asking for much in that respect. Slowly perfecting my modification system is also an enjoyment. After listening to all of this, Lord Shepherd began to ponder. It seemed that, maybe, probably, Ilo did make a reasonable point. This makes perfect sense. Leaving the potential risks that come from self-modification to be healed and eradicated during the evolution process, isn't this like mowing down Evo power? This is an additional application of Evo power. He originally thought Ilo had gone mad, but now he could only admire. It's just like you. He admires her out-of-box thinking as well as her ruthlessness with herself. At this point, Ilo finally raised her neck in pride like a normal girl would. The twisted runes on her neck shimmered in dim light. Of course, I'm just that awesome. Follow this train of thought and the perfect modification is just around the corner. In the future of body modification, Ilo, will undoubtedly be carrying the torch. Ha 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 ha. It's all good as long as you're happy. Lord Shepherd is feeling somewhat weary. He looked at his panel, sure he had many talents and plenty of warriors, but those that could be considered reliable, seemed like apart from General Deadbone, there was no second. At Ilo's request, they did not choose the warrior arena for the land of evolution, instead, it happened inside the intermediate Mage Tower. Mr. Mew himself took action, clearing out Mage Tower A section together with Ilo, and setting up an evolutionary platform there. This platform is a bit different from the others, and looks more like an upright CT scanner. The one to evolve will enter it. After that, everything is set, the moment of evolution has arrived. Would you like to use 20,886 points of the human race's Evo power, to evolve Hero Ilo? Yes. As expected, the consumption during Ilo's evolution exceeds the standard value, the excess though isn't much. Compared to the base number of an epic 2-star evolution, the extra consumption isn't a lot, but more than 800 points of Evo power also can't be considered a small amount, that much could be used to evolve several excellence soldiers. This proves that the present physical risks that Ilo is bearing are rather significant. If she does not take measures to suppress and eradicate them, she might just drop dead one day. With a flash of thought, the evolutionary miracle descended. Standing on the platform, Ilo's whole body shone with a white light. The white light rapidly became dazzlingly bright, forming a column of light shooting into the sky. Under the envelopment of white light, her body was transforming rapidly. All visible and invisible hazards were being removed. The blue inscriptions were fading away one by one. Around Ilo, the monitoring instruments specifically placed according to her physical condition were recording her bodily changes bit by bit. The tools and equipment might not be able to record all the changes, but for Ilo, they are all gains whether they record more or less. For those they failed to record, improvements could be made next time specifically to address this issue. The duration of Ilo's evolution was significantly longer than Lian Yu's. It lasted a full 8 minutes 43.56 seconds before it finished. Ding! Hint, your hero Ilo has ranked up, stepping into Epic 2-star tier, and awakened the epic talent Starry Eyes. Chapter 271, The School That Fell into the Eternal World. Ilo was still on the evolutionary platform, her entire body lifting slightly off the ground. Her eyes were closed, she was sound asleep. The sound of chimes and tinkling bells echoed in Mu Yuan's ear, forming an endless series of reminder sounds. Reminder, the hero Ilo has awakened the talent star circuit and skill body as a ray during her evolutionary baptism. Reminder, the skill starlight law sphere of the hero Ilo has been enhanced. It can be transformed into a weapon integrated into the body. The magic sphere will strengthen along with Ilo's enhancement. A single starlight law sphere can store 2/3 of Ilo's maximum energy. Current maximum number of starlight law spheres, 6. Reminder. Ilo had undergone many changes. Some had taken effect, and with her comprehension, new skills were awakened and appeared on the panel. The star circuit and body as a ray were among them. The former could enhance Ilo's energy recovery rate, and the latter seemed to help her solidify some skills or amplify the energy of the skills during output. Still, from Mu Yuan's perspective, these two talents and skills were just okay. The transformation of the Starlight Law Sphere skill, however, amazed him. Before this, Ilo had already combined the Starlight Law Sphere skill with equipment forging, turning it into her weapon and external power bank. But, the previous Starlight Law Spheres served as an external device that could store energy but couldn't recover it themselves. It required the use of soul sand and soul crystal for charging. Also, because this energy was received externally, Ilo could only use it in simplistic ways or transfer it through her body. This extra step in between made it less smooth. Now, the Starlight Law Sphere could be considered a part of Ilo's body. Not only could it self-recover, but it also functioned as naturally as her own arm. But most importantly, the magic sphere can fuse into the body and nurtures itself and will also strengthen along with Ilo's enhancement. This characteristic is simply Hero's exclusive weapon. The fact that Ilo didn't have her own hero weapon was always a regret for Lord Shepherd. Despite Ilo's seemingly non-combative character and rare participation in the battlefield, she was the second in the Yuan territory to open a field. When she opened the field, she was still just elite level. Her future was boundless. However, due to insufficient energy, Ilo rarely activated her field. And because of this, her battle achievements were few. Her most brilliant battle was almost defeating a general using her field. She was always in contention for the top 3 in Yuan territory, she just didn't show it. It was a pity that such a strong character didn't have her own hero weapon. With each increase in Ilo's realm and power, not having an exclusive weapon was increasingly regrettable. Like now, the rare tier magic wand she usually used was just a prop. The enhancement it provided her was almost none. It's just that she felt awkward without a wand in her hand during combat. General Deadbone wouldn't even want an excellence weapon if it didn't have an exclusive weapon. Ilo's current Starlight Law Sphere can't be considered a true exclusive weapon, but it can be seen as a half-step exclusive weapon. The future is promising, and the present isn't bad either. As Ilo was still asleep, Yuan opened her panel and checked the freshly awakened epic talent. He also used the Lord's power to scrounge up this talent and carefully examined it. The next moment, one star ring after another appeared behind him, interweaving into a profound starry eye of several meters in diameter. The moment the starry eye appeared, Yuan's consciousness continually soared, breaking through the intermediate mage tower as if he was standing atop the heavens, overlooking the earth. His mind was incredibly clear, and in his vision, he could vaguely see either active or idle elemental particles. The mysteries of the universe seemed to unfold slightly under the eye of the starry eye. Starry eyes. Description: Starry eyes possesses unfathomable divine power that significantly elevates the spirit and willpower of the possessor. Simultaneously, when the starry eyes are actively activated, they form a magical eye that can overlook the world and analyze and penetrate everything. For higher level applications, please explore on your own. Yuan had already begun to figure it out. Under the activation of the talent, he seemed to enter a sage's, absolutely calm state, as if he controlled everything. With the enhancement of this talent, Lord Shepherd felt his mind clear, and some of his previously vague ideas gradually became clearer in his mind. After a while, he reluctantly deactivated the talent. The talent that I can use still only has 80% effect of the starry eyes. It's just a youth version and can't constantly be used. Ilo wasn't the same. She was immersed in the lingering effects of evolution, an incredibly profound state. It took a full half an hour before her eyelashes began to flutter slightly and her eyes slowly opened. In her already bright eyes, no, a vast starry sky was reflected. The profound star rings piled up within. Her eyes were the starry eyes. Her spirit was continuously rising, and golden flames flickered in her eyes, growing ever brighter. Ding! Reminder: your hero Ilo has broken through her limit of will, igniting the light of will. Everything just fell into place so naturally and simply. However, the light of will, as one of the 3 prerequisites for becoming a legend, is not easy to achieve. Typically, a 4th-order strongman would need to go through battle after battle, transforming through life and death strife, to possibly elevate their will to the limit and ignite this glimmer of glory. A plethora of 4th-order peak strongmen, despite fighting until their deaths, failed to ignite their light of will, showing just how difficult it is. As for Ilo, she hasn't experienced many serious battles since she arrived in the Yuan territory, let alone life and death battles. And due to her incredibly busy work schedule, she rarely even trains daily. But this is what an epic is. No need for life and death struggles, or the grinding of willpower, evolution alone is enough. Of course, Ilo's ability to ignite the light of will through evolution and the gift of the starry eyes is closely related to her strong willpower. She is the type of woman who can perform surgery on herself without batting an eye. Her willpower is anything but weak. Once Ilo has cultivated herself to the 4th order peak and made some preparations, she will be able to make a direct breakthrough to the legendary realm. In contrast, General Duo Lai, the level holder of the Tianyuan territory, has yet to ignite his light of will. This is normal. The talents and skills Duo Lai has awakened have no connection with willpower. Even if there was a connection, it might not be of any help. Instead, consideration should be given to what Duo Lai could possibly eat to ignite the light of willpower. Ha! Ilo pushed away the medical equipment around her and stretched her body. Unless something unexpected happens, the hidden dangers in my body have been completely eradicated. Having a healthy body indeed makes one feel happy and relaxed. So you're aware that your previous physical condition was rather dire? Mu Yuan teased. Ahaha, Ilo turned her face away. It was such a rare opportunity. If I had not tried it, I wouldn't know when my next chance would be. She carefully felt the changes in her body, pinched herself, and in a moment said, after the evolution, some of the modifications I made previously have become perfect, while others have disappeared. The ones that disappeared were obviously modifications in the wrong direction and need to be reconsidered. She was talking to herself, and immediately began putting pen to paper, rapidly recording all her thoughts and insights. After a while, I've mastered human body modification. From now on, before everyone evolves, just going under the knife will give them a chance to gain some additional effects from the evolution. She murmured to herself. Mu Yuan couldn't help but say, isn't it possible that others might not want to follow the path of evolutionary modifications? Everyone has their own path. Ilo's modifications are tailor-made for herself down to every detail, because she understands her own condition best. She might not have the same understanding for others. Very soon, the most important thing is, this practice is too heretical. Daisy, Lian Yu, and others even dare not approach Ilo's lab. After completing her evolution, Ilo continued to tinker with her experiments. She intended to capitalize on the immediate data to summarize her findings. Mu Yuan headed for the land of challenge, opened a training space for himself, and began honing his skills through battles. He felt that he was also about to make a breakthrough. Whether it's Factor 1 or Factor 2. The land of challenge in their Tianyuan territory was slowly advancing, breaking through various zones one by one, using battles to sharpen their 3 main legions. The Undead Legion, the defensive troops, the Treeman troops, the army soul embryo was gradually taking shape. At the same time, Langxing. Even in the most stable Xian country, the areas outside the cities have become lawless zones. Communication is poor, monsters are rampant, and even players dare not step in lightly. Fortunately, the cities are still safe zones. Here, there are official strongmen and countless players patrolling 24/7. Neither the fleeing monsters nor the small waves formed from aggregation in the wild could threaten the safety and stability of the cities. Beijiang City. Number 2 High School. This is one of the resettlement spots in Beijiang City, housing many people from surrounding villages and towns. Humans are highly adaptable. The officials in Beijiang City have also arranged some activities to distract people and alleviate their anxiety and unease. Next, I will talk about some of the more common monsters in the Eternal World. I will describe their characteristics and attack methods in detail. Ordinary people living in large cities have a low chance of encountering monsters, but it's always better to be prepared. Having some understanding could potentially save your own and others' lives at critical moments. If you aspire to join the army and fight the enemies, it is even more crucial for you to learn about these creatures. On the large field, a veteran player who was originally a teacher is introducing various monsters in a detailed yet humorous way, urging everyone to remember as many characteristics of these monsters as possible. Little Goblin, this is one of the most common wild monsters. Though small in size, they wield sharply honed wooden weapons and often appear in groups. A notable characteristic of little goblins is their bullish nature against the weak but cowardice against the strong. So, remember, if you encounter goblins in the wild, don't show fear. If you back down, they will get aggressive, but if you stand strong, they will cower. Here, I'll teach everyone a simple trick, which is growling and baring teeth, and this might just scare off ordinary goblins. The 13th most common monster, the half-orc. Teacher Zhang continues the class. Most people on the field are listening very attentively. The world has changed drastically, and no one can afford to overlook matters of survival. Some teenagers and young people are filled with fervor, hoping to awaken a strong profession after entering the eternal world and fight the enemies bravely. The latest data published by the association shows that people aged 16 to 30 are the most likely to awaken to rare professions. This is a hopeful outlook. In times like these, isn't it better to have some hope rather than dwell on despair? Thinking optimistically, they could embark on an extraordinary path, just like the strong ones on TV who have the power to break mountains and split seas. Who knows, they might even achieve immortality like those depicted in novels and films. This is the best era. They are the tides of this era. Wake up, Fan! On the large field, high school student Gu Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes at his classmate, Lu Fan, who was daydreaming next to him. Under normal circumstances, out of 100 people, it's unlikely that even one would awaken a strong profession. People like us, our fate is to be laborers. Oh, perhaps we might catch a glimpse of the great ones flying in the sky or hiding underground while we take a break from carrying bricks, which would then fill us with envy before we continue with our task. You just don't get it, people need dreams. Yes, dreams are where they belong. During the break, the two started to argue. Suddenly, Lu Fan frowned. Xiaoqiang, have you noticed that it's starting to get foggy around here? Seems like it is. When they were talking, there was only a thin layer of fog around them, but in the blink of an eye, the fog intensified so much that the teaching building dozens of meters away was obscured within the heavy fog. Something doesn't seem right. Ordinary people merely thought that. But the teaching staff, like Teacher Zhang, and security captain Luo Yun from the resettlement site, along with other players, started to get worried. This white fog, doesn't it seem to be related to the eternal world? Is it just here or is it everywhere? Wait, this sudden outbreak of white fog seems to be, is it a world overlap? When the white fog appears, the covered area will fall into the eternal world, leaving a deep hole in its place. The disappearance of Qingshan Hospital half a month ago, the fall of the Eiffel Tower 2 months ago, etc., all began with the appearance of white fog. Thinking of this, one of the veteran players changes color, breaks into a run toward the school outskirts, longing to find out what's going on. Before he could run too far, the white fog dissipated. The fog came quickly and left even quicker. Only outside the school area, strands of white fog could still be seen floating around. At the same time, most of the ordinary people in the school were incredibly stunned. It seems like I've awakened the extraordinary profession. Chapter 272, Rescue Operation. Beijiang No. 2 Senior High School. Regardless of the area, whether it is the schoolyard, the classroom building, the dormitory building, or the dining hall, many people with their mouths agape, either horrified or bewildered, are looking around. Did you hear anything? A ding sound. I heard it too. It seemed like it said, I have awakened the ordinary 2-star profession, butcher. So you've awakened as well? I've awakened the ordinary 2-star profession, jackal archer. It's a prestigious long-ranged profession, it seems quite decent. Damn it! Little goblin is what I've awakened. It's one of the 3 most useless professions in the legend, screw you, world. Wait, has everyone awakened? Could it be that we've encountered some extraordinary event? In the dormitory building serving as the safe zone, a number of people pushed the door open and stepped out into the corridor. Some shocked, some perplexed, and others a bit thrilled, asking questions to those around them. Many people don't know what's happening, but the vast majority of those who have awakened the ordinary 2-star or higher professions can feel their bodies becoming stronger, no backache or leg pain, and even walking has become more energetic. It's a good thing. Why haven't I awakened yet? Mom, I haven't awakened either. Not everyone has awakened. Some older people and younger children will not awaken. Among those of suitable age, only a few are left bewildered. They have not heard any prompt sound, and there are no changes in their bodies. At this moment, the vast majority of people remain in a daze, not understanding what has happened. The players within No. 2 high school, or some of the officials, seeing that the vast majority of people have awakened, and considering the grey mist that suddenly poured in and then disappeared, their faces instantly turned ugly. The schoolyard. Here on the perimeter of the school, people can see the area outside the school through the fence, still filled with a thick white fog. You can't see clearly. Among the white fog, there seem to be strands of red mixed in, giving people an ominous feeling. Look at the outline of that tree, it's so tall. Does our school have such tall trees outside? Someone murmured. Right now, the informed have barely recovered from the panic, and still feel lost. Someone opened their mouth, but didn't know where to start. This kind of situation, this kind of scene, they've never seen it before. Teacher Zhang, who was just teaching a class, is an official player. He vaguely remembered, the association has talked about such events before. What to do when encountering a world misplacement, when the entire area sinks into the eternal world. How to respond and save oneself. Quickly, organize everyone to get back to the classroom building. We need to set up defensive measures in the classroom building, the dormitory building, the sports hall, and a few other areas, to resist any possible danger. If we fall into an inner area of Taishan, there's nothing to worry about. We just have to keep everyone's emotions stable and prevent anyone from going out on their own. But if we have fallen into the outer wilderness of the Alliance, our school will face attacks from many monsters. We must be prepared for the worst, so we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. With the sense of direction, the staff members in the safe zones eventually calmed down. They quickly organized the crowd at the schoolyard to go to the nearby classroom building and sports hall. Suddenly, whoosh! The white fog floating outside the school surged in like a tide, flooded the school, and then gradually retreated. But also, in this moment, a nauseating smell of blood came rushing in, and one green figure after another emerged from the retreating white mist. It's goblins. Even though it is the first time for most people present to see these green-skinned creatures, they've seen them many times in educational videos and recognized them at a glance. It is one of the most common monsters of the eternal world, goblins. Despite small, goblins are known as legendary wastes, and many young people have previously boasted that they would punch goblins and kick goblins. However, when they actually confront goblins, they find their hands trembling. Are goblins weak? Certainly, they're not strong and are short. But their open mouths, drooling and grotesque, makes them fearsome. The sharpened sticks in their hands are also chilling. If one gets stabbed by those sticks, will they die? They definitely will, right? Most of them had never even killed a chicken before, and if they had to fight, they might just have a 50-50 chance against an old hen. How can they confront goblins, creatures many times stronger than old hens? Moreover, there aren't just the so-called useless little goblins. There are also goblin spearmen, big goblins, goblin warriors, and many others, most of which no one can recognize. When they smell the blood stench coming towards them and see the hulking green monsters, as their eyes meet the vicious ones of the monster goblins, their legs just fall soft. Some female students knelt on the spot, trying to get up and escape, but they couldn't muster up the strength. Some male students squatted on the lawn clutching their heads, mumbling gibberish. At this moment, part of the crowd has already entered the classroom building and the sports hall under the organization of the staff, but many ordinary people still stayed on the schoolyard. The distance between the goblins climbing over the fence to get into the school is just 100 or 200 meters. As people froze, the goblins didn't. In fact, as Teacher Zhang previously stated, when confronting goblins, if you show fear, they will be fierce. Countless goblins rushed up, screeching. In the name of fire! Flame impact! Teacher Zhang, who was lecturing, held a hardcover book in his hand. He muttered spells, and at a certain moment, sparkles converged in front of him, turning into a fan-shaped flame sweeping forward. He also summoned several main combat units at the same time. A few players on the big playground also took action, killing a dozen or so goblins instantly. However, the number of players was too small, and they were too weak. Number 2 High School was originally located in the hinterland of Beijiang City, with only a few players responsible for daily patrols and security, to clear away the occasional fleeing monsters. If it hadn't been for the school area being converted into a resettlement point, housing many civilians, there wouldn't have been a dozen players stationed in such a small area. There wasn't originally a need for a lot of defensive force here. The truly strong players and a large number of troops were stationed on the outskirts of the city, killing waves of monsters that surged over. At this moment, Teacher Zhang and a few other players could not stop the hundreds of monsters pouring into the school area. Under the roars of the big goblin and goblin warriors, ordinary little goblins would not easily retreat. Let's do this! A tough guy dodged the spear of a little goblin, his size 44 shoe violently kicked the goblin, immediately sending it flying several meters away. He paused, quickly advanced, and grabbed the spear from the goblin's hand, his eyes fixed on the green-skin figure. He gritted his teeth, gripped the wooden spear, and stabbed hard. Squirt! Hot blood splattered out, and the tough guy's eyes became determined as he killed another goblin. Don't panic. We have awakened our professions, we are strong. Seeing the tough guy's brave act, a young man shouted loudly. Many more people picked up courage. However, passion can only sustain them for a moment. The newly awakened professionals were only at level LV1, they were not strong enough or fast enough. They could handle little goblins of levels 3 or 4, but anything higher, they were inadequate. What was worse was that most of the awakened didn't have handy weapons, and their mindset hadn't transitioned. Not ruthless enough. Not decisive enough. After all, they were just ordinary people. As warriors fell one after another at the hands of the monsters, fear intensified, spreading like an invisible black fog in all directions. Run, run, run. Ah! Don't kill me. Help! Help! In the crowd, high school student Yuan clenched his fists. He wanted to rush up, but his legs felt rooted to the ground. He was filled with hatred. He was hateful for not having awakened and even more hateful for his own cowardice. A few goblins roared and pounced. Boom! His buddy Gu Xiaoqiang, who had awakened a rare 1-star Imperial Guard profession, was wielding a hard wooden board from who knows where, swinging it with great might, repelling and killing a few goblins. However, thump, thump, thump. A big goblin, towering and robust, its arms thicker than their waists, was charging. In the blink of an eye, it sent his buddy flying. Yuan suddenly roared, his roar echoing like thunder. He rushed towards the big goblin, the anger and passion in his chest breaking through the shackles of fear. He was running, and it seemed like some voices were ringing in his ears, and something inside him seemed to be unchained. A subtle glow emanated from his body, intertwining to form a majestic set of armor, and a giant silver sword appeared in his hand, its interior fogged with a sharp silver light. The next moment, several silver lights exploded emanate. The big goblin was torn into pieces. At the same time, piercing sirens echoed throughout Beijiang City, as several powerful players, riding on flying units, arrived from across the city. When they saw the school ruins reduced to a giant crater, their faces couldn't help but change. Report to the State Department and issue a rescue mission. Yes, that's it. In less than 6 minutes after the incident, Yuan received the news. The news came from Sophia. She regularly arranged for staff to be stationed at the Players' Association. As the spokesperson for Lord Yuan, she also received a task assignment from the association. Find and rescue the lost school, urgent. According to the calculations of the Astronomical Society, the lost school has a high likelihood of being located in the areas of Xingrong Town, Shilling Town, Luoquan Town, or Liujiang City. We request that lords and players in these areas join forces in the search. And Shilling Town was precisely where he was located. Yuan took a deep breath without any hesitation. We must rescue them. However, the territory of Shilling Town alone was vast, let alone 4 regions. The Astronomical Society's calculations could only estimate that the lost school was likely to be in these 4 town areas, but not definitely. Do your best, leave the rest to fate. To increase the search efficiency, we need to split into small squads. If he had the force in the Tianyuan territory, he then had the responsibility. He pondered for a moment, and quickly arranged. The Dead Bone, Bone 2 and Bone 3, who led the team, were to search the Shilling Town area, mainly in the wilderness outside the Alliance. The reason was simple: if the location of the lost school was in the wilderness between each territory, it would eventually be found by other players. The situation of the lost school would not be that dangerous. But, if the school was located in the wilderness beyond their most peripheral territories, then the situation of the school would be bad. That was the area he was going to search. Duo Lai, you and Sophia go to the Liujiang City area. Your flying speed is relatively fast, Sophia is also good at reconnaissance and searching, I'll leave it to you two. General Duo Lai obeys. Duo Lai pulled Sophia, who had just returned to the territory, and the two rose up into the sky, turning into a small black dot and disappearing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Sophia was specifically called back by Yuan. There were only a few strong individuals adept at searching and reconnaissance in the Tianyuan territory, namely Sophia and Ilo. He looked at Ilo. You lead a team, stay in contact. By the way, can you determine the location of the lost school through the starry eyes and astrology? Ilo shook her head. Seeing this, Yuan was not surprised. After all, the Astronomical Society, which gathered many talents from all over Taishan, could only make a rough estimate, let alone Ilo alone. He just held out a slight hope and asked casually. But Ilo then said, if we get close enough to the school, the starry eyes may pick up some clues. If I remember correctly, the area that has just fallen into these world dislocations, the space is still a bit different, right? We can look for the target by observing the folds in the space and the surging of the white fog. Ilo was indeed a professional in this, but Great Lord Shepherd could achieve a similar effect by freeloading on the starry eyes ability. So, Ilo leads several Tian Yuan division generals to the area of Luoquan town. Mu Yuan himself, and his incarnation, which has equal combat power, equal abilities and shared consciousness, led several other strong individuals to the area of Xingrong town. The roaring red dragon spread its wings and roared, tearing through the sky vault. At the same time, the urgent task issued by the Beijiang City Players Association quickly spread throughout Baiyun State and was gradually logged into the Players Association frontline in towns such as Xingrong Town and Shilling Town. The task was marked as urgent, and directly placed on top. Although some players and lords didn't want to risk venturing deep into the wilderness and simply showed up, and some lords couldn't go out to search due to the heavy loss of the red fog disaster moon, but still, even more, players dived directly into the wilderness without any hesitation. This is the power of action in Taishan. In a certain territory in the Xingrong town area, Mr. Tan also received the news, and without hesitation, led an elite corps deep into the wilderness. I am not doing this for any contribution points. If the lives of thousands of people are in jeopardy, can I remain indifferent? So, he headed north, to the most dangerous area of his territory, theoretically the area with the lowest probability. Mr. Tan did not wish for Beijiang's school to fall into this area. As he said, he was not rescuing for the sake of contribution points. But 3.5 hours later. Damn it! Did our Beijiang school really fall into the outer wilderness area? There, the white fog was like a tide, and countless shadowy monsters could be seen vaguely. Damn! Chapter 273, Aggregated Monster and Borderline Relic. Beijiang No. 2 Senior High School had been immersed in the eternal world for more than half a day. The good news was that the newly transported area was protected by the power of the world. The omnipresent white mist that obscured the sky and the lingering red fog did not intrude into the school area. Even the large group of monsters attracted to it were mostly blocked by the displaced space. The bad news was that the monsters that had invaded the school, though of less numbers and lower level, put tremendous pressure on the people and caused many casualties. The good news was that, within less than half a day, the Lord players of the nearby region had already found their newly transported school, which was a strong boost of morale for everyone. However, the bad news was, as mentioned by the Lord, that they were already on the outskirts of the Taishan Alliance's territory. Affected by the recent red fog disaster moon, countless monsters were still wandering in the wilderness. Most of these monsters were attracted by the school and crowded in the white fog outside the school. Don't worry, I will endure until the reinforcements arrive. At the rooftop of the teaching building, Mr. Tan's words were serious. Looking at the white fog in the distance, his slender silhouette seemed tragically heroic and magnificent to the people below. He was just a young man in his 20s and a relatively new lord who had just let go of his green hand status. However, here, he was the strongest. In addition to Mr. Tan, only teacher Zhang, who taught the Monster Illustrated Handbook, was an elite-level player. Elite-level players were originally the strong among the players. In the first hour of entering the school, Mr. Tan defeated a group of monsters, confident and carefree. In the second hour, Mr. Tan resisted and gradually eliminated 3 batches of monsters. His sword-holding hand was slightly trembling, but he composed himself. Don't panic, reinforcements will be here soon. Just 2.5 hours into entering the school, Mr. Tan, with his back to the crowd, swallowed. Hey, the reinforcements really won't be late, right? If no reinforcements come, I'm going to succumb. He was not as calm and fearless as people thought. He also knew that even though their position has been confirmed, the strong ones would still need quite some time to get from Xingrong town to here. The distance between was at least several hundred kilometers. As for who's outside Xingrong, there weren't many strong ones. It's not that he was bragging, but the level of the other lords around him who had the same tenure was limited. With insufficient power, even if these lords organized their troops to come here, their help would be minimal. Perhaps Mr. Tan's prayers had worked. Before he could hold on any longer, a strong one descended from the sky, as if he were treading on a multicolored auspicious cloud wrapped in a holy glow. Instructor Lu. The comer was known to Mr. Tan. It was Instructor Lu Jing, a well-known senior player in Beijiang City, who also held important positions as vice chairman of the Beijiang Association and head instructor of Beijiang Special Training Class. With Instructor Liu's arrival, there was hope and safety. I happened to be near, so I rushed here ahead of time. The other rescue teams will probably take a little longer to arrive. Lu Jing, a young man in his 30s with well-trimmed hair, looked very neat. He wore brown armor, riding a chestnut-colored flying dragon and slowly landed on the school's plaza. The brown flying dragon opened its mouth and spat out blazing orange flames, instantly reducing the monsters rushing at him to ashes. Not a single monster could break through this wall of flames. Damn, a dragon! Instructor Lu then extended his hand, summoning 30 elite soldiers and 3 generals from within the Lord's Seal. The elite soldiers quickly garrisoned various strongholds in the school, while the generals roamed around, clearing the monsters one by one, and quickly restored peace in the campus. Instructor Lu is awesome. So are you. At your stage, I didn't have many professional soldiers, let alone elite ones. Under the protection of the white fog, Mr. Tan relaxed when he saw the invading monsters being easily slain. Suddenly, boom! 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 The thunderous sound as if a giant was pounding at the gate rang out. The next moment, the white fog was torn apart by the knife-like red mist, and swarms of monsters flooded in through the opening. A monster of daunting size stood out. It was like an enormous sphere formed by countless monsters being piled together. The giant meatball towered as high as 3 or 4-storied building, smelled nasty, and scattered bits of ominous red fog. The meatball crushed the railings and walls and rolled into the campus. Although it did not advance further, chunks of meat on its body suddenly started to squirm. Subsequently, horrifying eyeballs started to open all over the giant meatball body. Dozens, if not hundreds, of eyeballs all stared in the direction of the teaching building. Ah! At the window, someone started to scream, blood trickling down from their eyes. Don't look! Don't look! Don't look! What is that? Mr. Tan was astonished. He had never seen or heard of such a creature. It's an aggregated monster. Instructor Liu's expression stiffened, but how could it appear in such a place? Mr. Tan peered, and indeed, he could discern some traces of goblins and jackal men from the gigantic meatball. But how could there be such a disgusting and terrifying monster? Not only was the meatball disgusting to look at, the power it possessed could only be described as horrible. At first encounter, it blew away Instructor Liu's flying dragon. The flying dragon let out a cry of agony, fear gleaming in its eyes. The other generals were trying to lure the monster away, but the situation became very dangerous in just a blink of an eye. Instructor Lu, we can't hold it off. Lu Jing took out his combat blade. I have received the message. Strong reinforcements are nearby and they will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer. He reassured Mr. Tan like this. But he knew in his heart that there were no reinforcements nearby. There were very few people stronger than him in the Throng town area, and the vast majority were in the town, unlike him who had been in the nearby area prior. To get here from Throng town, at least, would take 3 or 4 hours. Could they hold on for such a long time? Boom! When it rains, it pours. Just then, the white mist floating outside the school thinned out, and the long-waiting monsters rushed in one after another. The entire school seemed to be a lone boat about to be submerged in a tempest. Despair was everywhere. Mr. Tan was murmuring, lamenting his early death. Instructor Lu was taking down monsters, powerless to reverse the situation. The survivors were hiding in the corners of the rooms, biting hard on their teeth and covering their mouths, their whole bodies twitching. Roar! A roar as if it was a thunderbolt from the high sky, overshadowing the cries of countless monsters around. With one roar, it stifled the cries of all creatures. The world seemed to be silent at this moment. There was no sound of monster roars. No, it was not seemingly, all the monsters were silenced at once. The onrushing tide seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. One by one monsters fell to the ground, rolling and trembling, but they dared not continue forward. The injured brown flying dragon was also trembling. Its feelings were the most vivid. It's a dragon. Instructor Lu suddenly looked up. In the sky, white clouds were drifting by. Suddenly the clouds turned bright red as if ignited. The ferocious dragon head in burning flames tore through the clouds, casting its gaze from the sky. Its eyes were flaming with anger. The fire of the sky poured down. The rolling heavenly fire scorched the earth, burning groups of monsters on the outskirts of the school. The giant dragon spread out its divine power like an abyss, turning the entire school into a forbidden area, stopping monsters from taking another step. The extraordinary red dragon, flapping its wings, slowly descended, hovering on the roof of the teaching building. Here, people who haven't recovered from the shock could vaguely see a figure riding on the giant dragon, overlooking the earth. Holy crap, a giant dragon! Mr. Tan looked at Instructor Lu. We didn't know there was such a boss in our Throng town area. Instructor Lu replied to Mr. Tan with a glance, I had no idea. Wait. Both of them froze simultaneously. Why did the figure on the dragon's back look, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, familiar? Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan had hidden his identity before, fearing the Shen Yao Empire would target him, but now that the coordinates of his territory have been discovered by the eye of Shen Yao, there is no point in hiding his identity anymore. Of course, he was still a low-key and straightforward person. He had Xi Lu maintain its dragon form, hovering over the center of the school, continuously radiating the dragon's aura. Sure enough, this effectively contained the monster's momentum. The monsters were shrinking back. After all, it was not yet the red fog disaster moon. The monsters weren't that frenzied, they had a little reason, but their instincts made them fear to advance. The number and level of these monsters could not compare with those that had attacked his territory earlier. The majority were of the elite level, warlord and leader level bosses were few and far between. Fortunately, the effect of the dragon's aura is remarkable, otherwise, with the few dozen elite soldiers in my lord's seal, it would be difficult to stop all the monsters from breaking in. He could kill. But he might not be able to stop it, some would be missed. Of course, if Xi Lu unleashed the dragon's aura to its full extent, it would be enough to kill all the lower-level monsters within a few hundred meters. But that would also affect the survivors in the teaching and dormitory buildings. Mu Yuan could only ask Xi Lu to keep the dragon's aura at an intermediate level. He jumped down from the air, quickly summoned 20 Imperial Guard Series Fearless Knights, with the remaining 30 star archers and skeleton morticians standing by. The archers and skeletons took their positions on the rooftop, killing those monsters who resisted the dragon's aura and continued to advance with their arrows or bone spears. The Fearless Knights, one after another, jumped down from the roof and rapidly rushed to guard the main areas at the entrances. Mu Yuan. Mr. Tan stuttered. He always felt that Brother Mu was no ordinary man, definitely a standout among his contemporaries, with great potential for the future, which is why he always took the initiative to maintain a relationship with him. But he never expected, he had still greatly underestimated him. What did he see? A giant dragon. A dragon knight. Wait a second. Mr. Tan suddenly remembered that a month ago, when they accidentally met in Panchi City, Brother Mu was leading several officers to observe a legendary ceremony. Could it be that at that time, only his officers were there just to join in the fun, and Brother Mu's officers were there genuinely hoping to learn something? But Brother Mu? No, Brother Mu the big shot was also a relatively new lord just like them, and contemporaries wouldn't normally possess such strong power. Could it be? Mr. Tan guessed the truth, the big shot was right beside me? Instructor Lu also guessed it. But he didn't have time to think too much, the crisis hadn't been resolved yet, there was a scary monster in the distance. What kind of monster is that? Looking at the giant meatball, Mu Yuan was also puzzled. Instructor Lu said, that's an aggregated monster, also known as a filthy monster. They usually only appear in entrenched nests of filth, or deep wilderness, or deep red areas engulfed by the red fog. But now, it surprisingly appears so close to the Alliance. This was a bad omen. They must report this discovery. Of course, that is a problem for later, what's more important now is, we must divert this aggregated monster. He could see that Mu Yuan was relying on the red dragon's aura to try to drive away the monsters as much as possible. The red dragon didn't intervene. The aggregated monster was not only powerful, its energy levels were several tenfold higher than those of the same rank. It doesn't have a fatal weakness, as long as some part of its body still exists, it could continue fighting. Is that so? Mu Yuan indicated that he understood, and he lightly signaled with his hand. Got it, howl. A white silhouette leaped down from the airborne red dragon, shooting towards the rampaging gigantic meatball in the distance like an arrow. Having completed its shock-inducing collision and knocked Instructor Liu's general flying, the colossal sphere turned to face the oncoming attack. His many eyes focused on Lian Yu, who landed on 4 paws, her fluffy tail pointing upwards, and her long hair billowing around her. The meatball rolled. It rolled at an incredible speed, closing the distance in a blink of an eye. Its power was so terrifying, nobody could stop it. Lead it away, lead it towards the outside of the school. Instructor Lu was about to yell as such, but was startled into silence. At the distant edge of his field of vision, the rampaging meatball suddenly halted. In front of the meatball was a figure, originally quite small, that in the blink of an eye transformed into a grand and majestic wolf bathed in divine light. The huge wolf raised its paw, pressing against the enormous meatball. It stopped it. The wolf's paw shook slightly, indicating the effort was not easy. However, the next moment, a bright moon appeared in the sky and the day seemed to turn into night. Moonlight filled the area. It collected in the crescent moon giant wolf's mouth and formed brilliant sacred white moonlight. The glow of the moonlight pierced the enormous meatball. The meatball was torn apart. However, it was not dead, displaying none of the signs of pain or slowing down. The scattered remains transformed into small meatballs and large tentacles, crashing and striking towards Lian Yu. Lian Yu was somewhat taken aback. Her mind was unsure what to do, but her body was already moving quickly. She transformed into wind, into light. The charging giant wolf raced past the meaty tentacles, dismembering an entire tentacle. She raced past the smaller meatballs, tearing apart an entire meatball. Moving at a speed difficult for even a fourth-order strongman to track, she flickered back and forth dozens of times on the large playground and surrounding area, leaving dozens of intersecting silver trails. In front of her, only a handful of palm-sized remains of the giant meatball were left. The remains were still writhing, but the remaining moonlight charred them into ash, dissolving completely into the moonlight. Has it been dealt with? Lian Yu had finished off the aggregated monster, but Yuan did not let his guard down. The party he brought was small, nowhere near capable of evacuating the school's survivors to a safe area. They would have to wait for the arrival of a reinforcement army. After Lian Yu's transformation, she would need to absorb a significant amount of moonlight power to repeat the process. Yuan sent the fastest one, Duo Lai, to come here. Fortunately, no accidents occurred, and a couple of hours later, 2 senior lords arrived first. Alongside them came 2 complete troop legions. Then, we'll leave this place to you. Thank you for your hard work. Many players were looking at him repeatedly. Lord Shepherd quickly hid his achievements and departed. Of course, as the hero who rescued the survivors this time, according to the rule of the Taishan Covenant, he would receive the maximum contribution points for the rescue mission. Having rescued the survivors and received a large sum of contribution points, it was truly a double joy. After leaving the school, Yuan did not immediately return. He went deeper into the wilderness for a while, eliminating some troublesome high-level monsters. He looked around. I haven't seen the second aggregated monster, was it an anomaly? But the appearance of an exception could mean. He decided to go back and ask Lu Miamu and Zhang Loxing some questions. He met up with Duo Lai and Sophia, who had just arrived in the deep wilderness. They were about to check the situation at the school again and then head back to the base. Suddenly, General Duo Lai looked towards a certain direction. My intuition tells me that there's something good over there. He flew forward. And, with sharp eyes, saw that the space in the distance was shattered like a mirror and it was not healing naturally. In the shattered space was an object emitting a soft glow. That looks like treasure. Yuan contemplated. I have heard before that in the intersecting region, where 2 worlds meet, a unique treasure of 2 realms can be formed. However, he did not expect to see one here. Chapter 274, The Border City Outside the Territory. The merging of 2 worlds will result in countless disasters, but also bring numerous opportunities. The Lord of Hanyu City had once reminded that after the 2 worlds merged, one should pay more attention and search around for such treasures. When the Langxing Junction Zone forms, there is also a chance that the treasure of the 2 worlds will be born. Many advanced players have delved deep into the newly formed Junction Zone to explore, not only to eradicate the disaster but also to seek opportunities. Treasures formed by the intersection of 2 worlds usually reside in spatial rifts that have not yet healed completely. Influenced by the spatial rifts, the treasure's aura and brilliance are not noticeable, so finding them relies heavily on fate and sharp observation. And these treasures will gradually disappear over time, so their discovery should not be forced. Various information about the treasure of two worlds flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. In the Langxing Junction Zone, the probability of the birth of the treasure of the two worlds is quite high, but whether players can find it is unknown. Yet, in this place, the school that sunk into the eternal world, its area compared to the vast Junction Zone, is not worth mentioning, and the chances of spawning the treasure of two worlds are even smaller. He rushed here, not thinking about any treasure of the two worlds. The appearance rate was too small. Unexpectedly, did Duo Lai have sharp eyes to find it? No, it didn't even use its eyes to find it. Was this the intuition of devouring Lai? Let's go and have a look then, Mu Yuan declared. He didn't have much expectation. After all, the school area was not large, and even if the treasure of the junction was accidentally formed, it would be a relatively small one. But he was a bit curious. Junction treasures were somewhat different from ordinary treasures. Treasures formed by the collision of two worlds naturally had a bit of regularity, which led to junction treasures not necessarily being very strong or high level, but they were inevitably unique. The spatial rift was only the size of a backpack, its edge forming an irregular leaf-like shape, suspended little more than a meter off the ground. Upon closer inspection, with sharp eyesight one could still see that this spatial rift was indeed healing, just very slowly. The dimensional rift that Duo Lai bit out, being tens of meters long, would heal and disappear within seconds. This one in front of them would probably take 1 or 2 days to fully self-heal. As for an inconspicuous treasure, wanting to find it in the vast wilderness within 1 or 2 days was like finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, the surrounding bushes rustled and grey wolves, with faint red eyes, emerged one after another. They bared their teeth and drooled. Mu Yuan, their prey, seemed to feel a sense of nostalgia upon encountering these early-stage monsters, reminiscent of the old days when dead bone could only kill a low-level grey wolf using the skill cleave. He gestured to Lian Yu, who was sitting squat on the ground with his hands, not to intervene. The wolves slowly approached, and when they got close enough, they opened their mouths and pounced suddenly. In the next moment, they were kicked away by Mr. Mu, flying in the direction of the spatial rift not far away. There was no sound, no special visual effects. The only thing was that the grey wolf was cut in half at the waist. The cut was smooth and flat, and it took 2 seconds before a lot of blood sprayed out. There was no change even after the dimensional rift had cut through a dozen grey wolves. It seemed to be slowly self-healing only with the passage of time, and could not be easily affected by external forces. No wonder people say that this kind of treasure of two worlds is hard to find, and even if it is found, it's difficult to obtain. Not to mention small grey wolves, even a fourth-order leader strongman who ran into this spatial rift, would likely be seriously injured or even killed on the spot. And to obtain the treasure in the rift, the most direct way is to interfere with space. For example, shaking the space with extreme power to cause the treasure to fall out. Doing this, strong men at the leader level could barely manage an attack powerful enough to shake or tear space. And secondly, it could easily damage the treasure inside. Mu Yuan chose the third option. Let General Duo Lai give it a try. It rolled up its sleeves, the palm of its hand stretched like a rubber band, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a blue-green giant hand. The hand tried to grip the dimensional rift, but the next moment it was silently torn apart, like a blooming flower, while the treasure in the spatial rift was still solid. The first plan's failure was expected. So, General Duo Lai began to try Plan B. Its severed palm regenerated, once again morphing into a blue-green giant hand, but this time, the palm of the giant hand contained a small black hole. The hole of the dimensional pocket. It, General Duo Lai, could command space power. There isn't anyone who understands space better than General Duo Lai. Although Duo Lai's understanding of dimensional pocket and spatial devour was still at its rudimentary stage, and its own spatial attainment was arguably non-existent, it did indeed possess a noble spatial skill. The moment the two made contact, it was like oil meeting fire, and fire colliding with thunderbolt. The stable spatial rift began to shake rapidly. The treasure dropped out with a thud. The spatial rift healed quickly, disappearing before their eyes in just a few seconds. Mu Yuan picked up the item that looks like a shattered gemstone. Grade, Special. Effect, can raise the level of any individual below the legendary realm by +3. Note, the power of this special item is fading and is expected to disappear completely in a day and a half. It is indeed a bit special. Mu Yuan pondered. Normal cultivating artifacts either enhance cultivating speed or provide certain soul power experience. For the same artifact, an elite level user might level up 2 or 3 grades, but for a leader level user, it might not even result in half a minor upgrade. This is normal. The power an artifact possesses is a constant. However, this object before him, presumably called upgrading stone, is quite special. An apprentice level user can level up 3 grades, and a leader level user can also level up 3 grades. This is its rule. Duolai, the organization has decided that you will use this gemstone. Progress towards the legendary realm as soon as possible. Only with a legendary realm figure in place, can Tianyuan territory be considered somewhat secure. Otherwise, Lord Shepherd would worry about waking up one day to find the legendary figure of an enemy country or a monster at his doorstep. This isn't paranoia from being persecuted by dead bone. The coordinates of Tianyuan territory have already been recorded by the Eye of Shiny. It seems that there is a goblin prince hiding in the vicinity of Shilling Town. Facing a legend, the defensive power of Tianyuan territory is still far from enough, which forces him to be anxious. Normally, this upgrading gemstone will bring maximum benefit when used at the 7th grade of the leader level, as it can directly reach the peak of leader level. Unfortunately, this kind of gemstone cannot be preserved. If it could be preserved, I'm afraid the princes and princesses of the Yongxing Empire and the Shenmu dynasty could easily stack their generals to the peak of the leader level. This is a special product of the fused era of 2 realms. It will not be in vain to give it to Duolai. General Duolai bit off the gemstone in one crunch. It's not chewy and tasteless, feels a bit strange. No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of energy swirled within, stirring up wild winds. His power level was rising rapidly, and in the blink of an eye. Ding! Prompt: your hero Duolai level has been upgraded from leader level 4th grade to leader level 7th grade. He is already in the high ranks of the leading realm. He is miles ahead of Dead Bone, who is currently the second strongest in the Tianyuan territory by level ranking. The legendary realm is not far away. Mu Yuan had to admit, this kind of inter-realm treasure is very enticing. What if he could get another upgrading stone? Wouldn't General Duolai be able to directly rush to the peak of the leading realm? Then, refining super limit body, cultivating light of will, it should not be long before he reaches the legendary realm. What? General Duolai can't ignite the light of will? If it really doesn't work, then throw Duolai into the terrifying illusion of Hong Yi for reincarnation. Given Miss Duo's epic 2-star status, there is no reason not to ignite a light of will. If that still doesn't work, they could try the limit of evolution points. After tasting the sweetness, Lord Shepherd, accompanied by treasure-seeking duo, did several laps around the school area. Unfortunately, until the main rescue team arrived and the survivors began to move to Xingrong Town, he did not find the second treasure of 2 realms. Normal. The survivors' transfer went smoothly, and they entered a relatively safe area one day later. Seeing this, Mu Yuan then led Xi Lu and Lian Yu to return home. As for Duolai and Sophia, he had sent the 2 back a day earlier. Sophia has a heavy workload, and Duolai is multitasking with transportation, exploration, fighting, and cultivation. He couldn't afford to stay in the outside world for too long. After being out for 2.5 days, the Lord Shepherd returned to his loyal Tianyuan territory. Oh, he was only operating his avatar when he went out, and he stayed at home all the time? No problem then. The main ones to be evolved next are General Deadbone and General Duolai, each of which requires 80,000 units of evolution points. Once Duolai progresses further, it will help reach the legendary realm quicker. No need to say more about Deadbone, he has always been the defense force of the territory. There is also no need to instruct Sophia to purchase more little skeletons and slime remnant soul. She has been purchasing any kind of remnant souls as long as they are available and the trading place isn't too far. The boundary area, however, can be explored. Mu Yuan wasn't sure about the intersecting areas in Eternal World, but a lot of information could be found about the intersecting areas in Langxing. At least most of the ones in Xian country could be found. Nowadays within Xian country, new intersecting areas were being born every day. Some disappeared soon after they were born, and some became permanents, gnawing on the territory of Langxing like a massive mouth. There were even more intersecting areas being born outside the country. There were many areas where few people were active, so if an intersecting area was born, no one would notice. Anyway, while the Red Fog Disaster Moon has passed and the territory can spare some battalion-level combat power, try to explore some intersecting areas. You can start exploring from the intersecting areas near Beijiang City and the suburbs of Jiangbei City. Perhaps these intersecting areas were a bit old after all. Yuan's avatar wandered around several times, but he didn't even find a shadow of a spatial crack. General Duo Lai, who was entrusted with high hopes, also came up empty-handed. But to be fair, Duo Lai originally didn't have the ability to search. Finding treasure relied on intuition that was sometimes there and sometimes not, which was somewhat unreliable. Time was slowly passing by. The end of the month was getting closer, and disasters falling on Langxing became more and more frequent. The sinking incidents in areas like Qing Mountain Hospital and Beijiang School were no longer rare occurrences in Xian country. As far as Yuan knew, dozens of similar incidents had occurred in just 10 days and half a month. However, most of these areas sank in the inner circle of Tai-Xian Alliance's territory. There weren't many monsters there, and in the end, it was a close call. Of course, people died during this process, a lot of them, but considering the vastness of Xian country, these were major victories. Only a few dozen areas have sunk. Considering the vast Xian country, this is very rare. But this is Xian country. We have solidified our territory, so there are not many sinking incidents. In contrast, there are many more sinking incidents in the Star Splendor Federation. However, the strategy chosen by the Star Splendor Federation was different from that of Xian country. They built absolute safe cities. Within the range of their cities, there would be no spatial overlap, and no fleeing monsters would surge out of the space cracks. By the time the two worlds fully merged, these absolute safe cities would become arcs of refuge, slowly approaching the eternal world. Compared to Xian country and the Star Alliance, other countries undoubtedly had more sinking incidents. Some small countries were even broken and destroyed by monsters early on. Wisdom monsters established their own tribes on the land of these small countries. These small countries were also experiencing severe spatial overlaps, and entire cities disappeared, sinking into the eternal world. The fusion of Langxing is about to begin. I hope there won't be any new storms. Yuan murmured. At roughly the same time, in the forest west of Tianyuan territory where few rays of daylight penetrated. This place is officially known as Dark Forest, covering a vast area, like a curved knife inserted into Tai-Xian Alliance's territory. There were poisonous spiders everywhere in the periphery of the Dark Forest, and terrifying spiders the size of cars could be seen everywhere. In the early days, Yuan had led a group of skeletons to explore the area he named the Poisonous Spider Forest. But considering the high danger level of the Poisonous Spider Forest, Lord Shepherd only ventured 10 or so kilometers before deciding not to proceed further. Later, he heard that the Poisonous Spider area was just the periphery of the Dark Forest, which was a high-risk area near Tai-Xian Alliance and was very iconic. The Great Lord lost his desire to explore. I couldn't afford to mess with it. But a few months ago, the Dark Forest underwent a great purge, and now on the map of Tai-Xian, it had been downgraded from high-risk area to medium to low-risk area. After some time, it could be developed and resource areas could be established. At this time, closer to the periphery of the Dark Forest, a billowing white mist suddenly spread out, covering an area of tens to hundreds of kilometers. Silently, ripples began to appear in space. A somewhat dilapidated and low-rise city descended into the Dark Forest, merging with the entire forest. It was as if a mirage gradually materialized. The whole process was incredibly natural and didn't cause any waves. Because there were already quite a few monsters running around in the city. Gunshots and roars were frequent. Compared to the monsters, the survivors were actually the minority. Not until a certain moment did several players come to the edge of the city and looked out at the towering trees, only then were they stunned. Chapter 275, Is this the periphery territory? Thud. A muscular, black-turbaned Hulk suddenly drove his large knife into the chest of a middle-aged man in front of him. He smoothly thrusted the knife deep, then pulled out, and the man fell onto the ground, blood gradually spreading from his chest. Scattered around, there lay 20 to 30 bodies. Some were dressed as archers, others as halberd guards and spearmen. But without exception, each had a fatal wound, their breaths utterly fading away. A few giant rock beasts also fell to the ground, departed from their life. One of the black-turbaned hulks stepped forward, opened up the cargo saddlebags tied to the sides of a rock beast's body, and grinned cheekily, "Boss, this load looks to be in excellent condition. There are many rare-level materials inside. If we sell them all, we could make a nice profit. Since our damn place has been occupied by the Snake Man monsters, our brothers either died or fled. Now, as I see it, merging two territories and entering the eternal world isn't a bad thing. It doesn't only allow us to avoid those snake men but also allows us to make a quick buck. This is a fortuitous sign. The black turbaned players were 4 in total, surrounded by a dozen elite soldiers positioned on the outermost edge of the area, vigilant. They were the surviving players who had come from the border city. Boss Black Turban did not seem too excited. Contemplating the information just interrogated and the goods they found in the cargo, he said, "This caravan seems to have come from a territory called Red Leaf Territory, which is part of the Tai-Sien Alliance and is a new territory established just over half a year ago." Tai-Sien. The player who had just been giddy with excitement seemed to have his neck strangled and made no sound. The Tai-Sien Alliance was one of the only 2 faction nations on Langxing. Its power is far superior to other loosely structured national forces. Not to mention far away, Xian country always attaches great importance to its influence range. They don't expand, but anyone who attempts to meddle within the Xian country would be thunderously struck back. The 4th speaker still remembered that, after the world gradually fell into chaos, there was a powerful warlord force in their region, attempting to seize treasures and caused some casualties within Xian country. A few days later, the entire warlord force announced its dissolution, and the leader, a player with powerful abilities, vanished from the map. "Boss, among the people we just killed, there was a player, right? Have we exposed ourselves?" The 4th looked around, fearful of the heaven-sent army of the Tai-Sien Alliance. Black Turban leader sighed, "Don't worry. This is the eternal world. Even within the Tai-Sien Alliance, there are many areas where people rarely venture. And besides, this is the edge of the Tai-Sien Alliance. As long as we don't commit suicide in the official cities of Tai-Sien, we won't face much danger." The leader was not worried at all. Just as he said, this was the eternal world, the wilderness, a lawless land. The number of players who died in the wild was countless. The Tai-Sien Alliance couldn't care less. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to manage. All right, let alone the eternal world, even in Langxing today, Xian country didn't have the extra energy to look after areas outside the city. Of course, you couldn't always rob caravans like this. Doing it too often would potentially catch the attention of the local area manager, the official town lord. Even if it didn't come to the attention of Tai-Sien officials, it might unavoidably draw a united strangulation from surrounding lords. Continually engaging in risky operations would sooner or later lead to an accident. The Black Turban leader was fully aware of this, but the options that could make them rich were all written in the prohibitions of Tai-Sien Alliance. Like ordinary players, honestly receiving commissions to earn soul sand. The leader dismissed this thought. The other 3 brothers also disagreed. They were not ordinary players in the first place, but local warlord leaders. They were used to being little emperors, so they could hardly become ordinary players again. "Boss, how could we work for the Tai-Sien Alliance? We can't afford to lose face like that." "Yeah, it's impossible to go and work for them. Work hard like other players, just to earn a little bit of soul sand? I won't do it." "Boss, why don't we do a few more like this, and then we can make a run for it? Like you said, the eternal world is so vast, Tai-Sien can't do anything to us." What the second was proposing was to rob the passing caravans just like they did before. For them, this was easy. The entire caravan had only one elite level player, and that player had only a couple of elites under his command. To them, it was nothing. Although they were only at the elite peak, they had earned a lot of money during their years as warlord leaders. Their equipment was extravagant, and each of them had 6 or 7 elite-level soldiers. If they were to work for a lord like ordinary players, how could they cultivate so many elite soldiers? Also, working would still involve risk. Just like the Tai-Sien player who they just slaughtered, since that's the case, why not take the risk from the beginning? It saves them 10 years of detours. Now that our city has been occupied by the Snake Man tribe, we need to consider new sources of income. The Black Turban leader pondered for a moment. While robbing these caravans brings us a one-time income, it's not too high. And, handling just one load of goods is not easy for us, let alone robbing several loads. Both transportation and selling are problems, and the risk is high. Doing this business is not quite reliable. How about we go directly for a big haul? Let's rob a new territory on the periphery of Tai-Sien. We will have a good meal in one go. Second, third, and fourth, the brothers, were somewhat dissatisfied with their leader's timidity when they heard the words "not quite reliable." But before their dissatisfaction could come out of their mouths, they heard their boss's earth-shattering plan. "Boss, this is Tai-Sien territory. Are we courting death by doing this? Boss Black Turban lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. I have reasons for thinking this. Doing regular business also comes with risks as volume increases. It's better to make a big score in one go. As I've said before, once we pull this off we can vanish without a trace, even the Taishian can't do much about it. Think about how wealthy a lord's territory is. Furthermore, if we conquer the territory and destroy the lord's altar, we can obtain altar fragments. It is rumored that you can form a lord's heart with enough fragments, allowing us ordinary players to become lords. Think about it, do you want to continue a nomadic life, always living on the edge, or gamble for a lord's heart, then disappear to construct your territory in neutral grounds? Of course, they would choose the latter. They were quite accustomed to living like many emperors. Let's do it, boss. Our first target will be the Red Leaf territory. It's relatively new and wealthy but weak, making it an ideal first target. Of course, a territory has many soldiers. We don't need to fight straight on, even if we had the ability to. The boss looked at the goods around them. We will disguise ourselves as a merchant convoy, get into the territory and behead the lord. Conveniently, the city they used to stay in is adjacent to the Xian country. Among them, the boss and the third member were fluent in Xian country's language, making it more natural for them to impersonate Tai Xian's merchant convoy. A day later. Boss, are we off course? 4 players and 20 to 30 soldiers types, disguising themselves as a harmless merchant convoy, were passing through the dense forest. According to the information they had previously obtained, it was only half a day's journey from the land of looting to the Red Leaf territory. Generally speaking, they should have already arrived. But they haven't. It seems normal to go off course in the vast wilderness, especially when they lack enough information and maps. Be patient, we will find it sooner or later. Boss Black Turban just finished speaking when his face lit up with joy. The bloody warhawk in his hand, which was flying high for reconnaissance, suddenly fell and relayed an exciting discovery. They proceeded along the direction the bloody warhawk had indicated. Soon, they observed fewer monsters around them and saw traces of battles, logging, transportations, and so on from time to time. All these signs pointed to the existence of a territory ahead. But this territory is not the Red Leaf territory, right? Whether it is or not doesn't matter. We have been moving towards the north, so this territory must be among the newest ones and it's a suitable target for us. The boss is right, no wonder you're the boss. As Boss Black Turban had expected, after proceeding a bit further, they found the woods beginning to thin out. Through the woods, they saw a dirt road that had been frequently trodden, gradually taking shape. There were soldiers patrolling along a definite path, slaying the wandering monsters. Boss Black Turban explained their purpose. We are players from the Black Wolf Trade Association, and we have business to discuss with your lord. Is that so? Please follow me. The patrol captain was a valiant war horse, a 1-star outstanding. An awakened NPC who had self-consciousness for quite some time. He didn't understand much but remembered the instructions from above. When dealing with merchant squads, he had to escort them and report. So, the captain led Boss Black Turban and his men towards his territory. The first step is successful. The 4 brothers of Black Turban glanced at each other, cheering for their stability. The following things didn't surprise them. The captain led them into his territory, and they arrived at what seemed like a reception area inside the town. The only thing that somewhat threw off the 4 brothers was the city gate and walls in this territory were too majestic. It's a rare class city wall. Boss, is there something wrong with this territory? The soldiers seem a bit elite. The group didn't open their mouths, but rather conveyed their thoughts through their expressions. Even if the boss were a bit surprised, he didn't panic. Instead, he felt pleasantly surprised. This is a rich lord's territory. However, regardless of how wealthy or promising it might be, it is still a territory that was established just over half a year. No matter how strong a territory is, it can't be incredibly powerful, but it may hold various valuable treasures. Even one haul from this place would be worth countless regular hauls. Isn't that a bloody fortune? The excited and expectant group began to wait inside the reception building. Sorry for making you wait. I am here on behalf of our lord. The visitor was Ilo's avatar. Several Starlight Scholars, who had advanced through her strategic talent, accompanied her. The Starlight Scholars were of low grade and weak in battle, but they had a unique advantage in recording and memory. These Starlight Scholars were the cream of the crop, selected from thousands of ordinary territory citizens. It also had a teaching intent for Ilo to bring these starlight scholars with her. Otherwise, she could have just sent an avatar for such a deal, there was no need for such trouble. However, she needed to train the new recruits so that she could delegate the burdensome affairs to them in the future. Once, Ilo wished to be the right-hand woman of the Lord through her ability to handle affairs and become an indispensable general for the Lord. But now, she preferred to do research and experiments. After taking the new recruits along for this transaction, she could leave the next transaction entirely to the new recruits. After all, it's all small business. Her thoughts were diverging. The expressions of several black turban players changed slightly. Why wasn't the Lord coming? For such newly promoted territories, whenever a caravan arrived, the Lord had to show up personally. After all, caravans that could operate in the peripheral area of the Tai-Shen alliance were of considerable strength and status. The Lord had to show up considering respect and various other factors. Many times, minor lords even had to ingratiate themselves with the leaders of the large caravans. Where's your Lord? The Lord must come in person for this business. In such affairs, I can fully represent our Lord. If you want to talk, talk. If not, please leave. Ilo was getting a little impatient. The slight change in the expressions of these people also made her feel a little strange. But her main body had observed through the starry eyes that these were all elite players, not disguised assassins from the Shen Yao Empire. This level of lineup is pretty normal in a caravan. Just as she thought of this, a player stepped forward. The youngest one couldn't hold back. Catch her. She must be an important figure in this territory. It's the same as crippling the Lord's arm first. Before he could finish his sentence, a star blue light shot out and penetrated his abdomen. Then, the pink-haired girl raised her fair fingers and pointed out the light beams. In the blink of an eye, the beams shattered the heads of several soldiers and evaporated before hitting the wall, perfectly controlled. The leader of the black turban hadn't noticed all this. By the time he returned to his senses, his two brothers and more than a dozen soldiers were all falling to the ground. What level of a powerful person is this? He didn't have much time to think, escaping through the shattered window with the remaining young man. There were some patrolling soldiers outside the building, but they were just low-ranking soldiers. The leader of the black turban dispatched his elites to forge a path. Boom! A goblin warrior was hurled against the wall by a soldier. An elite peak barbarian warrior was beheaded by another patrolling soldier. Black Turban's eyelids twitched as he saw Boss 4 being subdued in the distance and unable to struggle. Are these ordinary patrolling soldiers? It wasn't that his eyesight was poor, he had seen several similar patrolling squads on his way. Thunderbolt warrior. Clear the way. He ordered his most powerful warrior. This was his general whom he had cultivated with numerous resources and had broken through to the third-order warlord level. This secret, he hadn't even told his three brothers about it. As the Thunderbolt warrior's fists blasted out, they pushed back the patrolling soldiers as if they were unstoppable. Bang! A hammer crushed the lightning. A passerby, a burly man with bare arms muttered, "What's going on?" "Nothing, Master Li, just a small mishap." This is the powerful person of this territory. Ahead, Master Li blocked the way. Behind, Ilo's avatar was propping up her chin. And around them, the elite soldiers of the four brothers fell one by one, and more territory patrol squads were gathering here. 4 squads, 6 squads, 8 squads, 10 squads. They were all similarly dressed. Indeed, they were ordinary patrolling soldiers. They didn't just run into the official stronghold of Tai-Shen, did they?